Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tebe TV tonight, even as we get down with Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place fast as we begin to count down. It is 36 days to election day, and the fever is high. Things are heating up. There are exchanges, exposures, exposes, and all manner of exchanges between the fiasco of the president and his deputy. Well, the deputy president, one William Ruto, who is Kenya Kwanza, and UDA presidential candidate exchanges with his boss, telling him that the boss should take it easy. He will show him what it means to rule and run the affairs of this great country. How far is he going with all this? Kenyans are going to entrust him with leadership when he seems not to have regard for the current president? Is Uhuru having no stake in these elections? I would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Well, there is an onslaught by the AZIMIO La Umoja, One Kenya Alliance Party. I saw their first office established in Nanti County. Deputy President is home turf. Things are getting hot. And today they were out all length to see to it that their basket is full. AZIMIO La Umoja was in HOMABAY. It was in KAKAMEGA. It was in NAIROBI. It was in MOMBASA. And it seems to be having parallel campaigns throughout the country. Will William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza be able to counter this? Let's get talking. Thank you so much. As you join, please make sure you invite somebody to join into the discourse. Things are getting better with every passing minute. You can't miss to be part of this. So please make haste to be in the studio and also invite the entire world into this particular channel for us to talk all the way until we get to the bottom of all the reality available to us in making rightful decisions come August 9th, 2022. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be right here in this space for us to get talking. I salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious tonight. We get to the bottom of all the claims and counterclaims. DP Ruto seems to be a man on the loose. He wants to get it all the way, no matter who challenges him. He's ready to take on Uhuru Kenyatta, take on Raila Odinga, take on the entire country. He wants to be president, and he seems to be determined to go to any length and become president of this country. Will he make it? Let's get talking. Well, I want to appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for choosing Tebe TV and continuing to follow us. If you haven't subscribed, please do. If you haven't invited 1, 2, 3, 4 people into the discourse tonight, please do. Let us gang up and make a difference tonight, even as we discuss Kenyan politics. Mr. Jackton, karibu kwa show. Patel Seboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna John Chok. You're welcome. Belinda Ogweno, you're welcome. Evelyn Musia, you're welcome. Sarah Serange, karibu kwa show. Charles, naitwa nani huyu? Kuna Joy Njoki, kuna Abdi Ai, kuna Jackton Ogutu, nani huyu? Kuna Jedium Oxide. Nakwambia hiyo jina. Novestas Livo, Tsoge Vele Veronica Njenga, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Kali Ashiona, Joseph Wambua, Princess Freddy, alafu kuna Paul Richards, thank you so much. Felix Bichanga, alafu kuna General Isaac Madenge, karibu kwa show. I appreciate all of you. Nicholas Otinda, Caroline Okumu, kuna Fred Mobeki, alafu nani huyu? Jojo Uma, alafu of course Mohamed Ege. AG, did he tell me it's called AG or AG? Sorry, alafu Christian Adika. Thank you so much. I got it this time round. Nane Award. Thank you so much, Simon. Haya, tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kwa wote ambao mnafika studio na wakaribisha kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo. Mambo ni kama hayo, siasa zimechacha moto katika nchi hii. Ni lazima kila mmoja amakinike. Ukingoja kwamba utaambiwa utakosa mengi. Kwa hivyo hakikisha umetune kwa Mtembei TV na unafuatilia matangazo yote, kwa sababu mambo mengi yanafanyika kwa haraka na kasi isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Kwa hivyo usisalie nyuma. Karibisha mama, karibisha baba, karibisha ndugu, na kila mmoja tukamakinike pamoja tukijadili siasa za Kenya. Nashukuru sana kwa support yenu, kuendelea kufuata Mtembei TV na kufuata matangazo yetu. Make sure you are subscribing and you are inviting somebody to watch. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Hey, salama Penat. Yes, Stephen.
Karibu.
Asante. 30 days to election. Wow, Penat. Sitaki kuongea ati Tulia Nikuonyeshe Kutawala. Wangekuwa wameonyeshana. When they were brothers, walituonyesha. So I don't want to dwell with that. Nilisema sahi sitaki kuchanganyikiwa. When I'm praying for AZIMIO, sitaki kuwa naona vitu inaweza kunipatia challenges. So nataka kwenda direct to HOMABAY. Mahali baba amekuwa na meka campaign. Pia niliona Kalonzo alichelewa kwa sababu ya itilafu ya ndege, but end of the day alimanage. Naona ujaweka our deputy president akiwa Nairobi, Kawangware amestorm Nairobi, vilivyo. Nairobi imesimama Penat. Westland akaenda Kawangware, uko sehemu zote Nairobi leo ilikuwa moto. Ni mama na vijana. So nafikiria hiyo tu nitasema juu sitaki kutwell na mambo za Meru, sababu sasa wanalia instead of kupeana walilaunch campaign, walilaunch manifesto yao. This is the time wangetuonyesha manifesto, but wana choose patu kuongea kitendawili, kuongea huyu baba. So wacha tuwawachie waseme, otherwise naona watu wametokezea. I hope that is how it will happen in August 9. Wakenya wameshaamua ya kwamba baba na mama ni viongozi ya Kenya. Kulikuwa na mkutano leo Kakamega, Mombasa, everywhere. Ukiangalia AZIMIO sasa vile tulikuwa tunasema, Penat ni moto kila mahali. I don't know, hii watu wakiwa Meru wote wanasanyana, na mkutano 6 zimeendelea kwa nchi ya Kenya, 7, 10. Wakienda hiyo moja watapata kweli. Otherwise tunashukuru. Wacha niwachie hapo, wacha nisikie wenzangu vile wanasema Penat. But as for this 36 days, nataka tuongelesha watu yetu wajitokeze, na sana sana Mungu anasema konga uombe nikupatie. Kwa hivyo wakati hii nataka kusimama na AZIMIO. I don't want to share my heart, kwa sababu Mungu atasema ni yupi unataka. Sitaki kuwa katikati. Kwa hivyo mimi nimesimama na AZIMIO, and nitakuwa naongea from sasa mpaka mwisho mambo ya AZIMIO. Hiyo ingine wacha tuachie wengine. Asante Penat. Penat, atikusikii We mute Bernard. Atukuski. Yeah, ujai mute. Batu ime nini. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, Bernard, ulikuwa unaongea na uko muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mama Selina. Now I hope now you can get me. I'm grateful for the start you have given us, and we're looking forward for a great interaction tonight. Please, if you're able to get us, keep inviting guys to join into the discourse. This is one show that secures you in understanding what is at stake, what is happening, and so that you can make an informed decision come 9th August 2022. So you can't watch this alone. Please make sure that you invite somebody to watch with you. And if you haven't subscribed or become a member of Mtembei TV, please do so. It is important. You don't want to miss out on the latest as they break. We will be streaming it for you to get the information and stay on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumkaribishe Stephen atupatie mapana na marefu. Naambiwa Mama Kiuno amehepa debate tena.
Jambo Bernard, Mama Selina na wenzangu wote katika studio. Habari ya leo. Bernard, wacha hata pia mimi sitaki kuongea mambo ya huyo mama. Huyo mama huwa ananipatia kichefuchefu sana. Lakini wacha nianze kwa hii historia. Wacha Tulia Nikuonyeshe Kutawala. Unajua Bernard, unajua mimi naweza kusema tu Ruto ameshikwa na wazimu, ile baridi. Pengine paracetamol inaweza kupoza. Hajafika kwa zile dawa za wale watu wa wazimu, bado hajafika, lakini nafikiri hayuko mbali. Sasa unajua alipopewa nafasi ya atutawale 2013 2017, alipewa nusu ya serikali. Alifanya nini alipopewa nusu ya serikali? Alichukua watu kutoka kwa jamii yake wote, Wakalenjin wote. Huo ndio ukweli. Siongee kwa sababu ya kuwa namuonea, but that's the reality. You can first check, you can check it, it's there. Alichukua watu wa kwao wote 2013 2017. So hiyo ndo kutuonyesha kuwa yeye anaweza kutawala. Out of all those positions, baada ya kuconsider other parts of the country, unachukua watu wa kwenu wote, alafu unakuja unasema utuonyeshe kutawala. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndo uongozi yake yenye anataka kutuletea Kenya ya ukabila. The other thing, corruption hiyo time ndo ilikuwa juu sana. So anataka kutuambia turudi hapo tena ndo atuonyeshe venye ataiba zaidi na zaidi na zaidi. Huyu mtu amechanganyikiwa. Leo ameshinda akiongea mambo yenye aliongea mwenyewe. Loose mouth, Anasema I'll jail the president, I'll prosecute the president, I'll set tribunals. Sasa amerudi kwa defensive, anasema hapana, mimi Uhuru nitahakikisha ameenda nyumbani vizuri. Unajua Ruto akumbuke 2013 kitu iliwaweka hapo ni sympathy ya ICC. Wakikuyu walitoka wamprotect mtu wao Uhuru Kenyatta, na Wakalenjin wakatoka kwa wingi wa protect yeye. So asisahau kuwa sahi bado kuna Wakikuyu wataona Uhuru yuko under threat na watatoka kwa wingi wadharibu kumlinda. Hii kelele analeta ajue kuna wale watu ambaye yeye ako nao kwa bezi yake na hawatapiga kura. They're just youth. Watu wamechukua ID 2-3 years ago. But tukirudi tukiangalia the middle aged people between 35 and 50, hao ndo watu wataenda kupiga kura. These are the people who are going to defend their son in the mountain. So by him saying that he's going to prosecute, he's going to look into the history of the president. Surely amekuwa Gachagua. He's losing the votes in large numbers because now they are going to wake up so that they can protect their own son. So unaona Kenya hii, Kenya yetu yenye tunaishi, kiongozi akitajwa na mambo ya ufisadi, kama ametoka Ukalenjin, ametoka wapi, unasikia watu wako wanasimama wanapinga, wanajaribu kumtetea. So iko tofauti gani na yeye akijaribu kuingilia maisha ya Uhuru Kenyatta? Hakuna tofauti, ni hivyo hivyo tu. Wako watu watasimama na akili zao na nia zao wamtetee Uhuru na watapiga kura against Ruto. This is the reality. So let him continue making those sentiments, but at the end of the day, it's going to rattle him, it's going to finish him completely. So mimi nasikia raha akiongea vitu hivi kwa sababu kuna watu sasa wanaamka. There's a big awakening that this guy is going to finish our son. If we can touch Uhuru, who is the retiring president, who are we? That will not interfere with our lives and our businesses. So it's good for him. Let him continue that way. Okay, nikiongea kuhusu mambo ya campaign ya Azimio, I think hii war imeenda all out sasa. Kila mahali nafikiri majeshi wako imara, na naona it's going to be hot for Kenya Kwanza, because kitu ya kwanza hawana resources, wamemaliza resources zao. That's why unawaona wanakusanyana mahali pamoja kila wakati. Akitoka ni Gachagua ametoka peke yake. So I think Azimio tuko na chance ya kuenda kila upande wa nchi, kwa sababu we have the top layer of the leaders. We have the experienced leaders on our side, people who can pull crowds if it's about crowds, people who can mobilize. So I think it's an advantage for us to go that way, because we are going to confuse them further. They don't know where to run to, because wamekuwa nyuma yetu. Tukienda Kisii wako Kisii. So sasa hii tuko Mombasa, tuko Kakamega, tuko kila mahali. Watakimbilia wapi? Mwanzo nani ataenda huko? You can't bring Ndindi Nyoro to come and counter Joho in Mombasa. That's a joke. He'll not speak anything. Ataangaliwa tu na hataambiwa enda zako bana. You see? You can't take Alfred Mtua to Kambani to counter Kalonzo Musyoka. He's a baby on diapers. Ataanza vipi? So I think the war is going to be heavy to them. It's an all-out war. Na matokeo itakuwa mazuri upande wetu, kwa sababu I think we are going to mobilize. We are going to also have the majority votes coming on our side by this all-out war.
Stephen,
thank you Bernard, wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa.
There's something amiss with your audio. Okay, thank you for that. I hope you can get me clearly.
Yes, I can get you.
Under severe attack, but I
you are saying there's something wrong with my audio, Bernard?
We'll pull through.
Okay, let me check for now. I think Bernard is under attack. Wacha tumpatie Tom. Tom, karibu. Tom, can you submit? When Bernard is back, I'll give him the chairmanship. Unmute, please. Tom, unmute. The microphone is just on your name there. Unmute.
Kindly, Stephen. I'm next, not Tom.
Okay. You know, I'm not seeing the order like Bernard is seeing in the studio. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just give him the chance. Excuse me, please. Let's just give him the chance, Tom. Okay. Okay. Okay, Tom, continue, please. Is seeing in the studio. Okay. Let's just give him the chance. Excuse me, please. Let's just give him the chance, Tom. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Tom, continue, please.
Okay, nikiendelea. Okay, mnanipata vizuri?
Ambia Tom,
I think I have a problem with my audio.
kuna kitu iko on.
There's a problem. There's a problem.
Some feedback.
Richard, just continue
through, yeah?
Richard, just continue, please.
All right, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, there's a problem.
I hope you can hear me clearly, Stephen.
Richard, just continue, please.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate everybody.
Tell Tom to mute the microphone, please.
Yes, Richard.
Thank you.
I think that's in order. Yeah. Thank you so very much. I want to take this opportunity to also echo some very pertinent issues around. This is a very, very important opportunity, because looking at what is going on, I think Ruto is a man under siege. They will say a man, he's under siege. And actually, clearly, the guy is under siege. It is seen. It is up in the air. The guy listening to his tone, even in Meru, that tone is not the tone of a man that we have seen for the last 4 years, composed as he has been, tried to run his narrative, tried to put up lies here and there and covered it well. He looked like a guy who is actually on the point. And you would imagine he's a man who would give you a run for your money. But looking and hearing, looking at the body language of Ruto of late, and now even here listening to his tone, I'm telling you, the guy is totally out of tune. The guy is off balance, and now listening to what actually Junaid Mohammed was bringing out in the air today in HOMABAY, it nails it all. That the guy is now threatening was actually wanted to actually beat the president. The word from the deputy president himself that he wanted to actually slap him. Yeah, you see, if a man can dare the president, actually he knows this is the president, but he thought of slapping him. If you, in a simple way, what can this man do to a common Kenyan? If he gets aggrieved, what can he do to any other mamambogas, like he calls them, at the borders? Actually, you don't want even to mention what he can do to you. Yeah, he's a man who is capable of anything, and that's why you see to him today, the distance between him and that seat called the presidency, it is do or die. He can do anything as long as he can ascend there. That's why we're seeing all these kind of things. He tries to manipulate the Chebukati team, that's the IBC. He wants to manipulate the civil society. He wants to manipulate the courts. He wants to make sure that he works on every way he can, so that even if it means that it looks like, because from the look of things, it's obvious Baba is carrying the day. So he's looking for a way to make this thing look like Chebukati can look like he erred, so that when somebody takes it to court, the election can be nullified. He wants to look for a way how to drag the election even into the next year, so that he can look like he's actually the one who deserves to be in the presidency. Ruto is capable of anything. Now, looking at him, whatever he's doing is actually showing that there's a man who is completely showing signs of losing. Let's not worry about him, because he knows he's losing. He's going home straight. And like they say, wakate miti sigoi, because the guy is coming home. Looking at Meru rally today, apart from his tone and everything, that's not the Ruto we know how he plans his meetings. It looks like the guy is becoming bankrupt. Actually, there were no crowds. He was addressing people of all places. Meru, he's addressing people in the streets. I expected today Ruto to be after church. He does all the rallies around, then pop in the Kinaru Stadium. Maybe he didn't have people. Maybe he's now mobilizing for tomorrow, because we understand he has 2 days there. Maybe he's when he's getting the money from Meru people to make sure he gets the guys there in the stadium. But looking at the crowds again, after the meetings were done, there was something that was going on. When you're looking at the news reporter, he was reporting something, and you look behind, you would see actually where these people were standing was a street in Meru town. Was just a street, and it was a narrow street. But looking at the crowds before the end of the meeting, it was a huge crowd. So it really shows you what really the bloggers of Ruto, that is the Chirichiris and the other guy, I shall forget his name, how they play around with the camera tricks to magnify small crowds to look like it is a mammoth crowd. Because you would look right behind the news reporter, after the meeting, it was actually a street. And that confirms the words of the PS for the interior. Yeah. What he said, that when one time this man was actually having a meeting in Kirinyaga, in a street where 3 vehicles cannot pass together, and the guy actually
my good friend.
Come on. Yes.
How are you, Richard? First of all, my name is Richard Gitonga. My good friend, brother, Yes.
Gitonga,
You know,
we are following
you know,
protocol. Wait,
there is
wait.
protocol. You don't need to intervene when I'm talking. You'll be given opportunity. I know maybe I've
Yeah,
said something that actually it has
and
touched you.
mute. Gitonga,
Yeah.
mute.
Yes, please.
Punguza joto, utafika tu hapo, because these are things that actually even Kibicho said in Kirinyaga, in a place where even more than 3 vehicles could not pass. But when you look at the live pictures, it was like a mammoth crowd, like it's a field. That's a way how they play such kind of a things. But you look at the reality, there is something totally different. Now, I want to look at AZIMIO, the way things are panning out. Somehow we appreciate, because Baba has gone back to Nyanza. Nyanza has been like, there's a cry all over people once, because there are a lot of candidates. Actually, ODM candidates, you find other parties candidates, Wiper and all that. So we need to streamline. And I thank God, because when Baba has gone there, things have cooled down. Like today, when you look at HOMABAY, it was wow. I think we need to put on more synergies in Siaya. Siaya is not as strong as HOMABAY and these other counties are. When you look at Kisii is good. Even if those guys would be there, they cannot match Simbarati. Simbarati is just on another level. He will just beat all of them in the morning. And I love the way the campaigns have been actually streamlined back to county levels. There are many. Actually, we are only talking about Mombasa, KAKAMEGA, the Nyanza, and all these kind of rallies that are going on. It's actually all over in 47 counties. All of them. We are having very strong. That's why you see on the campaign trail of Baba, you only see the normal faces, Kalonzo Musyoka, Ngilu, and then you see Peter Kenneth, you see the likes of Junet Mohammed and Joho, and Babu Wino. The rest of the teams are always away. Why? Because we are all of them are devolved, and actually the rallies cannot even be matched by the UDA. And that's why you find actually what they have been doing catch up. They run behind where AZIMIO has finished the rallies. They go there again also to try and counter to do a counter rally. But it's no longer working. Because looking at Mudavadi in Kakamega today, it looks like he's just crying out to his people.
Stephen,
Yes.
3 minutes opening remarks. 3 minutes.
Aya, can you summarize? Can you summarize your presentation? You'll still have time to give another presentation. So it's just an opening remark, okay?
Thank you so very much. And I want to say that so far, the lies that Ruto has been putting up, actually, it has come to the fore, and Kenyans are able to see who Ruto is, what he's capable of doing, and the man that he has been actually called to be. He's not the same guy that who is it. Baba so far is doing so well, so good. We need much more efforts, because we need 70 plus. That is the target. Thank you so very much. That's my opening remarks. We'll get on to the other time. Thank you so very much. Back to the one leading the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much Richard. Wale ambao unakuja kwa studio, tafadhali have your camera on. Sometimes ni mzuri tukuone ukiongea ndio tujue we ni nani. Steven Mutumbu, I think ulikuwa unaendelesha nini
Yes,
before. Who is next?
Makiadi.
Yeah, who is next?
Yeah, let me give you the lineup. It's
Okay.
Alex. Alex was here before, then Christine, alafu urudi kwa Joshua.
Oh, na
Alafu Innocent, then
Christine
Richard.
Okay, so Alex, opening remarks,
Yeah.
karibu.
No,
Thank you,
Christine. Ladies first, Christine.
Aya, sawa. Christine, you have the upper hand leo, endelea. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Alex, for recognizing that. My opening remarks, I'll just talk about AZIMIO in HOMABAY, because that's where I really concentrated on. The turnout was very, very good. That is very encouraging and motivating. Sometimes I do wonder when we come here, there are things we address about certain places, and unfortunately it seems people in the region do not see the same things we see. So I believe in Homa Bay, voting will be 6 piece. That is from my observation. And even as Baba was talking, introducing his people, everybody was being cheered. I heard even the current governor who will be outgoing, his name was mentioned, and the crowd really cheered. I saw Bensouda, was excited to see Bensouda. I'm sure Makiadi too was excited to see Bensouda. So for now, I'll come make my submissions later, but that impressed me for now. Alex, go on.
Thank you so much, sister and Mama Selina, for always being here so that we can always speak about our country. Even me, my opening remarks will be very brief. Ruto's body language and rhetoric in Meru shows a person who is completely desperate. As Stephen said earlier, the guy I think is bankrupt. And at the same time, I think the guy is losing support of even his own candidates. The candidates are giving him the true picture of what's going on. And I believe the guy is really mad at everybody, especially Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I think the coincidence of Mr. Junet, who I believe has a track record of saying things that should be said by Baba but should not be uttered by Baba. When you see the correlation between the clip he was putting and the words that Ruto was saying at almost the same time, I think if you are a good political student, you can almost know that Ruto is more angry to Uhuru Kenyatta than Raila Amolo Odinga. Anaposema wacha nikuonyeshe vile unaongoza, I mean, he is jealous of a few things that maybe we'll talk later on. But I like how the man Junet put the voice of Ruto today so that we can know what kind of man he is. Now, IBC need to come out straight. Sabina Chege said it, Moses Kuria said it, and now William Samoei Ruto himself has come out to say that when Uhuru had conceded in State House, the person who came and made sure that the election was stolen was William Samoei Ruto. Ruto has confirmed to us that the election was stolen because he asked the president, I thought you said you have everything covered. What happened? We want to know now. Now, Chebukati, if he was serious, when he sanctioned Sabina Chege to appear before that commission in regard to what she had said earlier, we want to know if Chebukati has the guts to call the DP and ask him what he meant by those words. Because those words are recorded. They are desperate words to show that they did not win an election. Something was supposed to be done, and that thing, Uhuru did not do it. And at the same time, Uhuru had already conceded and agreed that they had lost the election. But the way he disparages and despises the president of the Republic of Kenya is telling. He says, nilipokuja huko, sisi ni wazee, siwezi kukuambia alikuwa anafanya nini, but unajua alikuwa anafanya nini. You see, the kind of insubordination that Ruto has towards the seat that he is seeking tells you, if there is anybody to doubt that if Ruto became a president, he will not get out of the presidency, should listen to that clip. Ruto says you have the state power. You are the sitting president. How can you allow yourself to lose even though you know very well we don't have the votes. You must use the existing powers to make sure that you continue sitting on the presidency. That is what geared Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta the same day to go out in Nairobi and say that mimi nilikuwa rais mtarajiwa before, but you must know I am the sitting president. So we need to put those two clips today so that you can understand what Ruto told Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to tell us that day. He went to State House, as he had said, and found that Uhuru had given up, and Uhuru was ready to concede because he was not even called to State House. He said he stormed the State House. And after that, they had a rally in Nairobi. That is when Uhuru Kenyatta said, mimi sio rais mtarajiwa, mimi ndio rais. So we need to put those clips together so that you can understand that the mastermind of 2017, the bank election was not Uhuru Muigai. The buck falls at Chebukati, Ruto, and Chirchir. And for that matter, I think we should castigate them, continue to do everything in our capacity to criticize them and put them out there the way Junet did, so as the same things should not happen. Ruto has showed us their capacity, what they are supposed they did in 2017, and Chebukati, because he was complicit of it, he is fearful that the chicken are going to come home to roost because he's not out of the hook. He must tell us what happened in 2017. The servers have not been opened because clearly Raila Amolo Odinga won. So I'm glad what Ruto said today. Anataka kutuonyesha vile uongozi yuko, na uongozi wao ni wa conmanship, ni wa utapeli, na ni wa uongo. Asante sana.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate that. And I was having difficulties with my net. I think I'm now stable. Those animals are on my neck again, but I think I'm now well shielded. Sasa sijui tulikuwa tumefika wapi? Has Christine made her submission?
Yes.
Yes.
I've just made an opening speech. I'll make my submissions later.
Okay, thank you, Christine. The Richard.
I'm next.
Oh, you're next, Bwana Joshua. Endelea tafadhali.
Yes, thank you very much for this show. Actually, I'm really impressed with how things are moving on right now. And Ruto saizi, he has a big problem. I don't know how Ruto has this idea this time, because he has so many things to fight with. Number one, he has the issue to fight with, the issue of Gachagua, ambaye mpaka saizi anang'ana nayo. Ruto juzi anasema kuwa I want to arrest the president. Kidogo tena yesterday he came out and was trying to defend Uhuru again. Ruto tena kidogo tena mambo ya clip metokezea. Ruto want to fight with the issue of IBC. So Ruto at this time of an hour, where we only left with some few days, Ruto is fighting with so many things that is derailing him, which to us as AZIMIOans, we are very happy because now he's really struggling. Ruto is really struggling, and I'm telling you, Raila will beat Ruto with 80%. Hata mambo 7% inaona kama hata inaenda, because so many regions are now running away. Like already in Central, already people have started seeing that this man is a con man. Huyu jamani mtapeli, because he's trying to contradict himself. There are so many things that he's saying that he's contradicting himself. And then it's a one-man show. You realize during his manifesto, he did everything. Alifanya kila kitu mwenyewe, as compared to a manifesto ya AZIMIO, where Raila was inviting different kind of people to talk. But you see, for Ruto, he wanted to do it alone. So Ruto is a dictator. Is someone who wants to do things on his own. He doesn't want to devolve everything. So Ruto is really struggling, and right now he's really struggling. And I'm going to tell you that by the end of July, Ruto will have already lost even Central. The only place that he can only left with is only Bomet, Kericho, Usinigishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Nandi. Those are only those few counties. But there are many counties Ruto will have already lost. So Ruto is really struggling. That's why you see he has a lot of bitterness in him. He's really struggling. But I want to tell you that by the end of this month, Ruto is already gone. In Azimio today, campaign was nice, and I'm really happy that today Raila endorsed Wanga, and that enough. That alone is enough to tell us that Wanga is going to beat Kidero 10-0. At first, Raila was a little bit he feared. That's why he sent Martha Karua. But today, when Raila went there, he went and he had to hold the hand of Madam Wanga. That alone tells us that the ground is now shifting. I was there in that rally. And I want to tell you that now Wanga is going to beat Kidero. Kidero at first, he came out with the issue of money and he was trying to bribe people. But today, Raila stood and endorsed Wanga. So that alone confirmed to you that Wanga is going to beat Kidero. The only place that is a little difficult in Nyanza is only Migori, where a little bit Ochira Yako, the ground is not good as such, but we need to try our level best so that we can have, because I fear having this and other candidates in Nyanza is going to be a little problem. Like last time we had this mzee ambaye saizi anaenda huyu Obado. Obado has really disturbed Raila so much. So we want this time around, we don't want anything to do with Obado, because the people who are standing with Obado, who are standing with Ochila Yako, those who are appointment were Obado. So we want this time around that Raila appointment should just stand and we should elect the people who is going to work with. So I know that at this time of an hour, Azimio is moving on well, and likely by the end of this month tayari uchaguzi kwamba itakuwa umeisha. You heard what Matiang'i said. Alisema wakati alikuwa kwa Nyamaira, akasema kuwa hii uchaguzi imeisha, the only thing that you are waiting ni kumwapisha baba. That is Matiang'i who said in Kigusi. Alisema kuwa hii election imeisha, we are only waiting kumwapisha Raila. So election is over, we are just waiting tarehe 9 to endorse Raila. Raila will be our president. Thank you very much.
Asante sana bwana Joshua. Na kuna utatanishi kidogo mahali umesema kuhusu Migori. Umesema Achilo yako iko na Opado hapo, it didn't come out clearly. Please clarify there in half a minute or so.
Yeah, we have some appointment wa Obado ambaye one of them is Pesa and then the other one is Almas. Hao ni watu wa Obado ambao wameweka wanapigana na Uchila yako. Like Pesa is the one who has financed this Pesa. So there are the people who sometimes will find the ground najaribu kuenda kwa Pesa, which we don't want. We want that Uchila yako ndia win in Migori County, because Pesa ni mtu Obado. Dalmas pia ni mtu Obado. So they're trying to come so that they can split the vote.
Okay, thank you. That's now clear. We appreciate it. Let's keep on moving. Thank you so much on the comment section. Let's keep it clean. Respect is of high, courtesy a little courtesy won't hurt. So don't insult anybody. This is our country and this is our nation. Let's do what is right. And those of you who are viewing, please keep inviting others so that we can keep those numbers high. Let every Kenyan come and get what is required to know on our politics in order for them to be informed, armed, and dangerous come 9th August 2022. They'll be ready to elect their president, their governor, their senator, their women rep, their member of parliament, and their county assembly members. So please, let's not watch alone. Let's invite others to join. Innocent, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, members?
We are good. Go ahead.
Great. I'll quickly not repeat what others have said, but reaffirm what we have seen. And today we woke up, we saw the Daily Nation was having a story about how Ruto nearly slapped the president. And actually the clip now got into the public gallery, and now we have a moment to make an opinion about it. One, Mr. Ruto has always been saying that Raila does not wish to concede when he has lost. And from what we have heard now, it's clear that the president knew that they had lost the election. He was ready to leave. And like I always tell people, even right now, Mr. Kenyatta is not going to come back to any political process after leaving State House. He's ready to retire peacefully. It's only that this is a political moment. People will always say that, he's going home and he wants to cling to power. He's a man who is ready to go home, retire, and allow Kenya to move forward. And you have seen that they have always thrived on a skewed elections process, that they have always clung to it. And the only card that Ruto has, and the one that he's using to the mountain electorates, is that, you see, I was here, I supported Uhuru, and that is the only agenda he has. And he has planted, unfortunately, hatred seeds to most youths from such places. He's telling them that this is a moment we have to cling to what we started. You see, a leader can easily change his mind. President Kenyatta realized that, yes, I wanted to be the president of Kenya, but there are some mistakes we made, and he has tried to correct them. That is why he even said it publicly yesterday that me and you, we are done. Just move on. When he says that your wife, if he's taken, you find another one. So he was telling Mr. Ruto that our process came to an end. You should find a way to survive alone. So he's a man, like we always say, when you see someone is so emotional, reasoning flies away. Now saying things, when you look at them, you're like, what is this guy saying? Saying that he is best suited to lead this country. Saying that he has the capability to correct what has happened in the Jubilee government. And honestly, I don't think most people could be wrong when they told him that if you realize that this government is not working, it's not doing what you want, you don't prescribe to its ideals, just walk out. He didn't. He clung, and he wants everything, but he only wants to be associated to what is right. This is the moment that is trying to sell his manifesto, which he's not doing. He is not doing it because he did not even have a manifesto. He had a show. That could be a comedy show that he was giving us the other night. So what he only stands for right now is that I help the president, but since the president has moved on, I'm ready to fight him. The president has gone bare knuckles. He's telling him, I'm done with you. So Mr. Ruto should understand that we are bright, we understand who he is, and the nation is not going to allow him to continue with his hatred politics. The ones that he purports that is the only person who knows everything that is supposed to be done in Kenya. His politics is more of, sorry to say, that people follow Trump and Mike Pence. You have seen what Trump has been saying about Mike Pence. So probably it is now the reverse of it. It's Ruto who is now behaving the Trump's role. So he's making some noise. When you look at it and when you listen to him, you can truly see that he's a man who is lost. He has lost the plot, does not know what Kenya wants. He's only doing a catch-up politics. He does not even understand that the nation is in a crisis, the world is in a crisis. He's making statements, and unfortunately, there are people who follow him, and you could find them saying things like, we won the election, we did this, but eventually now, I think the clip gives some sort of evidence, and it's a moment for Chebukati to understand that the process that they ran what the Supreme Court pronounced by that time by nullifying that election has been now exposed. So he should ensure that his team works better and produces a fair process. Now, the AZIMIO campaigns. AZIMIO is a strong team. Baba is in HOMABAY, Mother is in NAIROBI. And you see, the other day we saw Ngilu leading another battalion in Coast. So this is an organized team. Their strength is seen. They're not a team that awaits someone to lead it. The team is full of leaders. Being the home stretch moment, I'm very happy what they're doing. They're combing several parts of this country. They're trying to ensure that no stone remains unturned. And this time the rallying call is, let's get out and vote, because by voting we are going to ensure that we give our country a better tomorrow. I don't subscribe to those who say that even if we vote, these leaders are the same. They are not the same. They are not the same. We have seen even the gubernatorial candidates we have, the leaders that we elected, how they have performed. Others have done so well, others have fallen flat. So this election is not like the other exercise. You say that whether we elect this person or we don't, it's going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. Kenya needs to have better leaders, and God has given us an opportunity to have the AZIMIO side, which is led by Mr. Raila. And I hope that if we do that, we'll be able to ensure and restore our nation's values and allow Kenya to grow as other nations. So it's only 36 days.
Thank you,
and
Innocent.
we ask thank you so much.
Time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Innocent. We appreciate your givings. Let me clear this on the comment section. The UDA fanatics, if I will call you by that name, take your time. If you don't have a point to argue on this platform, go and massage the ego of your leader elsewhere. We are not here to massage anybody's ego or ratify what is obviously out of order. So if you think that we have blocked you from the screen, we have not. We are sharing the link in the public. If you have a point, come and share it here. If you don't have it, insulting other participants in the show is not going to help you. If you want us to say something positive about William Ruto, show us what that positive thing is. We are talking about the leadership of this country. We are not talking about rewarding somebody for his foolish moves and his uncontrolled appetite for power. I have stood here and said over and again, William Ruto is not a match to Raila Odinga. They are not even competitors. William Ruto overrates himself. And right now, let me put it to you point blank. William Ruto is fighting for second position against Wajakoya. Full stop. Raila left him a long time ago. He's far miles ahead. It doesn't matter what you do right now. Scream on top of the house, jump around, insult people. It will change nothing. The position right now that is up for grab is the number 2, which is Wajakoya may just pull the surprise for your information. And your man will be number 3. So relaxini, mwache mchezo. And when it comes to the leadership of this country, we don't play around with it. We are not going to give it to a novice. I'm a church minister, and in the church we are against giving novice leadership. Born again, yes. Speaking in tongues, yes. Reading Bible, yes. But as long as you are novice, you are not exercised, you are not matured, you cannot be given leadership. William Ruto has demonstrated he's immature, irresponsible, and cannot be given the leadership of this country. In fact, Chebukati was lenient on him to clear him. He was not supposed to be cleared. So take it easy. Thank you. Wapi huyu anaitwa Tom? Tom, ni zamu yako, tafadhali unmute na tuende moja kwa moja, tulinde wakati dakika 2-3. Usikae ufanye lecture tafadhali. Thank you. Tom, endelea kuongea tafadhali. Unaona kuna shida na net, kama unanisikiza kuna shida na audio yako, hatukupati. Toa earphone na usonge karibu na microphone. Toa earphone kwa simu. Pole. Audio yako ikuji through. Just I will try again. Just get out when you restart your phone from the beginning and try again, because we can't hear anything from your end. WG vipi?
Salama boss. Habari ya leo?
Niko salama, siku nyingi.
Tuko, asante sana, tuko.
Karibu.
Thank you. So yeah, I have very little today, and you've just spoken very weighty words in a span of less than a minute, and it was the truth flowing. And I've also stated earlier here that William Ruto, being if we went to details, he was not a man to make it to the ballot. I stated it last time I was here because of his previous moves that he did since 2013 to date. However, now that he is there, I just wanted to say something briefly about his comments on or his exchange with the president. I don't know why who advises William Ruto, but if I was him, I wouldn't get into the president so much, because I'm looking around and to find if that will in any way add into his votes, and I'm not seeing anything there, because if his competitor is Raila Odinga, why he is obsessed with or why UDA is so much obsessed with Uhuru Kenyatta as a person and as a head of state, it beats my the logic actually, because even in Central, if he attacks Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, how does it add to the votes? Countrywide, if he attacks the president, how will it add the votes in Western, in Nyanza, and anywhere else? I'm not seeing. So whoever is advising the UDA, and mainly the deputy president, I don't know. They must be misleading him. So these are his attacks on the president is uncalled for and unnecessary. That is all that I wanted to observe for today. Maybe I may have some times later on.
Thank you very much. I think there should be an assigned doctor to one Dr. William Ruto to help him understand the 2022 elections. Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the ballot, and so he should run against his challenger. And the main challenger he has right now is one Wajakoya. I'm not campaigning for Wajakoya, but Wajakoya has pulled a good challenge for one William Ruto. And if William Ruto does not take care, he's going to be flawed by one Wajakoya. He should concentrate on his opponents, not dragging everybody, blame everyone for everything. That, in my understanding, is immature. That's not a demonstration of leadership. Leadership is is proven by taking responsibility, owning up. Whether something is wrong or right, you own it up. You don't transfer blame. The moment you transfer blame, you transfer leadership. When Adam ate the wrong fruit given by the wife, God came and asked Adam, Adam, where are you? He did not say, Eve, Eve, where are you? Why? He never left responsibility to Eve. So when he came back, he did not ask Eve questions. He asked the person he left responsible. And the day Adam said, it's the woman you gave me that gave me the fruit and I did eat, that's when he lost leadership. So a blamer of every other person has already lost leadership. He's not looking for it. He can't get it. So Kenyans, get it straight. William Ruto knows he has no chance with these elections. That's why he's coming up with this slogan of, oh, freedom is coming tomorrow. Oh, all this, which freedom is coming from? The word freedom and William Ruto cannot meet in the same sentence. Not historically, not currently, not futuristic. He needs to look for something that looks like him. Like corruption shall be legalized tomorrow. That can be, that can, I mean, it's a better argument. It is a better argument, and it can suit his campaign. He will get all his corrupt people to support him. So like Wajakoya is trying to legalize or ask for legalization of something that is delegalized. It's okay to discuss it. So he should come up with something that looks like him. He's not a freedom fighter. He's not a revolutionary leader. He has no agenda for this country other than that he wants to be president. We don't owe presidency to William Ruto. We didn't promise it to him. If Uhuru promised it to him, Kenyan presidents belong to all Kenyans, and all Kenyans have a say. So let everybody understand that one William Ruto is unfit for any leadership. Ata cattle deep chairman atoshi unga. Kwa nini? Kwa matendo na maneno ambayo amesema. Anataka kuzungusha Wakenya hivi, anafikiria Wakenya ni watoto. It doesn't work that way. Even headmaster wa shule sione akitoboa. Just one primary school in my village. I don't think William Ruto is able to handle that. He will blame the teachers, blame the students, blame the cockroaches, blame the hyenas. Give me something better, please. And then those who are saying we are biased on this channel. We are not biased. We are factual. We demand what is valid, what can be leaned on, what can be trusted. This is not a debate of a man is better than a woman or a farmer is better than a teacher. So if you're thinking that is the kind of debate we are having, that's why you missed it. Here you come and air your views based on the way you see the politics of the day, who is carrying the day and why. So it's just like we met on the marketplace and we began to talk. It had nothing to do with the debate that, this one is better than the other. Would have written Ruto is better than Raila. Then it becomes a debate where we have UDA to defend and the AZIMIO to oppose. That is not it. So judge this program based on valid information. If you don't know anything, ask. Don't rush into conclusion. Link tunashare kwa comment hapo. Ukitaka kama uko na point kuja studio. Ukijaribu upate imejaa, endelea kujaribu. This show runs for almost 10 hours every day. So if you miss the first hour, try the second hour, the third hour. You will be lucky to get in and air what you feel. But as at now, let us keep it factual. 36 days to go. If you have the numbers, we'll see them. If you don't have the numbers, try and at least preserve the ones you have, because the kind of embarrassment you're going to suffer, it will be world record breaking. Mr. Njuguna, how are you today? Mr. Njuguna, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Sorry, you unmute just once. You are muted back. Just unmute once, then. Just don't panic. Just click on that crossed mic once. Then when it opens up, you speak up. Okay. You seem to have a challenge. There you go. Oh, God. Sorry, there is something wrong with your configuration, I suspect. Geoffrey Ochieng, your device is not well configured. We can add you to the studio. Bwana Njuguna, inaonekana kuna shida na maandalizi ya kifaa chako. There you go. Speak up now.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
very much, and thank you very much. And I want to first of all to congratulate Today TV for this educative and very informative discussion that you people hold here. Yeah, sometimes when I'm unable to join you because of some video situation where I'm in, but I'm always following what you are saying, and I'm very, very, very grateful. Thank you very much. I think I'll be very, very, very quick because I don't want to take much of your time. And first of all, I would like to probably go back to 2013, 2017. And the share of the Uhuru Ruto government. And it's all very, very clear to everybody that these people share this government 50%. And this is because of, we know what happened in 2008, 2007, 2008 elections. And the aftermath of that war, of that problem, and the event of the two going to the Hague. So they were kind of enjoyed in a kind of, I would say, an umbilical cord. So that brought them so close together, and that's why they share the government 50-50. But I can say here without a shadow of doubt that William Samuel Ruto had looked further than Uhuru. And he looked at, because they had agreed Uhuru would be the president and Ruto being the deputy. Ruto knew very well in future that he would be the president of the exit of Uhuru. And what he did is that, being a very corrupt person as he is, during the year of the government, he took some of the very lucrative ministries that could breed corruption. And one of those, it was agriculture, it was energy, and it was among them, it was the treasury. And since they took over the government, the only thing that kept Ruto very, very, very busy was how to raise billions and billions to fund his current campaign. That's why he had put in various places in the government his appointments. And I don't need to repeat, I don't need to name them. They are very well known. And that's so there are people who have been collecting money on his behalf for his campaign. So that's why Ruto was able to campaign early from 2017, from 2018. In fact, he started very soon after the election, and soon after the second part of the election, that's when Ruto started campaigning. And he was campaigning because he had taken some view that if he took out the mountain pass, the presidency was for him for the taking. So he had, and this is somebody who had believed in corruption. So he knew if he bought some various members of parliament from the central, like obviously it's well known that that's what he did, he will have his presidency for the grab. So that is one person that we know. I think the other person is what is currently on the newspaper, that this is a gentleman who wanted to slap the president. What does that tell you? You know, God has got so many ways of revealing who you are, and this is one of them. The God is telling us this somebody who can be able to slap the president is somebody that you're not taking as your president, because he's going to be in charge of the military. He's going to be in charge of the police. He's going to have all the instruments of power. So, who is going to say no to this man? There's nobody, because he's going to instill fear in everybody, because that's what dictators do. They instill fear to everybody that you cannot question them. You can't, because you know what is the consequence. You know what the consequence if you say no, or that's not the way to go. And this is God telling us, you Kenyans, use your God I've given you. Don't go for this man. Don't go for him. Otherwise, you rest this parish. Perish all of you. That's the other thing. And the other thing is I would like to say is the court is running bankrupt, as one of the panelists said. He's running bankrupt because of all the money he has stolen. This man, to me, he has started hearing some voices. There are voices which are coming to his head. And that's why he's able to utter these words and he's feeling himself, so that we can see who he is. And by conclusion, I want to say, we Kenyans, we should be forewarned. We should be forewarned. If we want to take back our country, we must do the right thing, and we vote for the right person, and that is Baba na Mama. I conclude my case, and thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Jiguna, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Tunasonga mbele, and if you have made your submission or you have made your opening remarks and you feel you've got some time, you can drop out so that other people come in, and then you will come in later. Don't be, you are not under hostage to stick in the studio because we can only hold 10 people at a time. So when we stick in here, we will only be 10 of us and no one else will be added. So please, let's be lenient to those who want to join so that they can also get an opportunity to air what they feel and think about our politics. There is Geoffrey Mwingai. I suspect this is the Geoffrey Ruto who has been on this channel. He has changed his name and is doing the same miracles. He keeps playing around, posting one thing over and over again. Last warning, please style up. You don't own Kenyans. William Ruto does not. And I will speak because I'm a lawyer and I come from Western Kenya. The Western Kenya vote is not with William Ruto. You are deceiving yourself. Go and ask one DVD. Take him for a cup of coffee or that thing he drinks, and he will tell you the truth, that he has no control over Western. He cannot deliver it. Even if you put a gun on his head, he has no capacity to deliver it to one William Ruto. Secondly, William Ruto being sold in Western Kenya is an impossible mission right now. Go and ask Halwale. He would tell you the truth, that if he wants the Senate seat, he's now campaigning for Baraza. Baraza is ODM. So what are you talking about? Which part of Western Kenya is with Ruto? Nothing. So this thing, you know, kuna hii group ya online ya watu wa Ruto ya kuclaim they have 10 million votes waiting for them somewhere. Sijui wameweka kwa gunia gani wapi. Wataenda tu kukast mara moja na pap wako na 10 million votes. You don't have those votes. Go and look for them. They are nowhere. They are not on the ground. They are not in the server. They are not in the mountain. They are not in Rift Valley. I was so happy that we have AZIMIO, One Kenya, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance office in Nandi. I'm so happy. And I want those offices multiplied everywhere so that you understand that Kenyan politics cannot be left in the hand of one dictatorial man who wants the presidency at all cost. And he has nothing else in his mind but wanting to be president. You don't get the president because you want it. Does the country need William Ruto to be president? I don't think so. Do Kenyans do that? I don't think so. And I don't think there is any person who wants to go to the booth and vote in somebody who the country does not need. In my opinion, we don't need William Ruto's leadership. He has demonstrated he doesn't have one to offer this country. Bwana Samuel, karibu.
Asante sana. Ninachangia kutoka Kajiado. Ninataka kusema ninafurahi sana kwa vile Azimio ina trend. Azimio inafanya jambo mzuri sana. Na ninataka tu kuongelelea maneno ya Bwana William Ruto. Bwana William Ruto ameingia serikalini tangu 2013 na kwa kizungu tunasema is a rhetorical liar. He has been there for 10 years, but no any concrete or tangible project or any evidence that he can tell us, especially as youth. The first time when they get into power, they promise us a number of things, 1 million jobs, and us as youth, hatujaiona hizo kazi zake, kazi milioni moja. So that man is a rhetorical liar, completely a liar. And stadiums, laptops, siasa yake ni haina msingi kabisa. Anatudanganya na hawezi enda mahali. Ninafurahi sana vile baba ametengeneza team zake, especially to counties, amedistribute counties. Mama Ngilu namuona anapiga kampeni mzuri. Homabay leo ilikuwa imeimarika mzuri sana. Na nina uhakika kabisa Azimio tunaibuka tena. Ni vile nimesikia wenzangu wakisema hapo tunapata 80, not 70, more than 80. I know we can deliver because Ruto has a loose focus, and the worst part of him, alichukua Gachagua. Gachagua hapo alipoteza time, alipoteza kabisa dira. Anapo hata ongea anampotezea Ruto, hata kama alikuwa na kura 10 amepotea kila mahali anaongea, kwa sababu Gachagua ako na history mbaya hata huko kwao kwenyewe. And I'm also very happy the way the Kenya Kwanza, they're very confused, leading from Kuria side. Kuria yeye ni mtu lazima ataongea, anawaharibia kura. We are very happy. We know that they won't make. I'm very happy to join this channel, and I know that I as Azimio, we are going to make it. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Samuel, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na mtazamo wako, na tutasonga mbele tukilinda muda ili kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kusema mawili matatu. Na ukitupata, kwa wale ambao mnatazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Like everybody that we are on right now, discussing Kenyan politics, and we seek to get to the bottom of every issue so that come 9th August 2022, you are making an informed decision by electing your MCA, your member of parliament, your women rep, your senator, your governor, and your president. Don't do anything because you are told. Make sure that you have reason why you believe that particular person is able to deliver given the responsibility. Don't recycle leaders who have failed us. Don't recycle people who have not performed. They are 5 term. I went to school when school was still school. If you did not make the mark, you repeated the class. And it didn't matter how many times you repeated until you passed to move to the next class. And I believe we need to go back to that kind of learning or education process. But this business of nisukumie huyu, anazeeka nisukumie huyu. Tunaona vile vitu tumesukuma sasa zimeanza kutufuata huku mbele, zinatuletea matatizo katika inji. Zinataka sasa tukubali kila kitu. Ati kazi ni kazi. it doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. You will not go to the juakali person to take care of you when you are sick. Wewe ni mgonjwa, wamwambia kazi ni kazi, basi twende hapa kwa mtu achomelea akuangalie kwa sababu mguu inakuuma. Si atachoma huo mguu na welding. Please. Asante. Lakini bwana JB vipi? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay.
Good. You're welcome.
Yes, asante sana. Nashukuru sana kuwa kwenye show leo. Ni mara yangu ya kwanza. Niko Afrika Kusini, napigia kura Pretoria kwa embassy. Na napigia AZIMIO. Ni vizuri niseme vyema na peupe kabisa. Mimi ni mchungaji na niko na shida kidogo tu kwa ile nimeona SUPKEM. SUPKEM wametolewa na ile organization yao ya Wakristo na Waislamu kwa sababu wanalaumu Waislamu kwamba Waislamu wamemwalika Martha kwenye mkutano yao wa kumsifia. Sasa mimi nashangaa kama mchungaji kuwa kwamba Wakristo fulani wameungana wakasupport sana UDA mpaka wakakuwa nyumbani kwake, alafu wakampatia madhabahu yeye kuuza sera zake. Juzi nimeona kwa TV hapo, sijui ni Kiduraya ama ni wapi, theme ya service Sunday ilikuwa ya Ruto. Lakini hawa wenzetu ambao ni wa kanisa wakalaumu Waislamu kwa sababu Waislamu wamekaribisha Martha, na upande huu mwingine hao wenyewe wamefanya vile vile Waislamu walisupport Martha. But apart from that one, ningependa kuongea kuhusu ya hali ya Ruto leo. Kwa ile clip ambayo tumeisikia inashangaza sana, lakini vile umekuwa ukisema kwenye show for some time na presenters na wenzetu kwenye show, mmekuwa mkisema kwamba nia ya deputy president sio nzuri na anaweza kuwa leader miaka fulani inayokuja, lakini kwa sasa hivi vile umesema pale hatoshi mboga. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu kuna kitu fulani ameficha ndani ambayo Wakenya wengi hawajui. Ni kama ile paka imeficha makucha, masimba imeficha makucha, itawakamata tu wakati ishakaa kwenye kiti. Kwa sababu kusema mambo kama hayo imeshtuka sana. Mwenyewe nimeshangaa kuona hiyo clip na najua Kenya wengi wameshangaa. Hii inaonyesha wazi kwamba huyu ndugu ni ndugu ambaye anatumia the weakest link ya Kenya kama kanisa ili apate power. Vile alikuwa amesema kwa clip fulani pale, anataka kwanza power ndio afix Wakikuyu na mambo ambao wako shida nao na Wakikuyu mashamba. He is now coming out rightly. Na inanikumbusha ndoto ambayo nilipata 2018 nikiwa State House kwa ndoto, na nikaona Raila, nikaona Kalonzo, siko na Mudavadi, siko na mtu mwingine, siko na rais. Nikamuuliza Ruto kwa ndoto, mbona umeua President Uhuru? Mbona umeua President Uhuru? Hakunijibu, nikaamuka. Sasa hii mambo inajitokea kuonyesha kwamba kweli intention ya mwenzetu DP haijakuwa safi, na hiyo ndio kitu yafaa Wakenya waone. Na nashukuru Mungu, it is coming out open on TV, social media. Mtiambai TV, you are doing it, and thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, and everybody online. Thank you so much. But it is coming out at the right time that we may be able to educate our people, that if we do not play right now, take this opportunity like 202 to wake a president ambaye anakomaa na ana inji ndani ya moyo wake, tumweke kwenye kiti. We are going to be in a hole that maybe in 20 years we can't come out. That's my submission for today, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I will be waiting to get another opportunity to kuchangia tena. Asante.
Asante sana mtumishi JB Malala. Tunashukuru, karibu tena na tutaendelea kujumuika pamoja. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike. Kuna kitu ambacho kimekuwa ni something that I'm sure that it looks like one deputy president wanted to take advantage of the church. But there has come a kind of judgment against that, because you cannot buy the church, buy God's people, and God lets you get away with it. It doesn't work. From the past, the previous leaders, they had regard for church, they had regard for God. They never misused God the way Deputy President and his team have misused God and the church for their political purpose, to a level whereby now they think by flashing money for the church, they can get away with it. God of heaven does not take that lightly. You may bribe the bishops, you may bribe the apostles and the other teachers, but the God who is the owner of the church will come for you. And I suspect he has come for somebody. I don't want to say more than that.
Bernard,
well, thank you.
Kidogo tu. Bishops
Yes,
ya
Mama.
Uganda, kidogo tu. Bishops ya Uganda waliungana na Museveni, and God forbid, about 8 bishop ya makanisa kubwa Uganda walijaribu kutupa ile inaitwa nini, tuturi, sile sa white. Baada ilirudi yote chini. Na sasa hawa mabishop walikuwa wameungana na Museveni kuua Ugandans. All of them wamekufa moja kwa kutumia jina ya Mungu ama kanisa kutenda dhambi. Hiyo tu nilitaka, kwa sababu najua watu wengi waliona.
Thank you, Mama Selena. So it is
Bernard, but
it can
you
look...
also...
Hold on.
Bernard, okay.
Yes.
I also wanted to remind Mama Selena, dakika moja, just less than a minute, is that even our bishops, our own bishops here, how many, those who have been very close to the deputy president, you remember, and who have been feasting from his table so much, many of them have passed on as we speak.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. And I just wanted to say that it may look like you have bought everything and everything is working out according to your plan. But there is something about God that is mysterious. The Bible says there is no wisdom, there's no counsel against the Almighty. It may seem like you have cornered him. It may look like you have done everything according to plan and nothing will go wrong. But there is no searching to his understanding. He will pull out something that will mess you big time. If you don't believe that, go and ask a man called Pharaoh. He had everything according to plan. He wanted to bring Israel back to bondage. Jehovah led him on, coming. He got to the Red Sea. The ground was dry. They got in. They were getting as close as possible, not knowing that God is ushering them to get inside, all of them. And no sooner were they inside than the water carried them down. So we must be careful on this matter. And one deputy president, he needs to go slow if he wants to have a future. But to the best of my knowledge, he has gone too far. He has gone too far. Right now, hata watu wa church wakimwita sahi kumpatia advice, I will not be surprised akiwatukana. I will not be surprised. That is my observation. And church leaders like me, please, let's be careful. Be having the responsibility to carry on the responsibility of guiding people in the truth requires that you hold it as a serious responsibility, because you stand between eternity, okay, eternity with God or eternity in hell. You have that key with you. Don't allow one person to come and use it for his own personal benefit. Let's stand on the side of what is good not what is evil. Don't support what is evil because you've been bought or you've been purchased. No. Do what is right. It may not be popular, it may not be celebratable, but it will stand the test of time. That in the history books of this great nation, it will go down that you stood for what is right, you stood for what is just, you stood for what was for the future of our great nation. Our children's children should be what is consuming us right now, not somebody's ambition. Thank you very much. I think enough on that. Tumulete Mama Kelin. Mama Kelin, good to see you. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, nimekuja tena. Ni network. Sometimes it is poor. So I just try to enter. When I listen outside, it is clear. But when I enter, it disturbs. So mimi submission yangu, I just want to tell Ruto. Huyu Ruto, he look like he's confused. Anauza sera kama mtumba. I saw him today. I saw him today in Meru. He looked like he's in the market, open market, where he sell mutumba. He's shouting like a crazy person, haeleweki. So one thing I want to tell Ruto with his supporters, our AZIMIO bot is already full and has started the journey. Tuko tu kwa maji, tunaokota wale wanaogelea. Those one who are failing in water, they are not able to float. Hao ndio tunaokota. But our boat is very full and we are going. So Ruto should keep in mind that he will never and never fail the dynasty. That even the Bible say, you will only fail what you compensated in his rise. Kama hakushughulika kuwainua wale dynasty, he will never fail them, no matter how much he try. It is God who put them there, and he will never fail them, never and never. So even if we try, he will never fail them. We say, when you can't beat them, you just join them. And that is why Ruto joined Moi. He came and joined Raila. They fight Moi, they fight Kibaki. He has come and joined Uhuru to become dynasty. You know, Ruto now has become dynasty, so he want to fight dynasty. Dynasty can only fight another dynasty. Because we can't beat them, we join them for them to help us to become dynasty. You know, Ruto joined them to become where he is. And because they helped Ruto to reach where he is, they can decide to get him back where they get him because they have power. They are them who put them here, where he is right now. Even the Bible say, you can only fail whoever you make him rise. So if they helped Ruto to be deputy president, they can as well take him back to where they picked him. So Ruto, aende pole pole, he will never even become leader. He has destroyed everything. We know he might be, maybe his children's who will never know the history. But now he destroyed everything. Ameharibu kila kitu. He will never even appear around leadership because everybody now has known his true color. We know how he wants to lead. We know the anger he is having. So we can't put Kenya in such a hands. Those who think they can fail dynasty, let us join dynasty, we come there. Hata Ruto akiwadanganya kwamba we want dynasty to fall, it will never fall. He joined them to become deputy. And so how will he fight the two dynasty now? They are together too. He came together with one to get that power, and he now fighting the two dynasty who has the interest of Kenyans at heart. So we just join them. They pull us up as we come to our dynasty. That is my submission. Thank you.
Asante sana Mwalimu, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Siasa ni wanasema siasa ni karata lakini lazima siasa pia ni maisha, na tukicheza lazima tusicheze tukielewa kwamba zinahusu maisha ya Wakenya. Unajua kuna vile watu wanaenda kucheza siasa wakifikiria kwamba siasa inawahusu hao. Hii siasa inahusu maisha ya Wakenya, na kama utaweka masilahi ya Wakenya mbele utachanganyikiwa. Ndio sasa maneno yamechacha kwa sababu William Ruto na timu yake wameweka kuwa rais kuwa ni kitu cha muhimu kuliko mtu yeyote na kuliko kitu chochote. That is not the way to go about leadership. I always say that if you are sleeping in the house and there is a bang on the door and you are the man of the house, you don't go direct to confront the bang on the door until you have secured your wife and children in safety. There's no need, because you don't know what you're going to meet. And the most important thing is you protect the people in the house first, and then you go and confront the enemy at the door. You don't just begin to fight aimlessly. Any fight that is not geared towards safeguarding lives is a wrong fight. It's uncalled for us fight. And so let's be sober about this. Let's ensure that we inform other Kenyans to be aware. I have asked this question here before, that when did Ruto become rich? Was it trickle down or was it bottom up? If trickle down made him rich, why doesn't he want also us to be made rich using the same system? Now he wants to turn it upside down and say now bottom up will work faster and will do miracles. If trickle down made him rich, we also want to be rich the same way he became rich. The only problem I have is that there's no book, there is no script, there is no what is it called? Any writing anywhere on how Ruto moved from rags to riches. We want to study that in our universities. We want to study that in our schools. How chicken selling can make you billionaire. If that book is not written, those billions, we are coming for them. Mama na baba wamesema na tunawaamini. Bob, Papa Azimio, vipi leo?
Jambo. Bernard, how are you?
I'm well.
Nashukuru kwa nani, namuona Mama Sali pale. Kuna WG, hii WG ndio sijui ni initial gani. Naona mzee Alex alikuwa amepotea sana. Jambo Alex. Kuna JB. JB Malala. Malala, are you a brother to Mondi? Yes. Anyway, thanks a lot for this opportunity. I'm glad to be with you guys. Yesterday was a very eventful day in the political scene. We had one gentleman who we got some clip on how he can get his adrenaline that high. Hey, hii mambo imekuwa ngumu. I didn't know these things can be this difficult. You know, at this rate, I wonder the people who will be around the DP after the people have spoken on 9th of August, because clearly there is that guy needs to be given. You know, there are some drugs normally somebody is given to try and cool down anxiety. He needs to see a shrink. because the way he's behaving is not normal for a leader who is looking for the top job of the land, and he seemed to have a history of going for anything, anywhere, anytime, at all costs. That is a very bad trait, and it is unfortunate that we didn't get this kind of information early enough. I'm sure even the legislators who are opposing the president from his own backyard would have definitely initiated some kind of impeachment, because this is not a gentleman that can be trusted with power. He is telling us that Uhuru atulie, amuoneshe vile kufanya kazi. What is the meaning of that statement? That statement is very loaded, considering and coming from the background of the phone conversation that was played in public. It is a very dangerous statement. And when you look at it, the events of yesterday in the morning at the church in Meru, I am a very disappointed Kenyan, and I hope many Kenyans are disappointed. More so, I am disappointed because I'm Catholic, that whatever happened in Meru is something I've never seen. And I don't think even any other church would allow the kind of charade that went on in Meru. The kind of language, the street language that what do you call him, the Gachagua used. How do you even utter a word like the middle finger in church? It is the worst thing you can ever think. Those are words that are used by juveniles, some young fellows who are, I just cannot believe it. That Martha Karua showed Bernard, is that normal? Because for a grown-up, a legislator, somebody who should be commanding some kind of respect, and the father or the bishop who was there, how can he allow somebody to use that kind of language at the pulpit? Unless I'm the only one who is trying to put setting some standards of that nature, but it was the worst thing that can ever happen to a house of God. It is very demeaning. I feel very sad about it. Nevertheless, we cannot keep on crying about that fellow. We must move on, because I think there's too much pressure on their side. They cannot see how they're trying to see how they can grab this leadership of the land, and they have looked at the avenues that they used previously, and it's like they are blocked. Because recently, when the chief agent for AZIMIO, the presidential candidate, mentioned that in a tweet that there are people who in IBC who are in collusion with the UDA and are planning something on to do with elections electronically, that it was active, but they are being neutralized. That tells you that somebody has touched a raw nerve. The kind of makasiriko, it is not out of the blue, and you cannot tell me that the statement that the president made yesterday has kept this bile, going over the top. It is something to do with the avenues that they planned to use to steal that have been neutralized. And that is why they are behaving like that. They are on a losing streak. I don't think they will recover. Let them waanze kuzoea mapema sana ya kwamba Raila ndio atakuwa rais wetu wa tano. I'm talking about Martha. Now, let me go to Martha. Martha is really doing a good job. That was a masterstroke by AZIMIO to choose Martha, and she's making the UDA team have sleepless nights totally. And the job she's doing, she's really galvanizing our vote. And the best we can do is to give her all the support she needs, so that we can seal this thing on the 9th with at least 70% or thereabouts. Finally, now what else was there on the menu? Oh yes, just a minute. Now, finally, there is something that I need. This is a question I want to put across to Bernard. Bernard, I watched a certain news clip, and the deputy president has clearly, given the hierarchy in his government. And the first on the list, it's him, and then Gachagua, and he has said that Kithure Kindiki is the third in command. Now I'm wondering, Bernard, what is happening to your kingsman, Mr. Mudavadi and Weta? I thought they were partners in that amorphous coalition of Kenya Kwanza. Why are you embarrassing yourselves this way? Bernard, you need to come out and make a statement as an elder from that.
Wait, Papa, I have already responded to that. Okay, we have emphasized on this platform. There is no Kenya Kwanza. There is UDA. Okay, and our brothers that we donated to UDA should just wear yellow. Should forget this other white and green. It's not there. Let them go and wear yellow and decide, accept to mop the floor for others to sit on it. Hiyo ni kazi walikubaliana, ni kama ndoa ishafanyika imefanyika, mambo ndio hayo, kila mtu avumiliane, waishi. But as far as them having a stake in the Kenya Kwanza government, they don't have. So, huku waona kwa manifesto walikuwa questionnaires. Wote walikuwa na hoji mkubwa.
Hata nimewachia hapo, wacha niruhusu mzee Mike ameingia hapa tupatie habari nzuri zaidi. Asante.
Thank you. Asante Papa. Tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako, na asante sana kwa Wakenya wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili wamakinike pamoja nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Usitazame peke yako, na hata ukiwa ndani ya studio pia endelea kukaribisha. Share in your Facebook groups, share in WhatsApp groups, share in every whatever social media platform that you are familiar with, so that as many people as possible can join. And if you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. If you are not following us on Facebook, please do so, because those are the 3 channels that we go live on, all the 3. Mtembei TV Facebook, Mtembei TV official profile, then there is Mtembei TV on YouTube. And those who can be members, please join, because we are working out plans to see to it that we have people that are committed to this channel. I want to see the future of this channel developing and becoming a household name as it already is, and is able to sustain itself to do what it's supposed to do. We are drawing out a plan on how we'll be able to report the results for the elections. We are putting up contacts around the country so that they'll be able to get raw news, just like the one you get every day from here, from Bunge la Wananchi. You get raw news from Mushinaka Ingo, reporting to you the number of votes that came in, not something that has been sieved and massaged and polished for you to hear. We want it raw, right from the mouth of the horse. Thank you very much. On the comment section, asanteni sana. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba kama kuna uchafu unasafishwa huko kwa comment section. Kuna watu ambao wamekataa kutumia akili, wanataka kutusi kila mtu, na matusi yao ni mabaya sana. tafadhali watu kama hao ukiwaona usiwaache tafadhali. Report them to me so that we clear them. We will clear all the bushes so that we have a clean country that can be entrusted with the future of our children and our children's children. Bwana Mike, habari ya leo?
Salama Bernard, habari ya jioni. Nimejaribu kuingia nikitoka, lakini nimefanikiwa dakika ya mwisho.
Karibu.
Habari my
mimi
kinsman Papa. I wanted to first of all respond to Papa before I make my submission.
Please do.
It is you and me who think Mudavadi was cheated or was shortchanged. But Mudavadi is fully aware of the contract and the agreement they had. Outside sisi ndo tunafikiria mtu amechezwa. Mudavadi basically sold ANC to UDA at a fee with a promise of a position that is neither here nor there. And Ruto didn't lie when he said Kindiki would be the third in command, because Kindiki is going to be the Speaker of National Assembly, and constitutionally that is the office that takes over in case the other two are incapacitated or God forbid they pass on. So Ruto has not lied to anybody. Ni sisi ndo tulitumiwa kudanganywa kwamba watu wetu wameenda kututetea. Those people took us wakatuweka kwa gunia, and they used us to bargain for their stomachs, and they have what they got. And there's nothing they're expecting, by the way. Even if they are not given any seat, the agreement is very clear. Mudavadi cannot raise 70%. So in short, he was told that you take this money. The other one is for the optics that we shall make use so and so. But the long and short of it is that Mudavadi and Wetangula, they are going through their last careers, their last days in their career as politicians. You shall not hear them anymore after 2022. Save for Wetangula, who has taken who has been smart enough to take an option to have his foot on one side and another. So that is it, Papa. Don't argue with me on this one. I can tell you it. To the issues of the day. To the issues of the day. Bernard, in the next 30 days, we are going to hear a lot of truths being given in bits, and it is very well calculated, of course, from the system. They are going to tell us who Ruto is, and for who he really is, and for what he stands for. And this will be coming in bits. It will appear as leaks, as rumors, but it will be unfolding in doses, to the extent that by the time we are by the end of this month, Kenyans will have been given so much that they look at Ruto and they wonder who this man is, because these are the things that Uhuru has been holding back to tell us why he's not comfortable with his brother, who he says he had promised 10 years. You see, when you promise somebody something and he negates on the agreement, you are not bound by it, even in a contract. There are exit clauses in a contract. A contract cannot be sealed and say whatever comes. There are always exit clause that allows you to come out in case certain conditions are not met. And I think in this case, Uhuru is going to prove to Kenyans that certain things happened in between that made him think twice. So we are going to see more of that, Bernard. And Kenyans will have a very clear distinction between the two people who to choose. There'll no longer be a thin line of saying, I don't know. Like there was a lady who came a while ago, I think you are not in, and she told us that she's torn between two people. The choices of Uhuru, of Raila and Ruto cannot be an issue of being torn between two people. It is just as clear as day and night. You cannot pretend to be confused on who to choose between the two, because one stands for very clear values and the other one stands for very clear vices that nobody in their right mind could want to be associated with. So in the next 36 days, we are going to see things working even better for Raila and Martha. I shared on in a group, Martha will be a discussion before and after election, because she has brought in a different kind of energy in our politics, a different kind of behavior, culture in politics that we are going to live with for the next phase of our politics. Those people who don't know, Martha has a very deep Kikuyu accent. She says Haro and AZIMIO, and people picked that, and it became very fashionable. Somebody would have thought that she was being cajoled or laughed at for her deep home accent, but capes are being printed with those words. T-shirts are being sold left, right, center, and central with those words. It is everything Martha does is good for the public. If she coughs, it becomes fashionable. If she trips and falls, people might think it's a fashion, and everybody will be walking the street and they're tripping to show that they are in agreement with whatever Martha does. So I'm in a good place. I'm happy for what is happening, Bernard. I'd want to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana Mike. Bob, ulikuwa unataka kuchallenge Mike on what? Quickly in half a minute.
Now, yeah, Mike, I just wanted to ask you, now that you're talking about the contract, with the UDA, I thought it was something that was being chief minister is like being a prime minister. He was supposed to be the third in command. Why would he relegate him to a novice? That was very cheap. And why don't you, as kingsmen, you should come together and tell this gentleman to come home. We can still clean him, and then so that he can have hopes of becoming useful in the next election. We are very good at cleaning political people who have been sent to political oblivion. So he's still young enough to become a president. If he really wants it, we can clean him and let him just come before, so that we lock the Western vote totally, and so that the other guy can hardly get 5%.
Bob, what you're asking me is too much. If an elderman from our village, Atoli, assembled thousands of people in a stadium and called our brother to come just and grace the occasion, he did everything, setting up the stadium to just crown the man, and he didn't show up. What else do you want me to do? A commoner like me and you, we can. This man cannot be helped. If elders couldn't help him, elders of the status of Atoli, why are you asking commoners like me and you to put on a fight? It's like asking a rabbit to go and face an elephant. Can you be serious, my brother?
Bwana Mike, wachia hapo tafadhali. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wenu na Bob, mnahitaji debate wawili mkamalizane ili swala mlimalize vizuri. Cha muhimu hapa ni kile uelewe ni kwamba uongozi wa Mlembe Nation ulibadilishwa katika Buhungu 2. So mtu yeyote ambaye hakukuwa Buhungu 2 hayuko katika uongozi wa Mlembe Nation. Na so my DVD is no longer, it doesn't speak for the Luya community, it doesn't speak for the Mlembe Nation. He used to, but he was replaced during Buhungu 2. So as at now, he's looking, he speaks for himself and probably his political party, which you have been reliably informed, it was sold to UDA. So he even doesn't have a political party because he got money for it. So as at now, can we clean him up? If he's willing to help himself. But in my opinion, he's not. The only thing that can save Musalia Mudavadi right now is to cause the second earthquake. This time it will be a serious one, okay? Walk out of Kenya Kwanza, call a presser, and walk out tonight. And go straight to Azimio. I say, nimechoka na hii maneno kabisa. That may save him. But is he capable of doing that? I don't think so. So, hata saa hii tukimtumia nani ama nani, hawezi kusaidika kwa sababu hata katika kuokoa mtu akifanya nini, when somebody is drowning, okay, the person should be willing to follow you to safety. If he doesn't want to follow you to safety, he will die inside the water, and if you insist, you will die, both of you. So David has decided to drown. Let him drown, and maybe if he resurrects in another life, but not in this one. In my opinion, I'm not writing him off. I'm just stating facts the way they are and the way he's slow. Harvey said today that he has realized that David is very slow to make a decision. He is extremely slow, extremely slow. And the way things are going so fast, I don't think he will have that time to make the right decision in good time. Probably hata akienda sabbatical, yes, kumsaidia. The only drastic thing he can do now is to move out of Kenya Kwanza with a storm. And I say, I came here thinking that there's democracy. I don't see it. I thought we'll be here with all our political parties, but you are killing our political parties. You should do what Kaboko is doing. If he does that, ataokolewa na watoto wa Mlulu, na Waluya wote watakuja wambia mtoto yetu usijali, kaa hapa, tutapanguza wewe machozi, lakini next time usijaribu. Watamsamehe. Lakini akiendelea na hiyo ati anaendelea sugoi kuosha sufuria, he's doomed, he's finished, just waiting for burial. Well, naomba tumsikilize kabla Mora kuje. Nataka sasa tucheze video, tumekaa sana. One video, then we bring in Mora to make her submission. Where do we start? Okay, we start here.
President William Ruto for allegedly being too temperamental to lead the country come from a leaked audio file where Ruto is heard allegedly disclosing to others that he was on the verge of slapping President Uhuru Kenyatta after the nullification of the presidential election results in 2017, because Uhuru was claimed to have almost given up on a rerun. Here is a section of that clip recorded at a meeting between Ruto and the Agikuyu Council of Elders in 2017. Let's listen in.
Baada ya 2017 na mimi nataka niwaambie, najua tulienda kufanya uchaguzi tukashinda. Huyu mtu akaenda pale akakoroga, ikasemekana turudie uchaguzi, si ndio? Watu wengi, sijui ni kwa sababu gani, watu wengi walikuwa nafikiri sasa ikisemekana turudie uchaguzi ati tutawachana na Uhuru. Sijui kwa sababu gani watu walikuwa naamini hivyo. Lakini mimi nilitoka hapa kwa ofisi na nilikuwa nimemwambia Uhuru, hii chunga hapo iko Kiingereza. Akaniambia hapana, nimechunga kabisa, kila kitu iko sawa. Kulikuwa na mtu mwingine anaitwa Nje, sijui nani. Mwisho mlango kumbe ilikuwa wazi, wengine wakaingia ndani wakaharibu, si ndio? Mimi nikatoka hapa nikafika State House. Kufika State House nikakuta rafiki yangu wako hapo. Sitaki kusema alikuwa anafanya nini, kwa sababu sisi ni wazee. So ndio huyo sasa hii maneno sijui nini, mimi sitaki, mimi nataka kwenda Ichaweri, wewe sijui sasa mimi sitaki, wacha tuachane na hii kitu. Mimi nikamwangalia nikamwambia, wewe ni vile tu nilikuwa na heshima, ningemchapa kofi. ati sisi tuwache, ati tutoke hapa. Hapana, hapana. Na ni kura tumeshinda. Kwani alikuwa ametushinda wapi? Tumeshinda wabunge, tumeshinda magavana, tumeshinda senators wengi, tumefanya hiyo kazi yote. Ukora tu ameenda kufanya hapo kidogo. So nikamwambia awache mchezo. Nikamtoa hapo, nikampeleka hapo Bama, tukaenda kula nyama. Akapona kidogo namna hii.
Allow me to set the record straight. That particular conversation may have concerned the nullification of the 2017 presidential election, but the meeting between Deputy President William Ruto and the Agikuyu elders is reported to have transpired last week.
Okay, Miss Mara, I have no words. This country, only God can save us.
Niliwaambia muache kuchekea meno ya wenyewe, amukusikia.
Oh my
Go
God.
ahead. Mara, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I'm happy to be here with you guys, and whenever I get time, I tune in. But I'm always at the background. I just wait for the show to start every single day, and I just watch and learn one or two things every day. Well, Ruto, he is so unstable. I really have no words to describe this guy. He flip-flops almost every statement he makes. It's a flip-flop or it's a lie. He is so unstable. He really needs to go to a mental hospital for a workup, for a checkout. He is so unstable. And there's this old saying that goes like, when a man shows you who he is the first time, believe them. Ruto has actually showed us who he is. I don't know why some people still believe in him. He can never be good for this country. Not now, not ever, unless he changes. Because his tendencies are dictatorial. For real, if we elect Ruto, then we are inviting dictatorship into Kenya. And then he goes to church, like he was in church today. I watched it in Meru. And the pastor, whoever was preaching, just decided to campaign for Ruto in church. And the moment he steps out of church, I think he takes off his suit and matusi, kitendawili, nene. So what's the point of going to church? I thought tunaenda church kutuliza roho so we can get redirected on how to handle things with other human beings. That's what I thought church is for. And then I don't like him. Like, he keeps saying, oh, rafiki yangu, my friend, sarcastically. He calls people my friend, my rafiki yangu, but it's all sarcasm. It doesn't really mean like Uhuru is his friend anymore. But you'll hear him say, oh, my friend, my friend, my friend. So, but anyway, back to the topic for the day. He says he is going to show Uhuru how kutawala. I'm not sure what he means by that. Like, he wants to show Ruto that he can be a dictator, or what does he want to show Uhuru? They were together, let me say, for 5 years, and then Ruto broke apart and went to do his own thing. So why wouldn't he show Uhuru how to lead at least the first 5 years when they're in the office? So at least they could get better results for Kenya. So I don't know what he means when he says "Nitamuonyesha Kutawala." It just beats logic. And then AZIMIO, I like how they have diversified their campaigns. They were like in 4 or 5 places today, which is really good. That means they don't want anyone to be left out. They want their manifesto, they want their message to reach as many people as possible so that no region claims that they never went to get the to campaign and to who their votes. So they're doing really well that by going to different places. On the same day, you'll see like 4 or 5 campaigns by different AZIMIO, let me say AZIMIO candidates or members. That's very, very good. And then in Meru, I listened a little bit the speech by Rigathi, especially. I normally want to hear what that guy says. He is a disgrace. You know, I think at one point he forgot that he's supposed to be campaigning for Ruto. He was actually campaigning for himself. Serikali yangu, when I get to the office, this is what I'm going to do. He totally forgot that he is the deputy to be. I mean, if they win, and God forbid, they shouldn't win. So I don't know why he wants to sideline his boss. But anyway, Ruto sidelined Uhuru. So maybe Rigathi is trying to do exactly what Ruto did to Uhuru. And should I say, we actually don't have 37 days to elections, because I don't think the last week really counts. So we have like 30 days. The last week normally doesn't count because it's just like it's the last. It's like ironing out things, and I'm not even sure like campaigns go on in the last week before elections. That's all for now, you guys. I'm here. Let's discuss.
Okay, asante sana Miss Mora, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na tunaendelea kujadili siasa hizi. Tafadhali kila mmoja tumakinike na heshima idumu. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu hapa. Cha muhimu, aidha timu yako inapata mabao ama inapigwa mabao. Kama mmelemewa ni mmelemewa, so unasema tumelemewa, lakini tunapanga tutafanya hiki na hiki ili tubadilishe the trend. You don't fight everybody simply because your team is having it rough on the pitch. Just work out, make the subs, ensure that you revamp your team so that it works out. But insulting everybody because they have said something against William Ruto is not going to help much. William Ruto gives us a lot of fodder to use against himself, and so we can't help it. Or on the other hand, we are not talking about the person of William Ruto. We are talking about the presidency of the Republic of Kenya, where we have 50 million of us. We cannot give a novice to take care of 50 million people until he has proven on how he can handle the little. The Bible says, if you are faithful in the little, you will be faithful in much. If you are unfaithful in the little, it's evidence that you'll be unfaithful in much. How has William Ruto performed? What kind of a leader is he? What has he demonstrated in the 10 years he's been in deputy president? Does it make us feel like we should add him more time to work? Has it been excellent that we can bank on it to help us? I don't think so. It has been a disappointment. And as much as he wants to be president, that's all. The reason why William Ruto is on the ballot is because he wants to be president, not because Kenyans asked him to be president. There is no Kenyan anywhere who is on record having gone to Sugoi and asked William Ruto to come and become president. Unlike what Raila did, he went across the country. Ambia baba aendelee ama siendelee. Wananchi wakamwambia baba aendelee. He took the mandate from the people. William Ruto does not take mandate from anybody. He takes mandate from himself. And what he wants, he claims that he gets. And so he's willing to walk on anybody, insult anybody, just to become what he wants to be. We are not part of the machinery he will use to fulfill his agenda. It is time for Kenyans to sober up. Traditionally, As Africans, we don't give leadership to people who have not demonstrated on how they can take care of the rest of the family. Even in a family setting, a child who is careful with every other brother and sisters and other relatives is the one who is left the mandate of leading the home. Not the one who has fought every brother, has fought every sister, has scattered every relative, and is the only one remaining in the homestead and is given leadership of that community. That community does not survive with that kind of leadership. So as Kenyans, let's not, it doesn't take rocket science to see who is capable of leading the country and who is capable of running the country to the cliff. Let us not play games. 2022 elections is historical, and it's historic in the sense that if we make a mistake to choose wrong leaders, we go down an ending. If we choose right leaders who rise from the infrastructure and the investment of Uhuru Kenyatta, this country will be catapulted into great heights given good leadership. We are on the brink of a breaking forth or a breakdown permanently, depending on who we vote for. So from the MCA to the member of parliament, to the women rep, to the senator, to the governor, hawa watu wote, to the president, usicheze na kura yako. Chagua wale viongozi ambao wanafaa kuongoza. Si wale wamejitokeza, wale wanafaa. Choose those that can lead this country, who have this country at heart. That is a responsibility that is on your shoulder. Don't play with it. We'll get one more video before we, I think we bring back Mama Selina to weke maneno bayana. Let's get these two videos consecutively and then Mama Selina comes in. Na wale ambao mnataka kuingia studio, time hii.
Mwaniaji wa urais wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Bi Martha Karua amezuru jiji la Nairobi kwa kampeni ya kumpigia debe Raila Odinga.
Karua amewataka Wakenya kuwapiga kalamu viongozi wanaohusishwa na ufisadi, akisema ndicho kiini cha hali ngumu ya maisha, kama anavyotuarifu Steve Shitera.
Martha Karua ametifua kivumbi jijini Nairobi hii leo, kieneza injili ya Azimio. Karua aliyeungana na viongozi wa Nairobi aliwataka wapiga kura zaidi ya milioni 2 jijini humu kuelekeza kura zao kwa kapu la Raila Odinga.
Timu ya kuamini ni moja, ni ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Mambo kuisha.
Karua aliahidi kuwa wafanyikazi jijini Nairobi watapata mazingira bora ya kufanya kazi iwapo Raila atachaguliwa kuwa rais.
Sisi na Profesa Kaloki tunawaomba kura, tustawishe jamii hapa, tupigane na umaskini na njaa.
Iko watu wanakuja na makasiriko, wanataka kuchaguliwa hata sababu wamekasirika. Ukiwaona waambiwe wananchi wako na njaa na pia wamekasirika. Makasiriko si kitu ya kufanya uchaguliwe.
Viongozi hao wa Azimio wakiahidi kukabiliana na ufisadi kama swala la dharura iwapo wataunda serikali ijayo.
Na ndio tunataja ufisadi na tunasema tutakuwa na vita dhidi ya ufisadi, sababu kila kitu inahitaji pesa. Hata mambo ya usalama inahitaji.
Nataka tutoke kwa wingi, najua tunaenda kushinda, but I want us to win with so many votes.
Awali Karua alihudhuria ibada ya Jumapili katika kanisa la African Divine Church mtaani Kangemi, kabla ya kampeni zake zilizoanzia Riruta Satellite na kukamilikia mtaani Githurai. Martha Karua, ambaye sasa anasema kwamba kampeni zimeingia katika kipindi cha lala salama, amefanya mikutano ya kampeni katika vituo 10 jijini Nairobi, akiwataka wakazi wa jiji la Nairobi kujitokeza na kumpigia Raila Odinga kura kwa wingi. Steve Shitera, runinga Citizen, Nairobi.
Party chairperson Gideon Moi has said his decision to back the AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya coalition was for the greater good of the people of Rift Valley. Speaking in Kabartonjo town after attending a church service at the AIC church, Gideon Moi, who is seeking a third term as the Baringo senator, described his political stand as strategic and meant to ensure that the people in the region are part of the next government and not consigned to the opposition. He challenged the residents of Baringo and Rift Valley at large to remain united and not to be divided politically. He was accompanied by local leaders, including Baringo Deputy Governor Jacob Chepkwony, amongst other leaders.
You must have a position. Amunai engu ni oroti siasa chuma kowe engomosi motindo ngwai motindo kasha engomosi no engomosi kutindo ngo karua so olulul mogulul ketiti wanajali aje kimi kasino kobuye lakini onagita genge ogotia ya ine ogotia mangunne onai ulotindai toimo ulitokinya mamaki ami kobuye kumie mamchata sita kemi kanisa Togo mijuba kasi siye mijuba amaja mochongoi title deed amoe abogas yagi tarungu ninirani agenda na new yagi bendi tai hakikisha kulika kunyerubi el mochongoi title deed Tabanagi Kimo Nigiri Mochongoi in 2002. Kimo Nana is my mission out of school. So go Mune Mogotar lecture though. And out in nature again Mujazino. Miage Obawa. Miage Notoi Muzige new Kazi new Ataris. Aye targale ko mochongo bienu kita jo bise pale todo tai ochana na upuzi akinge panga tuku koromo.
Well, that story leads us to a short commercial break right.
Yes, Mama Selina. Karibu, kuna ombi hapa kwa comments wanasema translate Mama Selina yes. Translate panda ndio
Gideon Moi Gideon Kipshele Moi moja amewauliza Central wako na wawili, kuna Martha Karua na kuna Kashakwa. Miti ikianguka upande hii mtoto yao wako, miti ikianguka pande hii miti yao iko, na nyinyi na sisi wa Kalenjin tuko wapi? Ameuliza swala watu ya Baringo, of which mumesikia kitacha Mochongoi wanataka titles, lakini ya muhimu amemwambia tumepanga hii mambo iliisha kitambo. Kwa hivyo mkue ndani ya serikali, msikue opposition. Na amesema mbele pole pole, which means Gideon is coming in future. Actually ameongea vizuri sana that watu wa Baringo watamupigia kura. Na ameuliza hii upusi ya mtu mmoja anakuja kusema yeye ni king ya Kalenjin. Kwa nini Central wamekuwa na watoto yao wawili kwa debe? Kwa hivyo Gideon pia kwa sababu kwa AZIMIO atachunga watu. Hiyo ni mambo ya muhimu amesema. But ukiangalia ground na uone vile unajua wa Kalenjin watu wangi kuficha. Na nilikuwa nimekuja hapa siku ingine nikawaambia Baringo elders wamekaa chini na wakaamua ya kwamba Kitio ni mtoto yao na lazima wachunge. Na hivyo ndio Rift Valley majority wamefanya. Wamesema wanyamase but Kitio natakuwa ndani na wale wengine wote kuchunga jamii ya Kalenjin. So hiyo mnaisapungi ati sijui Baringo, sijui ngapi, sijui wapi, mshangae. Hiyo cha kwaya hiyo yako cha hiyo mti yako ya pange anaweza kuwa namba 2 penalty. Mambo ni ngumu. Mambo imeteleza, niliwaambia. Sasa na kitu mbaya sana. Naongezea. How unawezaenda kumwambia watu ati ulipata president amekula ile kitu amekula, dakika ya mwisho ukataka kumchapa, na mkumbuke wakati ile Uhuru ya kwanza alikuwa amewachia Mudavadi. Mnajua ni yeye pia alienda akamkata Mudavadi. Hata hii Mudavadi yenu sijui anakaaje. Uhuru alikuwa amesema awachie kiti Mudavadi. Mtu mwenye alisimama na akakata Mudavadi ni Ruto. The same Ruto amechukua huyo Mudavadi na kumwangusha. Nafikiri nyinyi pia Penat, watoto wenyu hawana akili. Unapatiwa kiti na Uhuru na Ruto anakuja kwa sababu interest ilikuwa ni yeye akue. Sasa leo amesema alitaka kuchapa Uhuru. Ameruti anasema alimpeleka kukula nyama ndio apone. Kwa nini? Kwa ile maneno like madharau. Na alikuwa ameambia Wakalenjin, by the way, alikuwa amesema yeye ni president. So wacha apate ile kitu alikuwa anatafuta. Na tunashukuru hiyo watu wametoa hiyo clip at the right time, kwa sababu jamii ya Kikuyu wangeteleza kupatia huyu jamaa kiti, wangeimba. Wacha vile walikuwa nasema walinyanyaswa wakati ya Moi. Sasa hii ndio wangekuwa analala chini, Ruto anawatembelea juu. Wacha vile waliokopa ile mama ya samani alikuwa na walimweka akapata mimba ndio awache kukalia wase, wangekaliwa vizuri. Asante sana Penalty.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa uchambuzi huu na tunasonga mbele. Kila mmoja tafadhali tumakinike. On the comment section, please let's defend our points with facts, not just hearsay. Okay? Story ya Vihiga, Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, Trans Nzoia ni sio swala la liko na fiche yoyote. The Azimio wave in the place is very strong. UDA is struggling. They can hardly make much impact on the ground, in my opinion. And bila hiyo whatever the what is it called, the incubator for vifaranga za computer, hakuna kitu wanapata huko. Hata and then somebody says watu Vihiga wajaamua. Nani amesema wajaamua? Watu waliamua hii kitu kitambo. And if you're still waiting for watu wajaamua, you are behind news. In Vihiga, in Kakamega, in Bungoma, in Trans Nzoia, the thing is already set and the wave for Azimio is very strong. Kuna mtu anasema mimi ni moderator na naongea kuhusu Azimio. Sasa mnataka nikae hapa nikifanya nini? Mnataka mimi niongelee masuala ambayo hayafai? Moderation here niliwaambia, this is not debate of a woman is better than a man. Ile mlikuwa mkifanya shule, a boy is better than a girl. This is not the debate. We are having here a debate of analyzing politics, and I have a right to analyze the way I see, as Mike analyze the way they see, and we exchange. That's why we're here. So usilete hiyo primary school debate on this one. This is a bit complex. So when I'm clear about the side I'm supporting, and I am not ashamed of that because I believe it's the right side for the history of this country. The right people who can help us navigate through where we are to where we ought to be is Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. These other guys, ni Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, and I don't think I can entrust my children into their care. I don't think that will be a wise decision for me as a father to entrust my children in the care of one William Samoei Ruto and Gachagua. Hata wakikaa, hata wakiwa na daycare, fungua tu daycare uite William Ruto Gachagua, hakuna mtu ataleta mtoto hapo na kuhakikishia, kwa sababu hata angalia tu vile wameroll shot hiyo billboard, sijui kama iko huko kwenu, iko hapa Nairobi. They are rolling sleeves, wambia kila hustle ina matter, but the way the sleeves are rolled, they are ready to fight, they are not ready to hustle. So please be careful, okay? Na wale ambao mnaona hii TV ni Azimio, hakuna mtu amezuia kufungua Ruto TV. Fungua Ruto TV, Sugoi TV, UDA TV, Kenya Kwanza TV, Gachagua TV, chagua Ruto TV. Everybody is free to open TV nowadays. Just make sure that you do it the right way. Si kama wale walikuja ukanibebea channel waende kutengeneza TV. Sijui kama hata wamesucceed. Sijaiona hiyo TV tangu wanibebee channel. But God will punish them for me. All the same, before Papa Azimio comes in with his question, just one moment. I want to appreciate those of you that supported me yesterday to today. Oh, it's already yesterday. Okay. We had a fund drive at our church. We were targeting to raise some funds to buy sound system. We targeted to get 500,000, but we managed to get closer to 250,000. So I want to appreciate those of you that send in whatever their support, and look forward to doing it better next time. Thank you very much, and let's keep doing what is right and what is good, because it helps to make the world a better place. Asante sana. Papa Azimio, what is it? Nini nasukuma wewe mpaka mkono wezi weka chini?
No, I just want to add something about this video. You know, the Kenyans, Kenyans might be taking it lightly, but the character that the DP portrayed in that video, I mean that audio, is a very dangerous one. You know, there are things that happen in the presidency that you cannot just talk about carelessly. These are things that you should keep, I mean, out of the public domain totally, because the impact of such talk can cause even markets to fluctuate. You know, when a leader of his stature he portrays careless and loose talk, the business community cannot trust such a person, because you don't know what he can say. You know, even God forbid, suppose something like we lose a sitting head of state and he is the deputy. You know, there are certain protocols that should be followed before even this kind of information can be released to the public. There are certain arrangements that must be put in place. This is with this kind of careless talk. This is a person who cannot inspire any confidence in the business community and investors at large. You know, a leader of the deputy president and president should be tight-lipped. You know, if you look at Uhuru Kenyatta, even when he differed with his deputy, for the last 4 years, he has been, yes, he comes out and says one or two things, but he has never gone personal on things that are so important to the stability of the nation. So I really want to condemn that, and people should not just take this thing lightly. That is the character of somebody who's looking for the highest office of the land. And if he can disclose conversations that he has been having with the president, then he must be a very loose and dangerous loose cannon. It is somebody who can, what do you call it, explode at any time, which is not safe for this country at all.
Okay, thank you very much. It's important that we remind ourselves, and I keep saying it, leadership is responsibility. And responsibility begins by your ability to keep information that is not for the public. I have insisted here, and some of you mtanipiga mawe. Ukweli ni kwamba William Ruto is an adolescent in politics. Okay? An adolescent boy wants to prove to everybody ati akona kanywele hapa. Kadevu kameanza kutokea. Anataka kuonyesha kila mtu. Okay? He's always competing. He wants to show that he has this, he can do this, he has made this done. That's an adolescent kind of age, wherever stage of development. So he's yet to cross over from adolescent into adulthood, where he can now take responsibility. Kuna mambo ya kuona na uwezi kusema chochote lakini umeona. Kuna mambo ya kusikia ambayo uwezi sema chochote lakini umesikia. That makes you a mature person. William Ruto is an adolescent, and we will not give this country to an adolescent to lead us. It doesn't work that way. So let us not be able to confuse ourselves. You can't say such things to a public domain and being a public figure, and you think that you are having a private meeting. Probably that was what he was saying wakati alifukuza wanahabari. Whichever the case, let us be sober, let's be vigilant, let's do what is right, because this country requires better leadership, and we are spoiled of choices. We're spoiled of choices when it comes to good leaders. So let us not mix ourselves up in the name of Kenya Kwanza or that and that. Let us elect leaders who are capable of starting this country and propelling this country into progress. Not this recycling and recycling of things over and over again. Joshua, Mike, you had something to say?
Yes, Bernard, just to take you back to the gentleman who was asking why you have a position on the current affairs of politics. You know, as a moderator, Bernard, you don't come on this platform with your head with porridge. It still carries the brain you have. The current Speaker of National Assembly, over the weekends, he attends Kenya Kwanza meetings and is actually a co-principal. And on Tuesday, they come back to Parliament. The current Speaker of the Senate carries his duties during the week, and over the weekend they are in the village campaigning for Kenya Kwanza. If such high offices can have people who also have positions, because we don't want to assume that they go, when they go to Parliament, they put their brains in a locker and go with porridge in their head. You have a brain, Bernard, and you have a right to take a position on any matter that concerns your country. So I just wanted to clarify that there is nothing wrong with that. Our Speaker of the Senate and National Assembly have a position in politics, and the Constitution has protected them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, for that. And you know that there is something wrong with Kenyans where they want to run everybody's life. You have your own life to run. Don't run other people's lives. On the other hand, they say he says we anaitwa Raphael Musyoka. I think that is a camouflage. But Raphael Musyoka says you are praising dynasties from colonial period. Ruto Tosha. Ruto is a dynasty. Ruto is a dynasty. He has grown with a silver spoon in his mouth. Moi gave him land to sell and buy car. Of all things in the world, who sells land to buy car? Now, just look at those kind of priorities. that President Moi gave me land. I sold the land and bought car. If you want that kind of brain to go and you will sell Kenya and buy car. So let's do what is right for this country and forget all these games, okay? Kama Ruto aliuza shamba akanunua gari, hawezi kuwa president wa Kenya. Atauza Kenya anunue magari, hiyo hatutaki. Ama anunue ndege. All the same, thank you very much, everyone. Let's keep it clean. Let's ensure that we propel this country to move forward. What I seek and what keeps me awake every night is to see that this country moves to just a notch higher, a better place than where we are for the future of our children. Let's not be here and watch our country going down, that our children will curse our grave, that we presided over a failed system of governance by reason of us shying away from confronting the evil that we are faced with. Let's be responsible enough to look at the things the way they are, correct what is wrong, and forge for what is right. That will make you a better Kenyan, a better voter, and a person that holds the future of this country at heart. Lakini story kama ni kuprotect Ruto ama kuprotect Raila, that's not enough reason for me to stay awake and run this show. So let's do something more serious, and that is securing the future of our children and our children's children. The only way to do that is get a better Kenya for them. Let them not inherit our problems. Let them inherit the heritage of our sweat that secured for them, that they may have it easy when we had it hard. That is a better reason to stay awake and go about our debating. But kama uko tu hapa kutetea Ruto ama kutetea Raila, sioni hiyo kama ni sababu ya kutosha, unless wewe unaona ni sababu ya kutosha. Joshua Kwanda, habari ya leo?
Yes, Bernard. I hope I'm clear. I hope everyone is getting my point. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you, although there's some little noise from your end, but go ahead, make your submission.
It's okay, it's okay. Now, Bernard, you see, there's sometimes somebody's mistake is always, to this extent, the point we have reached right now, somebody's mistake is just our advantage. So, me, however much we are getting some ill words, some abusive words coming from His Excellency William Ruto. You see, to us, we are not bothered because that's their own wrangles and their own war, and let them fight it. But the more they fight it, is advantage to us. You see, at the point we have reached right now, we should not mess. Everything you speak in a campaign trail is being put into consideration and is being marked into account by the wananchi whom you are addressing. So if we can expect such words from a deputy president who is wishing to be the president of this nation, speaking such words, sending to the current president, and at the same time he expects votes from Mount Kenya. In fact, the way people responded to his statement, people really responded to it in a negative way. So to us, we are not bothered. Let him continue abusing, using hate speech, all sorts. But as definitely when we move everywhere we go, we sell the same type of fish. There's not that somewhere we'll be selling tilapia and another place we sell Nile perch. As if it is a Nile perch, is a Nile perch everywhere. Actually, Bernard, I was tuned to the debate which was held in Kilifi gubernatorial race of Kilifi, and actually how things were going. I followed up everything. I think we are in a best place actually. And if I can see coastal region, we are moving very well. There was a debate today in Kilifi, and our candidate was emerging perfect. I think if there's somebody who also followed the same debate, you can see how the guy was responding perfectly, and all the credit was being given to him, and I appreciate that. I appreciate Mr. Mungaro, and even Mr. The current governor of Kakamega is doing very well. I think they were in Busia, and they had a large number of people. That's the steam we want to move in. Me, I don't want to talk about somebody's madness. Whatever they speak, let them speak it, but everything will be put into the account. Let's keep on the fire blazing. Madam Iron Lady was also perfect, was very strong, was properly welcomed in Nairobi with Mr. Igade. Let's keep everything. I don't have much to say, Mr. Bernard, but I think let's keep being strong. Let's keep being strong, man. Time is running out. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru. Lazima tufanye yale tunapaswa kuyafanya ili tusaidie kila Mkenya amakinike katika uchaguzi huu. Kuna yeyote ambaye atakosa kujua ukweli, na wana propaganda wako hapo wanataka kuchanganya watu. I blocked somebody called Musyoka because he's here to do his propaganda thing other than debate. He's here feeding us with information that is neither here or there. I don't know whether we'll open a school for debating so that people can learn how to debate. But even though the comment section, you need to have some kind of points with substantiation, not just to say nani alichukua hii hela, sijui nani huyu atafungwa, sijui huyu atashinda. What are you reporting? Based on what? How is that possible in the first place? So let's do what we are required to do, and that when you go through these comments after the show, you will be proud of what you wrote. You will be proud of the line of thoughts that you shared with the people that you are debating with. Don't just throw statements and that you can't, you will be ashamed of when you go through the comment section after the show. It is important that we understand that the internet never forgets. So when your grandchildren will be going through this video and find you are the one who was writing that, you will explain to them why you are writing what you are writing. It's important that let's be responsible enough to do the right thing. Tutacheza video moja alafu Katwe aje tupatie mawili matatu katika debate ya leo. Nashukuru wote, tafadhali let us keep it sane, especially on the comment section. Let's not insult anybody. Let's embrace everyone. It is important.
Azimio Raila Odinga amesema kwamba naibu wa rais William Ruto ndiye aliyesababisha kuanza kudhoofika kwa bei ya unga nchini. Odinga amedai kwamba Ruto alipohudumu kama waziri wa kilimo katika serikali ya mseto aliwaruhusu matapeli kuteka maghala ya nafaka.
Na Steven Leto na taarifa hiyo.
Kinara wa muungano wa Azimio Raila Odinga aliendelea na kampeni katika eneo la Nyanza. Akizungumza Homa Bay, amemwelekezea kidole cha lawama naibu rais William Ruto kwamba alipokuwa waziri wa kilimo alisababisha bei ya unga kuanza kuyumba.
Report ya PricewaterhouseCoopers ya 2009 jina ya Ruto iko ndani yake, kama yeye mwenyewe alihusika na hiyo njama ya kuuza mahindi.
Odinga akisema tangu wakati huo bei ya unga imekuwa ikiathirika, akimtaja Ruto kama kiongozi asiyekuwa na mipango bora ya kukabiliana na ufisadi.
Anybody who has stolen public property is just being persecuted because of his political beliefs. These are hypocrites who have really no right to try to begin Kenya's election on corruption.
If ever there was time to say bado mapambano ni sasa.
Viongozi wa Azimio wakitoa cheche zao dhidi ya Ruto kufuatia yaliyofichuka kuhusu tofauti zake na Rais Kenyatta.
Mnaweza chagua mtu akawe rais ya Kenya, mtu ambaye anaweza piga president kofi. Mnaweza chagua yeye.
Teti ya leo imeandika ya kwamba karibu umchape Uhuru makofi. Jameni,
mtu huyu ambaye ana uwezo wa kutaka kupiga rais kibao, tukipatia polisi na jeshi, atafanya wananchi nini?
Viongozi hao aidha wamewahimiza wakazi kujitokeza kwa wingi kupiga kura.
Sisi kama watu wa Homa Bay tutajitokeza 100 juu ya 100. Sisi tunajua sasa Ruto wa ukweli ni nani.
Fika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, William Ruto tunapeleka wapi? Ikifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, Raila Odinga tunapeleka wapi?
Kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga amekamilisha ziara yake ya eneo la Nyanza na kuwataka wenyeji kujitokeza kwa wingi kumpigia kura Agosti 9. Odinga baada atarejea hapa na kufanya mkutano wa mwisho katika kaunti ya Kisumu.
Okay, quickly before Katwe comes in, there is somebody calling himself Political Channel. He says we are not tolerant to different opinion. We are not. Far from the truth. We invite everybody to air their opinions, but those opinions need to be valid, factual, and need to add to the value of the debate. We kuja hapa kutuambia nani ataenda kufungwa sijui 50 million ya BBI. Umeona kwa hii headline ya debate ya leo kuna story ya BBI. Kuna watu wa UDM nakuja hapa mnataka ku deviate the debate so that we begin to discuss your things. If you want to come and debate defending your political view based on what we are discussing. You don't come and introduce your own thing in between and you want us to follow you. We don't follow you. Secondly, if your posts are mannerless, okay, disrespectful, we get rid of you, because this channel bears somebody's name and that name is not your name. If you want to go and insult the president, insult the leaders, use your own account handle, do that on your own platform so that when they are looking for you, they can catch you. Not to come and hide behind Mtembei and begin to do your whatever, your so-called blogging business. Usitulete tafadhali. And that is not a matter that we are going to negotiate. We will not negotiate that. If you're not here to help the debate, you're free to take a walk. Na kama unataka tukusaidia, tutakusaidia. Thank you very much. Wanakatwe, karibu.
Thank you so much for the time, and I really want to start on a very sad note that it is very, very unfortunate to listen to what William Ruto was saying in 2017, and the only thing that is coming up clean is that the claims by Stephen Livondo might have been true or false, but William Ruto is trying to prove that point, because if you can afford to say that you almost slapped the president, who knows, maybe you might have slapped him, and because of ego as a man, he did not come out to say it and say that my deputy has slapped me, because the constitution favors you not to be removed from office. But does not mean that the constitution cannot remove you from office. There are other channels to remove you from office, but because of political goodwill and stability of a country, which leads to our good economic resourcefulness, you are still in office courtesy of the people that voted for you. So it's very unfortunate to listen to such a very high-ranked, senior positioned politician using such unpalatable words against the President of the Republic of Kenya. This is a person that we want to bestow our tools of power, the most important ones being the Constitution and the sword So I'm just asking myself, between the two, which one should we give him favorably? And unfortunately, it's none, because if you give him the constitution, it is like handing him power so that he can oppress those others that do want to have a good life in this country, because he himself has never respected the constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and in that he has always disrespected the independent body that are constitutionally in place to govern this country. So it's very much unfortunate. If you give him the sword, God knows what he will do with that sword, because that sword is the only thing that stands between you and the people that are supposed to be running this country, our borders. So and these people are loyal to the sword. So you can imagine if he has the sword and he has those guts to speak about the commander in chief of the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya. God knows what he will do when he will get that chance. And nevertheless, you could hear what he said, that he really wants the president to step aside so that he can show him how governing is done. It's very much painful to hear such words from him. And I'm just asking myself, if there is that person who is young like me outside there, who is still shouting and chanting that name with a lot of ignorance, those people should be, in my own opinion, because they are of my same age and I do not have anything against them, but I will say this without fear of contradiction, they should be cast and probably be taught that that is a very bad thing to think about, to even think about that that person can sit on that seat even for 5 minutes. That is a person who is ready to slap the president. It's very unfortunate. These are very unfortunate moments, and things are unraveling out every day on who this man is. But I cannot blame anyone, because we can only blame ourselves, because this person already showed us what he wants to do for this Republic of Kenya, and that he said it using his own words, that he's a man on a mission. And saying I am a man on a mission means that, in war or in battle, the mission comes first. No matter what, even if your mother dies, your father dies, your uncle dies, or whoever dies, but the mission has to come first. You have to deliver that mission in whatever circumstance that you're in, come rain, come sunshine. And this is a person who has said that he's on a mission. It's very unfortunate for this country to entrust and bestow our two strongest instruments of power to this person. It's unfortunate, and I'm very sad this evening to just say that I'm so frustrated. I'm so disappointed in this man. Even those shreds of goodness that I thought he might be having, those shreds have already gone away, and I don't think I will ever even try to listen to whatever, in as much as he might be saying anything good. But 99% of the things that you say are either you're lying, or you're castigating someone, or you're downcasting someone, or there are so many things that this person has done to this country. And I wonder, if today we were to change a curriculum, probably it runs in the books of history. So what are our kids going to learn? Because I remember back then we used to learn about Pio Gamapinto, we used to learn about Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, you used to learn about Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. So if this person was to be put in the books of history that our kids should learn, what exactly are they going to learn from this person? It's not like he has ever fought for anything. By the way, to be honest, the Wajakoya effect is that this person at least is fighting for something. Anapigania bangi, that it should be legalized. So what is really William Samoei Ruto doing or fighting for, to tell us that, this is what I'm fighting for? I can say it is nothing, because even the bottom up thing has not been proven. It is just a slogan on a slogan stage. There is nowhere you can go and find it in the books of economics and say this is a proven model of economy. the thing of trickle down and devolution, and it's something that has really worked for our country. And most of those names that we never used to know, whoever knew that probably Mandago will come to the limelight if not for the devolution? Whoever knew that my outgoing governor, James Ongwae, will ever come to the limelight? It has really brought new names into the field. It has brought new characteristics of a good economics into the limelight. I have seen it work. But what has he proven? If he can stand in a podium and tell the Kikuyus to their faces, because that meeting was between him and the Kikuyu elders. If he can stand in a podium and tell the Kikuyus to their faces that I almost slapped your son, can Uhuru go to Sugoi or Nandi Hills and say that I almost slapped William Ruto because of 1, 2, 3, whichever reason? Can he? Can Raila Odinga right now go to Nandi Hills and say that I almost slapped William Ruto? Why are we allowing people to, the Kikuyus, more especially the people from the Mount Kenya, why are they allowing
Katwe,
such...
1 minute. He slapped the member of parliament for Eldoret North, Ruben Chesire, in front of Moi in State House. He slapped late Ruben Chesire in State House in front of Moi.
So, I don't know what we are making out of this, but can somebody tell me if it's not something that is really brewing in his mind? If he can be able to, you see, like right now, if I want to come and take your kingdom, I do not, even if I kill 1,000 men and the king is still alive, I have not taken your kingdom. The kingdom is still intact. So the only person I go for is the king himself. Even if 100,000 men are left alive and the king is dead, that kingdom is long gone. I can go and declare and tell them, your king is dead. So who are you serving? It's either you decide to serve me or I finish you all, because you do not have a commander. This person has gone straight to the commander. First, the commander-in-chief of the country. Second, the commander, the Motongoria of the Mount Kenya, to tell the people of Mount Kenya that there's nothing you can do, and this is what I can be able to do. Somebody is brewing and removing their nails from where they were packed to tell us that this is what I'm capable of. It is so unfortunate. The events of that time are very unfortunate, and we want to condemn them in the strongest terms possible. Kindly, if somebody is out there, and this is my appeal, this is not just a presentation. For my last words, this is my appeal to everyone who is outside there. The Bible says that if you want to know them, you look at their characters. Do they portray the name of which they profess every day in their mouths? Do they portray that kind of a character? Even if you're worshiping Allah, even if you're worshiping Buddha, do you portray those kind of characters that Buddha portrays? Do you walk softly in his sanctuary? Do you vote and verge for his doings every day? Ladies and gentlemen, whoever who is outside there besides this panel, I want to appeal to every young man who is outside there. We are not saying that Raila is the best option and is the better than Ruto. But has he confirmed in the footsteps of governance? Has he shown the clear path that this is what I want to do for a country, and demonstrated? Has he demonstrated? The answer is yes. So if you really want to vote in a person like William Ruto, just go and look at his character. Does he portray characters to be given the responsibility of a whole country? If not, then let us vote wisely, young men. Let us vote wisely. And this is a cry for every young man who is outside there, joking with their future, thinking that by shouting hustler Jew, they are making that it's fun. It's not funny. It's not funny anymore now. And we have moved from the stage of being funny to a stage of where things are supposed to be done. It is no longer funny for anyone to be shouting such chants and not knowing what they're doing. Read, go and check on this history of this man. If he appears to you that is the best option for you, then mtoto akililia wembe mpatie, na akijikata hata usijishughulishe na yeye. You do what you have to do, but remember, this is your future you are playing with. It's no longer funny now at bottom up. It's not business as usual. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Katwe, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. I will not agree with you mtoto akililia wembe mpe. Kwa sababu ukimpa wembe andaa pesa ya elastoplast kwa sababu atajikata tu. Lakini when it comes to business Kenya, atupati mtoto wembe. Kenya hii imesafa 60 years of independence. We are still where we are. We can't play with the leadership of this country anymore. So until somebody proves themselves to be capable of leading this country, he should be kept away from leadership. It doesn't matter how much he wants to. His want to must be proven. In the Bible, it says that study to show yourself approved of God. A workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of God. You study to be approved of God. Okay, so you don't claim that God has called me, God has anointed me. You study to prove that God has called you. Okay, so if you have been called, you've been anointed, and you have refused to study, God is not going to entrust you with the responsibility of feeding anybody with any information, because in the first place, you don't have that information. So if you believe that God has called you to be a leader, then it becomes your responsibility to develop the leadership skills, the leadership character, the leadership mindset, the leadership wherever posture. But you care less about presenting yourself as a leader. You care less about holding the country together. You care less about who is going to be affected by what I'm going to say. Then you claim you are the anointed, and then you have some bishops you have bribed to come and prophesy and say you are the anointed, you are the chosen one. God has said, because of the prayerfulness of your wife, you must be president. Now look at that. Hata manabii na nyinyi mnajaribu. What has the prayer life of my wife have to do with the presidency of this country? Please, mtupereke polepole, msitusumbue tafadhali. Wewe tuambie tu unataka kupigia Ruto kwa sababu yeye akiiba anakugawianga. Tuelewe tu hivyo. Lakini historia ya kuja kusema Mungu amesema, Mungu amesema, Mungu amesema nini? God cares less who becomes president. His business in this country will continue whether we have who at the presidency. But what will affect the progress of this country is the kind of leadership we have at State House. So tusipeleke huko kila mtu, tusipigie kura kila mtu, tupigie kura wale watu wanafaa. Na William Ruto hafai. Kwa nini? Amejionyesha. The 10 years he has proven that he cannot carry this country. Moi alibeba hili taifa for 24 years. And I think there's a video we played here some time back. Anas akauliza sema mnafikiria ni rahisi kubeba Wakenya wote, okay? Na huku unatusiwa, huku unakejeleiwa, huku kuna nini? Lazima ukue mtu ambaye uko na shock absorbers, uko na self control, you can restrain yourself. That is how to lead a country. So can you imagine Ruto is the president, okay? And the University of Nairobi are on the road, okay? Masinde Muliro are on the road demonstrating, and all the universities are in the rampage, and the nurses are on strike, and the doctors are on strike, and the teachers are on strike. Now, I want you to imagine that scenario. What decision will Ruto take? Close all the schools, close all the hospitals, close everything. Don't negotiate with anybody. Wakitaka wakufe wakufe. That is a very, probable decision for William Ruto to make. Why? He's full of himself. Leadership is about minding others first, not you yourself. And so as we go to the booth, don't vote for people who want the leadership for themselves. Vote for people who want leadership for a better Kenya. A Kenya for all Kenyans is the only safe Kenya. The rest of the Kenya that you people want us to have, it will never be safe, and it will never be able to help us make the required progress. So we are moving forward. I want us to listen to this, wherever, is it a poem or a presentation, then tumulete Olara aseme mawili matatu, tukijitahidi. Nani huyo? And there are people who are keen to go personal about me. Me is just me. You met me here, you will find me here, you will leave me here. You say I'm rude. Which rude now? You have never found me in my true colors. If I decide to come for you, God have mercy. Interesting Kenyans.
My name is Governor Ashavin Gift. Ready to present to you a poem entitled Honorable Raila Status Awaits. Welcome. I see Azimio la Umoja. I see freedom. Even though it's a long walk to freedom, I see the kingdom. Long walk to freedom. Raila, you wrote, you deserve stardom. From around the high school to Leipzig University, you amplify wisdom. Honorable Raila Odinga, you are, but we call you Baba. Aka Agwambo, act of God, blessed by the big Baba. Your love and dream for Kenya cannot withstand a dare. 6 years in detention, you overcame with hope. Oh, Baba. Peace. Your forgiveness ended post-election violence. You are resolution. Fighting poverty and underdevelopment. You brought devolution. Baba, you fought hard. We have the constitution. Accepting the handshake, you quitted opposition. Baba, you chose Mama Martha Karua, the Iron Lady. Elegant, assertive, and a fighter. She is a melody. Education, good health, infrastructure, and more. It is your sworn duty. Azimio la Umoja, our votes, your strength to end dictatorship and impunity. Baba and Mama, the status awaits. You are the president. Agwamba the Fifth. Thank you.
Guys, welcome to
Okay, just before Olara comes in, there's this politician channel man. He says we should be prepared to close. Where is it? We should be prepared. Mtashangaa baada ya uchaguzi. Naomba Bernard usifunge channel kwa sababu ya aibu mkishindwa. Tunashindwa na nani? Mtembei TV is not on the ballot. you please, Mutembei TV is not on the ballot, number one. Number two, I said the only slot remaining is the number 2 slot. Okay, the number 1 slot has been taken by one Raila Amolo Odinga. So hii vita mnatuletea hapa ni rahisi. Nani atakuwa number 2 kati ya Wajakoya na William Ruto? Na msipochunga, William Ruto atakuwa number 3. Sio Mtembei TV imesema, ni mimi nimesema. Okay, msipochunga the greatest surprise is going to come from Rift Valley. Mama ametuambia hapa mara nyingi, ile meno ya wenyewe imekujiwa. Baba Mkate ametimuliwa, baba mwenye nyumba alirudi. Huko kura zilienda, hakuna. Rift Valley kuna wale wamenyamaza, wanangoja tu. Leo wamefungua ofisi Nandi, ofisi ya Azimio la Umoja, classic powerful office, na picha ikapigwa. Tuko na copy, we'll even display it on this show. Now look here. Any person who's going to lose this election, William Ruto has already lost the election. He's not that he's going to lose. He has already lost it. So political channel, go and advise your guy properly. Stop misleading him by massaging his ego. Hii ishakwenda, jaribu ingine. Tutakuwa hapa baada ya hii uchaguzi and tutaendelea. Mtembei TV is not going anywhere. We'll be here. We do a lot of shows. We don't do political shows only. We do family shows. We do preaching. In fact, this morning I preached on this channel. So kama kwa ni wewe ajia tu hapo. Mtembei TV does not exist to campaign for Baba. We are here to debate, and since Baba has more points than yours, kwanza kuja kwa nini sai tuko ngapi kwa screen? There is room. Click on the link, kuja hapa utuambie kama vile mtashinda. Namba zenu ziko wapi? Prove to us you have numbers that can win you presidents. The mountain is slippery. Rift Valley is going. Western, you can't count it. Coast is locked. Ukambani, you don't have votes. Nairobi, sio yenu, jogo ya shamba haiwiki mjini. So which one are you going to use to win a presidency for where? Hey, kabla mwanze kutisha watu, muanalyze vitu vizuri vile vinapaswa kuwa. Asante. Naomba tumlete Olara mbio mbio tafadhali, dakika 2-3 tukisonga mbele. Thank you very much.
Good evening, panelists. Barry Bernard, Mama. Unasikia?
Unapatikana, karibu tunakusikia.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Mama Sele anataka kuongea nini?
Ongea kwanza, unajua tuko na deni ya uchaguzi, so tutaongea baadaye.
Asante Mama Sele, tuko pamoja. Bernard, thank you for the good job. You cannot be more passionate enough to stay here all these long hours. Then somebody can dismiss you. You're not on a mission. You're on a clear, patriotic mission. Na kama utahubiri kwa kanisa, lazima tu uhubiri hapa. Na ukihubiri hapa, mtu asikupeleke kwa kanisa. Hapo unahubiri kisiasa. Na siasa lazima iwe ni ya haki. Siasa uongo haifai, haitasaidia wewe, haitanisaidia mimi ukificha ukweli. Na hii siasa ya pesa mbili ya kupeleka mapesa popote, hiyo ni siasa mbaya. Kwa sababu hiyo pesa sio yangu na sio ya Ruto. Hiyo pesa ni yetu. Kama mtu ana pesa yake mwenyewe, hawezi kutumia pesa miaka 5, anamwaga pesa tu kila siku, anamwaga pesa. Pesa yako kama unataka kusaidia watu, ungewapatia watu free. Hautapatiana pesa ndio upigiwe kura. Alafu the other thing which I'm considering almost traditional ni mambo kupiga rais ya Kenya kopi. I don't know how stupid that statement is. If it is confirmed ya kwamba ni kweli ilikuwa ni hivyo, ya kwamba Uhuru was not conceiving, not understanding what is going on, akiwaza kuprove hiyo, not unless approve hiyo, it should be taken to courts and be addressed. Atoe statement na chief of general staff akuje aseme ni nini hiyo ambayo aliona rais akifanya, because what literally he is saying that rais was incapacitated. He doesn't know what is going on and he doesn't understand what is going on. Na hii ni kitu mbaya sana. Hiyo lapse ya even 24 hours within the presidency is not something to be taken lightly. Atuambie alipoenda State House alimpata rais anafanya kitu gani? Alikuwa amekufa, alikuwa amezimia, alikuwa amefanya nini? Atuambie tu. Why was he determined to mention rais alikuwa incoherent? Because this is what I understand. He should come to tell us rais alikuwa incoherent, alafu akamka baadaye, ama alimpiga kofi na amke. Juu rais ako very clear on that. Let's tread carefully because this man is akona tamaa ya kuchukua urais. Ndo kuna siku moja mleta video ya Humphrey Polepole hapa, alisema sio bora kiongozi, lakini nataka kiongozi bora. Na mtu akitaka kuwa kiongozi bora, huwezi kutumia almost, the rough estimate is almost 50 billion has been used to campaign for 4 years. Na 50 billions, hiyo si pesa yake, ni pesa amechukua kwa serikali akari-invest into his re-election or to be elected. Mimi sitaongea mengi sana, lakini hiyo point nataka kama next panel akija, ama Bernard, chukua your wisdom time tueleze the amount of money used in politics in Kenya. It could have made Samburu a capital city of Kenya by now if we collected all and put it in development. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is a very disturbing reality and an indication on why corruption is a runaway reality in our country. Because you cannot pour out that money if you have no channels of regrouping it or getting it back. That shows clearly the desperation and the purpose why you want to be in power. One of the things that went wrong with Kenyan politics is when we made politics and platform for doing big business with the government. When politics was no longer paying or was no longer profiting in terms of big money, only sensible people.
Industry. We made politics industry.
Yes, we made. Thank you. We made politics an industry, and that's something that we're going to battle. I think for the next 30 or so years to put the politics back in their proper perspective, which is service to humanity, which is a commitment to better governance for the sake of the welfare of the masses. That is what I understood politics to be. And that is what politics was all about. It had nothing to do with serving personal and selfish interests. It had everything to do with fighting for the masses, fighting for the inequality in the society, for the less fortunate in the society. There was a cause that people went into politics for. This business of people going in politics for themselves is wrong. It's wrong, and it needs to be corrected. And so especially the young politicians, you need to go and study one man called Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga needs to be made a case study to be studied in our history And everybody that wants to do political science and the rest of everything to do with politics, study one man, Raila Odinga, and then study the old politicians, the Masinde Muliros, the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. What made them, the Jomo Kenyatta, what drove them into that leadership, and then compare it with the current Kina Sonko, compare it with Kina Ruto, and tell me whether these people are still doing the politics that Jaramogi did, that Jomo Kenyatta did, that the founding fathers did. If you can't relate those two, that's why you're analyzing the way you're analyzing. You're short-sighted. You think that politics is about defending your party and defending your man. That is not politics. The true politics that helps the country is for the interests of the masses, not saving one person's back or one person's whatever interest at the expense of the rest of the country. I want us to make progress. Naomba to Apostle, una la kusema shortly kabla tumlete Morias.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Be very brief.
Yes, I was just wanted to add something on the issue of cost of living, because I think this has been an issue whereby the Kenya Kwanza, they are bringing it all the time to Kenyan citizens. They're saying that Raila and ameleta handshake. Cost of living nakaa Afrika Kusini, na nikikuja kwa inchi tulikuwa naunua mafuta shilingi randi 5 hapo ilikuwa, I don't know how much was that by that time. Saizi diesel 1 liter is 25 rands 1 liter. Mafuta ya kupika 1 liter imeenda double, ilikuanga kitu 25 rands, sasa hivi kwa 2 liters imekuwa 120 rand. Unapata cost of living is too high. Like I was offline right now, the electricity is off all the time, which has never happened in South Africa. In a day wanakata stima karibu mara 4 sehemu zingine. Why? Kwa sababu watu wanafanya kazi kwa Eskom, kitu kama Kenya Power, wanasema ya kwamba cost of living is too high and the salary is not going up. So when I hear Kenya Kwanza try, or Kenya Kusha try to say, or let me say UDA, as you said, actually they are UDA, and color zao ni UDA, wanasema kwamba is because of a handshake, is ni kama Ruto anachukua a very narrow thinking ya kwamba Wakenya hawasomi magazeti, hawana access kwa news, but this thing is global. I'm talking on terms of where I stay myself. Ukiona kuna wakati ukienda kwa duka na 1,000 rand, which is almost 10,000 Kenya shillings by then, now is 7,000 rand. Unanunua chakula ya almost 1 month and a half. Today ukienda kwa duka na 1,000 rand, you come back home with almost nothing, because everything has gone up. And if we look at this, unaona kwamba another thing about creating of jobs, Raila has the best plan, because ukiangalia like South Africa, there's malls everywhere, malls everywhere. But ukiangalia malls, they do not sell things manufactured in the country. So what AZIMIO they are saying, which we are supposed to support, is that we are going to begin industrialization of our country. One county, one product, one county. Those are the things that create employment, not opening of a mall. Because ukiangalia mall, wanaajiri watu wachache sana. Some of the malls now, unapata kwamba few tellers, and you pay with the accounts, you just come to collect. Inakuwa hakuna job. But the system that AZIMIO want to bring is something that Kenya should look at it and support it. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio ita-create jobs, kwa sababu manufacturing ita-create jobs kwa local level. Hauna haja uende Nairobi ama uende Kisumu ama uende Mombasa, kwa sababu kutakuwa na kitu pale Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, Bungoma, Nyanza, whatever it will be, kutakuwa na something coming out. Alafu pia hata wale ambao wakuuza vitu unapata kwamba you will come back home even to do something closer home kwa sababu unaweza pata market. So we should support what Azimio is saying, and we should ignore as we pray that the Lord will strengthen the Azimio team, protect them. It's becoming great. I wish that, I don't know, maybe you will advise me. I don't know why Kalonzo can't try and maybe team up with somebody like Oparanya and Bruce Western, and also Coast, will team up with Joho and let Baba come in as a utility player who will just strike once and move. I think that's the best thing I can see. But the issue of cost of living, bro, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. We are seeing things you have never seen here. But amazingly, it is a global thing. We should not even, we should try to let people know, maybe expose those videos more on our platform here, that people may know. Hii mambo ya mkate imeenda juu, mafuta imeenda juu, unga imeenda juu. Tomorrow I'll try to get some prizes and compare the Kenyan shilling so I can bring on the platform tomorrow. But thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana, asante sana. Waswahili wanasema njia ya mwongo ni fupi. Okay, njia ya mwongo ni fupi.
Kweli.
Ukijaribu kudanganya Wakenya wako mbele, Wakenya wako mbele sana. One of the things that convinced me that Kenyans are ahead and very informed is my mom. I went to visit her at the time when Musalia was talking about is going to cause earthquake. So I asked her what she thinks about the earthquake. She told me without even thinking twice, which earthquake? He's planning to go and join Ruto, and that cannot be an earthquake. And my mother is an old woman. She's 85 or something. So Kenyans are not as green as you think they are, that utakuja kuwahada, uwaambia handshake ileta hii, handshake ileta. For example, juzi akasema nini? Ameenda kila mahali Coast akisema ni handshake ilitoa reli kutoka, ilitoa port kutoka Mombasa ikapeleka nini? Naivasha. So kwenda kwa kulaunch manifesto yake tena anasahau. Anasema sisi tulitoa port Mombasa tukapeleka Naivasha tukitafuta steam na kufungua kampuni. Sasa William Ruto, when your handshake tena sio handshake, well, what exactly are you up to? And what makes you think that we are that naive to follow your leadership, which you don't have? Well, let's make progress. Thank you very much, Apostle. Tunashukuru na tunaendelea kuombea hii nchi na viongozi kwamba tutapita hii kona vizuri tena salama. Watu wa comments, I want to give you a free advisor. There are people of UDA who want to deviate the debate. So if you engage them too much, you will lose the focus and begin to give them credit where they don't have one. So some of those people, you need to ignore them and don't follow their train of thoughts, because it is geared towards deviating the debate into what they want so that they can set an agenda of which they don't have. So some of those politician, whatever channel, and the other guy who is defending them, ignore them. Ignore them. They are here to run down the debate. They are not here to debate. If they had a chance, they want to debate, wangekuja huko kwa screen, watoe maoni yao. Hata hawezi kutetea Ruto, ni hapa tu kupeana propaganda ndio wanatafuta. So ignore them. Let's get focused and do what is required to do. We want to help this country become a better place by insisting on value-based leadership. Kama mtu ako na dosari katika tabia yake, asipewe uongozi. Nishasema hapa, sio sera peke yake, tabia kwanza. Okay? Sasa kabla tuangalie sera za Azimio na sera za Kenya Kwanza, tuangalie tabia ya wale ambao wanasimamia hizo sera, kwa sababu sera haziwezi kubadilisha mtu, ni mtu anabadilisha sera. Kama mtu ako na question mark kwa maisha yake ama kwa tabia yake, hata umpatie nyumba nzuri, umpatie chakula kisafi. Ni kama tu umenunua suti nzuri ya taki ya white alafu ukavalisha nani? Ukavalisha nguruwe, alafu ukaipulizia ile manukato ile mazuri kabisa expensive. Okay? Waambie sasa leo umeokoka. Bwana asifiwe. Nguruwe iseme amen. Okay? Alafu waambie sasa kaa hapa kidogo na hakikisha kuna kitimbwi cha matope just beside it. Okay? So waambie kaa hapa kidogo, naingia kwa nyumba narudi. Bwana asifiwe. Nguruwe iseme amen. When you go in the house and come back, the nguruwe inside the nguruwe, wacha sasa hiyo umevalisha nje. The nguruwe inside the nguruwe cannot avoid the matope. Atachukua hiyo suti na vile ilivyo, hata ukimpatia chakula achanganye na hayo matope ndio akule. So tabia ya mtu kwanza, alafu sera zake. Kama tabia yake iko na dosari, sera haziwezi kusaidia. So forget it. Thank you. Bwana Olaro, unasemaje? Ni time ya morasia.
Nilikuwa nataka, asante sana Mr. Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka Apostle akifanya hiyo listing of prices, pia angalie eating habits of Kenyans. Hiyo mambo ya kula kitu moja tu peke yake, kitu moja tu, unga tu hiyo. Na siku hizi tangu wakikuwa wameanza kula ugali tumekuwa na shida hii mahindi. Sasa nataka Wahindi wakikuwa kule tu mavitu zao ndogo ndogo, na Wakisii waendelee kula hiyo mandizi zao. Tukifanya hiyo, tukidiversify, we will not be vulnerable. Hiyo mambo Wajaluo pia wakula ugali ya wimbi, wakula ugali ya hiyo vitu vingine. Hii ugali tu ya mahindi peke yake hii. Hii kitu Mr. Bernard ungefanya show siku moja. We want to get away from this sugarcane and from this maize. We have been monopolized, we have been manipulated, and people are getting richer on our backs while we are seated here. Ukienda saizi Pokot wanachinja ng'ombe moja, wanakausha, wanakula kidogo na mtama, wanaishi. Lakini saizi tumepeleka unga mahindi paka Pokot. They cannot survive on their own means, the old means. Sasa lazima turudishe ile uji ya wimbi, mavitu hizo on our menus. Mtoto akiwa hakuna unga ugali, unampikia unga wimbi. Unga wimbi is more nutritious and is healthier. Wanyanya wasikule ugali, wakulange tu wimbi, wanalala. So this if one of those manifestos could have touched on that, diversifying our food, we should be eating what we grow. This way we have independence of our food. Hata kama unafanya biashara, la kama kuna ukame, unakula kitu yako ile umepanda mwenyewe, or the things which are readily available to you. Of late tumepoteza a lot of crops which were naturally harvested in other areas. Kuna hizi kienyeji. Hizi kienyeji inauzwa Nairobi kama 700 kwa sahani tu. Inakuwa almost like nusu kilo ya nyama. Na hii kienyeji tukiwa watoto wadogo ilikuwa inamea kwa kando ya nyumba tu hapo nyuma. Hiyo sehemu hiyo ukifungua dirisha yako kienyeji kwa hapo jingi tu imemea tu. Sasa nataka Mr. Bernard, we strategize on food diversification. We cannot live on this imported, because hii mahindi kwanza si natural to Africa. It eats a lot of water. It's not viably harvested. It's not viably. It needs a lot of manure. It needs a lot of stuff. We should go back to find a ways of getting our own foods. This is the way the food security comes in. Ng'ombe zetu za kienyeji zisipelekwe Ulaya tuzikule wenyewe. Na asante sana Bwana Uhuru kuamsha hiyo Kenya Meat Corporation ifanye kazi. Ndio saizi mapocha saizi wamekosa kazi ya kufanya, hawana pesa kufanya campaign. They are trying to create havoc kwa kina Seli kule, na Seli anatuambia kwa kinobaga baadaye. Asanteni sana. Asante sana Pastor.
Oh, thank you, Bwana Olara. That's a good point, and we trust to look at it keenly. What we need is variety. Yes, variety. Shida ya Kenya ni cartels. Shida ya Kenya ni cartels. Hata si hata tuna mtama wa kutosha ama millet ya kutosha. Iko tu ya kutosha, lakini kuna mtu anataka kutengeneza pesa na damu ya Wakenya. Kwa hivyo ataenda kuyaribu ili yeye abaki kwa soko peke yake, akituuzia ati kilo moja ya unga ya uji sasa inazidi unga ya ngano. Okay, now you weigh about those two, it doesn't add up. Kuna kitu ambacho sijaielewa, kwa nini chupa ya maji, okay, maji kwa chupa is more expensive than soda. I thought manufacturing soda is more complicated than purifying water. What makes water in Kenya to be more expensive than soda? Only God will help us understand that. But we hope that with the AZIMIO government, we deal with these cartels. Food security in this country is something that can be achieved in the first 2 years. That will be permanently food secured for 50 years. If we worked very well, did away with this so-called middlemen, put our productive land to use, we'll have food, excess food to export. In the past, the prices of food was not escalating the way it is doing right now. The cartels must be dealt with on a serious note, on a very deliberate way. Kuna mtu anaitwa Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, I don't know, your language is wanting, and you don't seem to be a guest. So please watch your language. Watch your language. Not every word is allowed. This is a public channel. It's a public channel, and there is a language we cannot condone because it places the channel at risk with the YouTube community. Tafadhalini. Mchungaji, ni mchungaji ama reverend kasisi?
Yote.
Karibu.
Afadhali tu beda Selina baba na nani huyo mwingine Oraro ya kwanza hiyo topic ameleta saa hii, afadhali watu waiongelee kidogo, inasaidia watu wetu huko mashinani. Na nani tena ameingia hapo, Pas Apostle namkusikia, na our recent brother ameingia. So nimekuwa nje kidogo na nimemiss hii forum sana, ni ya muhimu kwetu sisi wote na inafaa ishikilie hivyo tukiombea. Kabla ni comment mambo ya, wacha tuongee ukweli. You see, information kama hiyo ya kusema ya kwamba ukiona kama unaweza kulima viazi tamu, viazi vingine, viazi mbili ukipata na kitunguu na carrots is a complete meal. Hapo kwako nje kuna yai moja utachamsha, jajanganya, hata si mafuta, just boil it, mix. Tunguu ya matawi rusha ndani, umemaliza hiyo maneno, it's a complete meal. Wewe ukingangana na unga huyu zayayo umeshashiba. Siku ingine ukipata hiyo unga, ukikoroga hiyo kitu kama naita mkorogo, kiweka hapo, tayari hiyo ni ugali. Ukipata ndizi moja imeiva, umepita nayo, ukunywe maji, huwezi enda kutafuta dawa. So tunatumbuka tu kwa kukula ugonjwa huo tunaletewa wa unga, ili tupate njia ya kuenda kutafuta matibabu, because we will be sick, we are seeking for medical, so that wale wenye wanayotaka hiyo biashara yao wanazidi kupanda na kukua. Akiwa mgonjwa unasikia yeye ameruka kwa India. Sasa wewe kama ya chakula ni ngumu, utafika kweli hata kwa ile level 6? Hapo tu karibu, sio? So sana wanasema you are what we eat, we are what we eat, or what is the end of the fork. So So those are the terms zinaangaliwa. So what is at the end of the fork determines who we are. So hiyo ni mambo ingine yanafaa siku ingine forum pena tupange, tukuje hapa tusungumuze, tuambie watu wetu vile nyanya zetu walikuwa wanafanya, wanalima ngwaze, viazi tamu. Kama kwetu nakumbuka viazi tamu hakuna siku, kila mwaka drought iko. How akishatoa ile the first hip anapanda on the spot, akirudisha akienda the next level. Kitamba malize a quarter hectare some 1/8, zile zingine zinaanza kupaliliwa. So it is something that was done in a way with a lot of engineering in farming, but I don't understand how they did, but they knew about it. Ndio naona hata mtu mzima anakuadvise na kuambia huyu anasema because amepita hapo anajua. So they knew they had this threat of food shortage and they knew how to solve it. Sasa sisi watu wale tusemezema muenda shule, wengine ni mascientists, anakuambia ukiuliza Alfred Mutua, jamaa alikusalimia ati hapana, alinishika kama akona price kwa mkono, kumbe anasukuma wheelbarrow. So you see, these are the essence. Yeye ndiye anajua, unasikia anataka kupiga mwingine kofi because that is how you are, reaction with solving the problem. Lakini sasa before ufanye hiyo, sisi imefika point sasa, saa hii mahali imefika, you cannot tell us mambo ingine ya Mungu. Mungu anasema good policy ndio zinatengeneza serikali, hiyo inafaa watu waombe. Hiyo ni the book of Romans. A bishop atasema hapo, Reverend Angozi will tell you. Romans, the policy hizo anasema, hiyo government anasema uiombe na uirespect. Iko na good policy. Itaki kuua watu ovyo ovyo, itaki kunyang'anya watu, hakuna corruption, hakuna mtu amekufa kwa ajili ya kukosa dawa, hakuna mtu amekufa kwa kukosa nini. That is the government. Na sasa hiyo government unasema, sasa unauliza wewe kanisa yako ni gani unaenda? Where are you a church member? Ni wapi? Tuambie. Moi alikuwa Baraka Baraka. Kenyatta anaenda hapo Catholic. Which member? Which church? Wewe mwenyewe ni pastor, uko hapo kwako ndio kanisa. That is the problem. Mchungaji atakwambia kwamba ule mtu alienda kupanda mpanzi, alipanda, zingine zikaanguka kwa njia, zingine kwa mawe, kwa mipa. Sasa wewe angalia kama hizo mbegu ilianguka wapi? Kwa mwamba. Na ndio wanaambia watu ya kwamba hakuna njia nyingine. That is the concept. Na ndio naona hiyo, na ukiambiwa ile ilianguka kwa mipa, they worship wealth, anxiety na kila kitu. Angalia vile anatembea. Nilisema last time hapa, people are sick, they need a doctor. Lakini watu waamini. But when you see things around, you can understand. They need wanataka waangaliwe. Lakini sasa wataki kuenda, basi waende kwa waganga. Because they don't know where they are. Better waende kwa waganga wa solve, because that is what they can help them. So mimi kile nasema hivi. This 36 days remaining. Chagua kiongozi anaweza kuwafanyia good policy, zisaidie mimi na wewe na mtu wetu wa kawaida. Look for a leader who is not for personal, but ni nini watu wetu watasaidika nayo. What will benefit of my people? This is the Anyona view. Those are the leaders you are trying to compare with them, who are fighting for their own people, in the sense that wapate barabara, wapate elimu. That is it. Lakini si ate kangabi ya uwanja tapata. Hapo nitapata nini kwa hiyo deal? Hizo nguo za wafanyikazi nitapata what percentage? Those are the things. Na you know we can't move. So for that, let us run away from that. Na kurun away from that, choose a leader who fears God. Not the person who uses God for his own benefit. God is not like the Panadol you go to the shop and bring and quench the headache, and tomorrow you have forgotten about it. You know, God is not that way. He's not somebody you can put in your pocket and walk with it wherever you are going. is as mighty understanding and he can change things. Na hapa ndio naona kweli watu they don't pray for. Wanasema ati ufai. Leaders they need to pray for God to change those people to ashame them because they are doing wrong. Wanasema hapana ati wafanye kufanya hivyo. How? Rebuke them. Men of God, they tell people, no, is corruption is corruption. We pray God to intervene, to intervene them, to interfere with them and misguide them if it's possible. We call it the Jezebel, to Jezebel them, and then they get confused. And at the end, we found them that they selected, they forgot to come to vote, and we win the election. Niwache hapo.
Asante, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Wakenya tuko ngangari, tuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba tunasongesha nchi mbele, na saa hii tuna recruit tu wengi ili tukue the majority in terms of ensuring that we give this government, or rather this country, to trusted, time-tested leadership that can provide progressive advancement within their leadership agenda. Kuna nani Emmanuel Olele anasema, Bernard, let us vote for Wajakoya. Wajakoya akona sehemu yake, lakini sasa hivi hapana. Let us do what is right for the country, not play games. The future of this country is in a serious state. I don't know if we get it. We are in a place as a country that if we play, we're going to take, it is going to take 50 years to get where we are. I don't know if you understand the seriousness of 2022 elections. It's a choice that if we make a right choice, we will never be here ever again as a country. But if we make a wrong choice, it will take 50 years to come where we are right now. That means we'll go back 50 years and it will take another 50 years to come where we are. It is not easy to get two leaders in the country who will agree on matters of national interest and be able to champion that politically. So we have an opportunity that God has offered us as Kenyans. We should not throw that opportunity away because of some careless people who have their ego and they want it massaged. No, we need to be more keen and more responsible than that. And that is, let's grab the opportunity we have and make good use of it, propel this country to go further than where it is right now, that we will never be here again, ever again, by reason of correcting our wrongs and securing our future. So please, let's lay that to heart. We can debate on a lighter note, do some statements about Wajakoya, but please, the country where it is right now, we need some serious thinking and serious decision made. Naomba tumsikilize nani Council Mola kwanza, alafu tarudi Polara baadaye. Council Mola, vipi?
Hello, Bernard.
Yes,
and
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Sally Cheb, Bob, Olara, Moriasi, and Apostle J. Good morning and good evening from where you are. Yes, it's my first time to be in the show, but I've been following from behind all that long. First, let me start by commenting on somebody who commented about Bernard being praising dynasties. and asking Bernard to support Ruto. So I would ask the person if, or what has Ruto been doing all that long, if not praising dynasties until just recently, until 2017, that he realized that he has been praising the dynasties all that long, and he has made all his wealth, he has made his name through the dynasties. So if the same Ruto that he's calling upon Bernard to support has been supporting those dynasties, so what makes the difference? Why should Bernard not support dynasties? And the Ruto is supporting dynasties, or he has been supporting dynasties. So I don't think if there is any point there. Now to the topic. For those of us who have read Chinua Achebe's book called Things Fall Apart, we can recall there is a concept among the Igbo tribe that is called Chi. Chi, that is a personal god. So Chinua Achebe tells us that if your Chi says no, then it is no. You cannot subvert your Chi or the decision of your Chi. So if your personal God says no, then it is no, no matter how hard you try to overtake that decision. All these gaucheries and gaffes that we see Ruto committing and Gachagua committing are just an indication of their Chi saying no. Their personal God, or Ruto's personal God, has said no, and that is why he's making all those gaucheries. He was making all those mistakes. Who in their right mind would tell Uhuru, or would tell the president that wacha nikuonyeshe jinsi ya kutawala, or would even dare, who would dare even imagine slapping the president? So if this guy, even before ascending to to that position, he has already imagined himself slapping the president. So what if he is given power? What can he do? He can do more than slapping the president. And perhaps what who was that guy? The guy who said that Ruto had planned to kill the president. Perhaps it's true, and it's now unraveling. It's now revealing itself, and all these things that Ruto has been saying. Ruto's conduct just reeks of authoritarianism. If you look at how Ruto has been conducting himself, if you look at his past, even his recent moves, everything, his comments, anything he says, the way he conducts himself, tells us of an authoritarian leader. He possesses all the markers of an authoritarian leader. One of the markers of authoritarianism is violence, as being a violent leader, and just trying to slap the president. That's a form of violence. He wanted to, because he did not agree with the president's position. He wanted to react to it violently. And that's a form of violence. But leave alone that. Sonko just told us here recently what they were doing in 2017. And it was Ruto's brainchild that they were buying T-shirts and branding them ODM, and then instructing youths to go to the streets and burn people's vehicles and people's property, and then have the blame put on ODM. when actually that was not, those were not ODM youths. That's a form of violence, and that is what Ruto has been doing all that long. Another marker of authoritarianism or authoritarian leader is fighting and constantly attacking the media. And you saw Trump do that. He even went to the extent of banning some media houses that is perceived that he perceived to be against him, not to be reporting favorably. According to him, banning them in the state, banning them from State House, from White House. And Ruto has even gone to the extent of identifying certain media houses that he deems to be unfavorable to him. And perhaps the next thing, if he ascends to power, is to ban these media houses, close them, or he can just do the unthinkable. And that is a sign of an authoritarian leader. Another thing is, and what he has been doing is stereotyping. He targets certain groups that he thinks of as outgroups. To him, these people are out. These communities are outgroups. For instance, he has for a long time been stereotyping the Luos. Look at his campaigns throughout. He has been stereotyping the Luos and branding and perceiving them as an outgroup. Watu wa kurusha mawe, wale watu wa kung'oa reli. So he targets the same way Trump was targeting the Muslims and the Mexicans and immigrants in general, because they are outgroups in the United States. It's the same thing that Ruto is trying to do here in Kenya, because it's a sort of, these people have not been in power, so they are in the periphery. So there is no need of us bringing them to the center. These people are an outgroup. They are not part of us. This thing is for, sorry to say, it's for the Mount Kenyans and people from Rift Valley. Anybody apart from anybody outside that, those two communities belongs to the outgroup. And to him, sorry to say, say it again, the Luos are an outgroup. And that is why he keeps calling them watu wa kurusha mawe, watu wa kung'oa reli, stereotyping. And by the way, that's also a type of propaganda which Ruto is wanted to. And he has also been doing a lot of plain folks appeal, using the common mwananchi and telling them, this person identifies with what does he call bottom up? So if this guy is a bottom up supporter, why not you? You should also. But that aside, the main point here is that Ruto is an authoritarian leader who is just waiting for that opportunity to display or to put into practice his authoritarianism. If we elect him, then I think we should be prepared for Moi's presidency was a better one. This probably would be the worst era we might have as a people. And this is not to bring fear, but it's something that already exists. We all know about the character of this person. And again, I wanted to comment about there's the Kenya Kwanza and its supporters being allergic to history. They have been telling us that.
Begin to summarize. Time bad.
Yeah. I'm summarizing. These people have been telling us that, Raila represents the past and Ruto represents the future. But then, if we just ask them, if you go to a job interview or if you are called for a job, what do you present? You present your CV. And what does your CV entail? It entails your past. It does not entail your future. Because it is through your past that we can learn about you. We can discover whether you are a good person and right for the job or not, just by looking at your past, as indicated in your CV. Because we cannot, there is no way we can tell your future, but we can only tell your future through your past. Thank you for this opportunity, Bernard, and other panelists. I'll continue following, and nice to meet you, and hope to join with you maybe tomorrow and any other day. Thank you.
Asante sana, Councilor Mola. We appreciate that, and let's keep the conversation going, whether we are on air or out of the air, so that everybody in your space gets the right information. The propagandists are here and they are spreading their lies. Somebody said, why can't Uhuru and Raila implement what Raila is proposing now, since they are running the government? Raila was asked that question, I think, on TV, and he said, which government house does he live in? How much is he being paid as a government officer? Which government vehicle is he riding, fueled and run by the government? Political channel, just own up your own up your case. It is nothing you will tell us that will change anything in terms of what is right and what is wrong. The deputy president is living in a house. We will be collecting rent for the 4 years he has not worked and living in government house. We are preparing a paper to do that. He has been riding the government vehicle. Yeye mwenyewe alituambia kwa TV kazi zake zote zilichukuliwa zikapewa Matiang'i. It means he has been jobless but enjoying free salary, not working. We need that salary back. The rent in Karen collected back. Hiyo itatusaidia kufanya food security. Okay? Hiyo pesa yote tukiweka pamoja ndio tutapanda the traditional food wa Kenya wasilale njaa tena siku ingine. Kwa hivyo tusisumbuane hapa. Ukweli ni kwamba kuna mkora mmoja wa hii nchi anaitwa William Ruto, na anataka kuita watu wengine watapeli na yeye mtapeli. Anaita wengine wakora na yeye ndio mkora number 1. Yeye ndio anajua kuongea hivi asubuhi, mchana anabadilisha. Yeye mara Uhuru Kenyatta ni rafiki yake, mara anasema atafunga Uhuru Kenyatta, tena anasema yeye ataenda kumtetea. Sasa kipi kiko wapi ndugu yetu? Hata kama wewe ndio Mungu si unaongea kwa lugha ambayo inaeleweka, sio lazima. Tafadhali, those of you are blogging for William Ruto, look for something substantial. Ukitaka kusaidia kampeni yake, look for something substantial. Challenge on facts, not just reporting the propaganda mlipewa. Na hii story ya kufuatana na Itumbi hawezi wasaidia mkakuwa good debaters, because Itumbi is like his master. They think one-way traffic and they want to think for Kenyans. Kenyans have their own brains. They think their own way and they know what is right and what is wrong. So jifunze tafadhali kuelewa kwamba hata kama una understanding fulani, watu wengine pia wana uwezo wa kuelewa hilo jambo kivingine. Na kama wewe unaelewa kwamba hii serikali William Ruto hayuko ndani, wacha kitu kifanyike kwa President Uhuru Kenyatta right now. Nani utaona amekimbia State House ana demand kukuwa sworn in? Atakuwa Raila Odinga. So let's talk what is viable. And wala ambao umejitolea kupeleka Raila Odinga Bondo, Raila Odinga anakwendanga Bondo kivyake, kwanza kwa ndege. Wacha hii ya wheelbarrow mnataka kutumia. Hahitaji msaada wa mtu yeyote kumpeleka Bondo. He has a yard there in Bondo. He has too much in Bondo that can occupy him for the rest of his life. He's not in this for himself. He's in this for Kenya. And that's what makes him sellable. I will keep selling him. Hata kama inawauma. We'll keep selling him because he has demonstrated he's a son of the soil. He can stake his life for the country. Staking his life for the country is the highest level of responsibility. Show us one thing William Ruto has staked for the country. Alijinyima kwa sababu ya inchi. Kitu kimoja tu. From 1992 to date. Point for me one thing that William Ruto forego. For what? he put away for the sake of the country. Hata ile mshahara Uhuru alisema wakate. There was a time there was a food, the cost of living was high. Wakasema wakate mshahara nusu. Sidhani mshahara wa Ruto ulikatwa nusu. Aliendelea kukula mshahara kama kawaida. Kwa hivyo tujifunze kufuata mambo vile yanapaswa kuwa. Na ningependa kuwashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali wale ambao mnatupata, endelea kukaribisha mtu ili makinike kwa kutazama Mtembei TV. Na kama huja subscribe, please make sure you subscribe to Mtembei TV. Follow us on Facebook, and Facebook we are both on the profile and on the page. So you subscribe on both and follow both, so that there are some shows we only air on Facebook, and we don't air them on YouTube. Others we air them on YouTube, we don't air them on. So it's just make sure that you follow both aspects, so that you don't miss out on anything. Let us also ensure that we are educating Kenyans by giving them right information. Usikue chombo cha kuendeleza uongo na propaganda. Kuwa chombo cha kubeba ukweli ambao utasaidia nchi, ili rewind hii tape 10 years from now, you will be proud of the points you gave out, because you are debating and pursuing the welfare of Kenya and not saving somebody's skin because of his missteps or miscalculations. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusikilize hii tape, alafu tumlete naona Duke amefika. Let's get this video first, and then in fact there will be 2 videos.
President ati amefika. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa kioo. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi, ambaye alikuwa vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa side mirror. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Mudi Awori. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa TV. Hata William Samoei Ruto 2022 utakuwa unaona president kwa kioo, kwa TV, na utakuwa unasikia kwa radio tu.
We did not bestow our will on Uhuru Kenyatta. That will is still with us. That sovereign will is still with us. So hiyo sovereign will tutaichukua, tuimpatie mtu mwingine. And it will reside there. Now how he leads us to where, that is for us as the people to decide. Wala wako kwa State House, wanaweza kukaa huko. They can stay there and govern themselves. So watu wakiamua, Wakenya wote wakikaa chini, waamue tunaenda hivi, serikali inasema vingine imeruhusiwa na nani? Ni serikali ya nani? Ni serikali ya Wakenya ama ni serikali ya mkoloni?
Okay, down memory lane for us to be able to reconcile the past and the present to prepare for the future. It's good that we look at this holistically. Say once upon a time, D was an intelligent man. I will not go there because that will open another issue that I'm not ready to deal with right now. Mama Selina, unasemaje? Kabla tumlete Duke.
Ulikuwa unatuuliza kitu moja deputy president amefanyia Kenya, nikakumbuka shamba ya Mtembei alitufanyia, nikakumbuka Kimwarer, Aror. Kuna vitu mingi ukitaka kujua utafanya, amefanya mzuri, ndio tukue maskini. Ni hiyo tu.
Thank you Mama Selina. So naomba tumlete Duke. Duke vipi?
I'm good.
Mchango wako tukisoma.
No, before I proceed, I want to say that politics is dynamic. It changes with time as well as circumstances. I'm saying this in the reference of the video you have just shown it here. So nobody has been one side or who has embraced specific ideas for test of time. In Kenya, I hope if you will play what Raila was saying about Uhuru Kenyatta before 2017, and what is the song he's singing now, then you know you have said that Ndi was an intelligent person at that time, but now he's a stupid person because he has a specific political affiliation. So what will you take? What will be your take when you will?
I did not say that. You're the one that has said it, and please stand by what you're saying.
I'm saying that, okay, let me proceed. Political it changes with time, but there was somebody who was speaking here and he quoted a book about Chinua Achebe's book, As Things Fall Apart. Also, I want to add some concepts from that book along with another book which is called The Animal Farm, Shamba la Wanyama. So it was about animals who are resisting the owner, the farmer of the animals, because they thought that if they would just resist and go away, they will like have a perfect world where they would be all equal. But that did not materialize. Still, there were several differences. As the two books elaborates, you find that we are not equal as humans. There are others with 2 legs, animals, 2 legs, others with 4, others with wings, which can fly, and others with wings, which cannot fly. So unfortunately, that's the situation in Kenya. In Kenya today, there are some people who can murder individuals and nothing happens. There are some people who even the courts may be scared to admit their cases. And that's why you see cases dragging 10 years, 20 years. I'm quoting that in reference with the fact that William Ruto just stated that he will investigate the outgoing government. But some people were very furious. They started to say that he is going to imprison the president, the words which the deputy president did not speak. So it is what makes us to be different in that, like animals, is because we have this inferiority complex in ourselves, that we feel that we are incapable of doing something and other people are capable of doing that. That's why you find that we are maybe depending on one person to be the president to change something for decades. And that's why some of us are feeling that the president should not be even be investigated. And once I asked a question, for instance, assume the economic crisis we have in Kenya today, it is because maybe the president has taken away trillions. Maybe that's assume, but it may not. It may be false. Assume the economic crisis we have is because the president has taken trillions from the treasury. Those money are stashed maybe within the country and abroad. And this individual has packed somebody politically, maybe in terms of resources, maybe. When that person becomes the president, can he strictly investigate that person or try to rectify the rot, all the things which are causing the country to have this economic crisis? The answer obviously is no, because that person is compromised in a way. Because him being a president maybe depends on the proceeds of the wrongdoing. That is what has made that person to become the president. And therefore, we need somebody who is equidistant from the current government, so that for change for us, yes, listen to me, for change.
So Bwana Duke, between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, their proximity to this government, who is closest?
No, that's a question you can answer yourself, because we have individuals in the same party. Who is the chairman of the AZIMIO, but political party? So are you trying to say if the people are in the same coalition, actually they are two opposing?
Duke, you are deviating. You're not answering my question.
When
it comes to investigating this government, the two leaders of the Jubilee government is William Ruto, is Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. And to investigate this government, we begin from 2013 to 2022. All right? And that means William Ruto cannot investigate himself. It's better Raila investigates both of them, because he was not part of the Jubilee.
Bernard, if you just allow, the Duke's angle was very clear. If one of them comes clear and say that the other one did something wrong, then this way we'll catch two birds with one stone. Watanikana vizuri, then we jail them both.
The law doesn't work that way.
No, it works. It works. No, Bernard, it works. It works.
Speaking at the wrong time. Thank you. The law does not work that way. It will only serve political purpose. Political purpose ni inasemekana sahi. Inaisha tu hivyo as a political statement. Alisema hivi na kajibu. That's the end of the story. But if it's going to be anything that will be worthwhile, it needs to have more meat than claims and counterclaims. Thank you. Duke, go ahead.
The point is, if we have to make change, it means the systems and the way things are done now must be changed. And changing means investigating the current systems we have, the individuals with specific positions we have. Change must start from there. So you cannot bring change without doing away with the systems and the people who are within the system which is not performing. You do away with the system and the people. So if you are supporting a person in power or the system in place, and you are trying to say you are going to bring change, that's wrong. It's false as that. Another false narrative that people have is that, actually most AZIMIO supporters have, is that they try to I can say, to demean the president. To the extent they are saying that the failures we have, the economic failures we have, is because maybe of what William Ruto did. That's what the buck stops with the president. Then if you are trying to say that, you can be like the deputy president or somebody in a lower ranks, and you can be able to have almost all control to the extent that you are able to affect the economy of the country in a way, then it means that the president is nothing. It's like ceremonial in a way, and it's not working. The buck stops with the president in Kenya here, and that's why when Raila Odinga was talking about the way he will prosecute individuals, corrupt individuals, he would actually need to direct the judiciary in a way. And that is true. For me, I know that despite us having the three arms of the government, the executive is powerful, the president is still powerful. He can still direct the court to do specific actions which are good. The arms of the government must differ only when there is the illegal, and there is an illegal undertaking. But if they are working for the interest of the nation, they have to work together. They can get interaction from one. For instance, if the president says these individuals are corrupt, here are the evidence. Actually, facilitate the cases to be finalized quick, or else they decide this country loses 2 billion every day. I want the intelligence report on individuals involved, on the accounts involved. That's not interference. That is working together so that we can change this nation. So,
sorry to interrupt you, Bonaduka. When you came into the studio, did you check the debate we're having?
Yes, that's what I'm addressing actually.
You're not addressing it, okay? Tulia Nikuonyeshe Kutawala, the bill Ruto tells of President Uhuru in Meru, okay? So you should tell us how well Ruto can govern than Uhuru, right? That way, I don't need to direct you on how to debate.
Okay, let me connect what I've said.
You are in the debate, but you're opening new other topics. You are diverting the direction of the debate, and you're going and going and going. You give an example, turn the example into the subject, then you begin to teach it, and you continue. Please, let's do justice to the topic so that if somebody clicks, he gets the information he's looking for, not he gets a whole different story altogether. Thank you. And be also mindful of time. Thank you.
Let me actually give that submission as I conclude. Actually, that's what I've addressed. I've said for change to occur, you have to change the systems. The current individuals and the leaders, you have to investigate them. So in that, it means his government must be different in a way with this one of the Uhuru Kenyatta, which has failed. So he is going to work in a different way from the way things are being done. So in short, that's what is the message saying. Let me conclude there.
If you confirm for me that you are now supporting Wajakoya, then I will understand what you're saying. But if you are still supporting William Ruto and you're saying what you are saying, you're confusing me. And if I'm confused,
no, can you seek clarification? Where are you confused?
Because William Ruto is part of the team that needs to be investigated, okay, for the loss of 2 billion every day, and for the poor performance of the Jubilee government. He has been the #1 supporter of the government, sabotaging the programs of Uhuru Kenyatta and trivializing every attempt of the president, turning it into a game. Amesema hii nchi ya banki, nchi ya rege mpaka tuistopishe. All that has been in play in clear cameras, in the glare of cameras, in broad daylight. All of that done by one person, William Ruto. So if we are investigating the demerits of Jubilee government, mtego wa panya washika waliomo na wasiokuwemo, lakini huu lazima mshike William Ruto. Hakuna vile anaweza kukwepa. So unless we may change, you're supporting a different candidate who is neutral, either my what is called Maura or Wajakoya, then I will understand what you've said. But if you are still supporting William Ruto, you are incriminating him instead of supporting him, in my humble opinion. You can respond that briefly before we bring in the fighter. As I begin to sign out, naonekana muda wangu hapa umeisha na mimi. Bwana Duke, did you get what I said?
Yes.
Do we move to the next person, or you have something to say from what I've
said?
No,
my response to that is this. You see, that you actually gave your counter. It's an counter argument. You are disagreeing with my opinion, and that's your right. The way you interpret the statement it's different from the way I've interpreted it, because for instance, it's not, if for instance assume, and I give that as a scenario, assume maybe the economic mess we have is because the president maybe has looted some trillions. Is it fair?
No, that's imaginary. That's imaginary. All that you are creating is an imaginary story,
okay,
of which serves no purpose in the current state of affairs.
Okay.
Right
now, let me respond.
The people on the ballot is 1.
Okay, let me respond this way.
2, William Ruto. 3, Wajakoya. 4, Mwaura. Sawa. These are the people battling now. Okay. To the presidents. Why you are dragging Uhuru Kenyatta into this, I don't see why. How that is going to help your campaign, I don't understand.
But you have said we have to talk about the topic, and the topic here, Uhuru is mentioned in this topic. It's about investigating Uhuru Kenyatta, who was messed the Kenyan economy. That's the topic. So he must be within the context of this topic.
Bwana Duke, staki tukosane tafadhali. The topic is about the bragging of the deputy president, that the president should step aside and show, so that he can show him how leadership is done. That's an exchange between mtu wa mkono na bosi wake. Okay?
Can I try to speak to you?
Kwanza tafadhali, who is that talking? Mute your mic kwanza. I'll give you opportunity to speak. Thank you. So the exchange between the boss na mtu wake mkono is the point of interest here. What governance can William Ruto teach Uhuru Kenyatta? And why has he not taught him all these 8 years or 10 years they have worked together in the same office? Now, all this coming into play, it paints one character here into an unclear light. But for the sake of everyone else, we will debate this to the last day. I can see Ruto has come. Geoffrey Ruto is back. Kuna huyo Chepukanani mwingine anasema he cannot wait for me to go. I will go. I will go, don't worry. I don't know what you do when I'm not here, but I will let you have your day. There is Patrick Cheptoek. Hiyo ndio gani? Anasema he can't stand me. You will get used to me because nitakuwa hapa tu. Hakuna mahali naenda. Meshi Teviz mimi ni dictator. Yes, ni kweli. Ni kweli kabisa. Kama ikifika kwa ukweli mpaka nikuwe dictator. There are truths. The centimeter, the size of a centimeter doesn't need to be debated. It is a standard. Whether it is in Britain, whether it's in America, a centimeter is one size. And that is what the truth is. And that's what I stand for. What is valid? A standard of what is right and a standard of what is wrong. So it's your story ya kusema because you don't like a centimeter, we now change it into another name or we adjust it to be a little bit bigger when it comes to you, but smaller when it comes to me. That will have already interfered with the standard and will never get the right measurement. So truth is all about keeping a particular standard of how things operate. The exchange between the president and his deputy is uncalled for. And the deputy running with it is decampaigning himself. In my opinion, he would rather leave it alone. But what he's doing is not helping much. Ian Fighter, karibu.
Thank you so much. Duke, you're a great man. Congratulations. Anyway, I want to say this, and I want it to be in the record. I have seen great brains here, from Bernard, Apostle, Sally, and others who are here. But I'm surprised that if Junet Mohammed misinterpreted what Ruto was saying as far as srabbing Uhuru is concerned, then all of you want to go that way, it surprises. You know, I don't understand why, even if you want to make it look funny, you cannot run away from the truth and facts. Ruto was even acting to assist Uhuru by saying, I felt like slapping him because he was letting it go what we have already won. I don't understand you guys. Why do you want to demean yourselves and you are learned? Why do you want to make yourselves not to think just because someone misinterpreted, then you want to go that way? Nevertheless, Uhuru, he has done his bit. That's what Ruto is saying. 35 days is not anything to take him aside. We are saying, let him finish and Ruto will show him how it's being governed. That's what Ruto was saying. The 35 days are finishing. Actually, it's 30 days. The 5 days are not, we cannot even count. So he will be shown how leadership is supposed, how the government is supposed to be learned when he is outside there. You cannot tell me that the Raila, AZIMIO, Ruto, Uhuru cannot be, we cannot speak about the Uhuru when he is the chairman of AZIMIO. The AZIMIO, who is our competitor, you will be doing it the wrong way. There is no way you can praise Raila now and fail to praise Uhuru because they are one and the same thing. So when we talk about Raila or AZIMIO, at the same time, it's like when we talk about UDA, we cannot run away from Mudama. So how do we want us to leave Uhuru behind? If the messes of this country has been made by Uhuru and is the chairman of AZIMIO, we are want to speak about it the last minute. The good thing is this: AZIMIO, it is Mia Kitambo. There's no way you can twist the statements. Bernard, you are saying a centimeter is the same everywhere. You cannot run away from the facts. The truth is, if we are very sure that now it's Raila, then as you claim, then we don't have any need to go for elections. We could be, you could help us to at least to preserve those few coins which we have in treasury so they can do other things. Number two, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he is on record to say that he will chain whoever who is corrupt. He is in record saying 2 billions are lost every day. What stops him from arresting the people who are corrupt? Because he has the structures in the institutions to do the same. So let us not forget that the fact is, every regime has got its expiry date. Power, influence, and regimes has their expiry dates, and this regime's time is over. We are not going to sit here and keep on lying to each other. Ruto had stood with Uhuru even when it was not fashionable to do so. He did it. Raila has never stood with Ruto, with Uhuru any day. No, neither did Karua stood with him. How is it today? Every Luo man is singing Uhuru is the best man. When last year, 2-3 years ago, in 2017, they were insulting him and saying all sorts of things. I want to remind you one thing. Someone said that Ruto says eti Wajaruo wanang'oa reli. Ruto has never said Wajaruo wanang'oa reli. Ruto says ule jamaa wa kung'oa reli. Ule jamaa wa kung'oa reli ni Wajaruo. Don't spoil someone's name for nothing. If he went out and said Wajaruo, we can say it as he has said it. He has said ule jamaa wa kukataa matokeo, ule jamaa wa kung'oa reli, ule jamaa wa kurusha mawe. But he has never said it the way we are trying to make it. The point here remains, tomorrow or after August 9th, we are going to have a president, be it Raila or Ruto. The president is going to be there in place, and there is nothing you can change. If you think that when the votes will count, that someone will refuse with the powers and say, I cannot give Raila because he's Raila, or I cannot give it to Ruto because there is no one who has that power. The power, just like Indi said, belongs to the people. And we are going to give the right person the power. So if the people of Kenya, including me, say it's Ruto, it will be Ruto. This time round, the systems and those deep states which you, as AZIMIO people, you are relying on and thinking that they will help you, they will never count. Thank you so much. Those are my submissions.
Question. Huyo jamaa wa kurusha mawe, kung'oa reli, kukataa matokeo ni nani?
Raila.
Okay, siku gani Raila aling'oa reli akarushia nani mawe sangapi?
Alitoa watu waenda kudemonstrate, wakienda kudemonstrate wakang'oa reli.
Swali. Kuna mtu wa kung'oa reli, kuna mtu wa kurusha mawe, okay? Na kukataa matokeo. Sawa sawa? Umesema huyo mtu ni Raila Odinga. Sasa nataka you tie that argument to the action. When did he pull the railway line and throw stones? Where and when?
Ukiitisha maandamano watu wang'oe reli, nani ameng'oa reli? Wewe ndio umeitisha maandamano, ndio watu waende wang'oe reli. Ukiitisha maandamano watu warushe mawe, wapige magari za wenyewe. Nani amepiga magari?
Then it means that statement does not refer to Raila Odinga. It refers to the people wale waling'oa reli. Okay? Na hao watu waling'oa reli ndio mnawaita Wajaluo.
Who said Wajaluo? Wewe ndio unasema hivyo.
Even here on the comments, wacha hiyo story. You are even here on the comments doing that. So don't try to play around with our psychology.
Ben, I'm in the comments as political channel. I know I've been engaging you so much. Don't say anything. I'm not hiding from anything.
What I'm telling you, your story ya Wajaluo ni nyinyi ndio mmeleta hapa kwa nini?
Hakuna kitu kama Wajaluo. Na Bernard, please. Now I will never use such kind of a word, a name. Listen to me, Bernard. I will never use that kind of a name.
Business telling me to listen to you.
Who are you?
I've given you time to talk. It's my time to talk.
So who are you? You cannot say. You cannot. Who are you?
Don't waste
Respect
our time
yourself.
with people that they don't want to listen to
Respect yourself.
Who are
I've
you?
given
You
you
also
time
have
to
to
make your
respect yourself.
You have gone around and round and round trying to twist what is obviously
Raila
right.
will never be
An elderly
president
person, you need to
of
be
this Republic of
responsible
Kenya.
for this
We will
country.
give whoever we want to give.
So what? If Raila cannot be president, so what? Why do you come here?
It's okay, Mama Selina. I've insisted over and over here that
all of us, we are sorry, but you are our leader sitting there controlling and moderating us. Somebody will not come and tell you who are you. We have been here talking, but we have never disrespect you. Why are people coming here na uchungu kwa sababu wanaenda kushindwa? They should kill themselves.
Let's see. It's politics.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mama Selina. Now let's do this. Let's agree. If you want to debate on this platform, you must come and stay within the standing orders of operation in this place. EM fighter is not new on this platform, but every time you come here, you bring about a fight that does not exist. You started the claims that I asked you to substantiate. Now you turn around, you begin now to command me around here. Please, it doesn't work that way. And banning you from this platform is the easiest thing for me to do.
Ben, it doesn't matter even if you ban me. I don't eat from this platform. What do you mean by banning me? It doesn't matter. I'm only giving my opinions. I've never insulted anyone here.
You don't have 1 cent. Better go and behave like an elder that you are. You are a disgrace to your age group. I have no patience for elders who behave like children. And if you want to come here and debate and you want to be a child, you don't have the interest of the country, you don't have the interest of the future of the children, and you want to engage us into games of mutuanini. There is much more to these elections than mutu fulani. The future of this country is at stake. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa kurant. And anasema kulangi kwa hii channel. So, sisi tunakulanga kwake. All the same. My time up. I'm happy my kid is here. I want to go and rest. I had a very long day and then watu wanakuja hapa kusumbua mimi akili. Now, let me hand. Yes.
Bernard, huyo mtu ENM fighter, kama unanisikia kuja hapa nitakukubali ingie kwa studio. Iko watu wanataka kuuliza maswali. Usikasirishe Bernard, mimi nakutaka hapa urudi. Nitakutumia link.
Yes. He's not coming back. Don't call for him.
Let him come back.
Yeah, so Bernard, angalia veterans wameingia. Wewe usibishane na mtu.
Tunataka kumuonyesha vile si utupa mawe, by the way. Nilikuwa nataka kuja kumwambia Mjaluo ni nani. He needs to come back. I need to tell him a few things about him.
Hold on, Olara
Makiadi, let me give you the lineup. Mimi ondoke mkitafutana kupigana mawe.
Sawa, Bernard, nipatie hiyo lineup.
Nipatie lineup.
Yes,
okay?
Please.
All these people from Bob, Apostle, Mama Selina, Olara, they have made submissions. Okay. Hii ingine wakitaka nani ya mbili ya tatu ya nne. Okay. Josh, Aimba, and yes, those are the two. Of course, plus you and Jiru are the ones who have not made submission. Mora was here. She made her opening remarks, so she has come to make her submission. Let her be considered. Maswala mengine yote. Now I hand over to Makiadi. Muendelee hapo. Tuonane masa mengine baadaye. Mungu awabariki.
Sawa Bernard, asante sana. Thank you very much. Olara, I'll give you a minute just to make a comment because you've made your submission. Just 1 minute. Olara, unmute. Make a comment, 1 minute.
Yeah. Kuhusu Makiadi, asante sana kunipatia nafasi. Na huyo jamaa, mimi sitaki kuzime microphone ya watu hapa, tunataka tuwashambulie mpaka tumalizie, lakini kitu ya muhimu zaidi Bernard, before that huyo jamaa tuvuruge hapa, kuna mwenzake hapa ametoroka pia yeye, ule alikuwa na msupport huyo ametoroka nimeona Duke na jina lake nani, lakini I just go back to Apostle ile mambo yetu ya variation of foodstuffs and land evaluation, because saizi sisi our generation hatutapata land ya kudiversify our food. The solution to Kenyan problem is the diversion of food pattern. Tusio Amerika tunakuwa tu mbuzi ama ng'ombe baga alafu tunakuwa wagonjwa baadaye. Wale walikula ng'ombe wakanachia hii mahindi. Hii mahindi solution must be found. Apostle ulikuwa umekuja na foodstuff list unakuja nayo kesho, na huyu jamaa tuaribia hiyo discussion. Hiyo discussion was very beneficial for us. We are not fighting only for the political future of tomorrow or hii baba kuja tuko hapa tuna fight with our blood, lakini Apostle kitu umeleta mambo ya food variation na mimi support. People should eat what they grow, and when Raila government comes, one county, one product, it should be one county, one product, one food. They should be eating what they grow, alafu they diversify. Wakati upande hii mahindi yapungua, tunapelekea watu wengine wimbi. Wakati hii yapungua, tunapelekea watu wengine ndizi.
Olara, wind up. Thank you. I have sent the link also. I've sent the link if you want to join the studio. ENM nimekutumia link hapo na Duke, tafadhali rudini. Kwa sababu mumeongea mambo ambayo tungetaka sana kuuliza maswali. So there's a link there. Mimi sitakufukuza, kuja kwanza nisikie ile kitu unasema. And I will move to Josh.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, sometimes I love to see how people are, you know, where they hold their peace of mind. I don't know if this guy can come back, because I need somebody from the Kenya Creature or this other coalition to answer me these questions. Number one question I would like any of them to answer me is that he said that we should be ready to accept the good things that the government did. They take credit. Of course we will. The things that the government did right, we'll give credit. We don't discredit that. But my question is, are they ready to accept the mistakes that the government did, or where we feel this government has not delivered, or what the life has been to the Kenyans right now? Because most of the people are not happy about the price escalating of essential things. So is Ruto ready to accept the mistake the government did? Instead of saying it is the handshake that brought it, is he ready to accept? Is he ready to accept the corruption that this country has experienced over his time as a deputy for this regime over 9 years? Is he ready to accept that? Is he ready also to accept that we have had a lot of animosity in this country, and he's part of it? And when Baba came in, the only thing he came in to do is to bring stability and to ensure that the government is run in a good way. I want to ask, if Ruto was a president and Uhuru was the vice president, and then he takes all the MPs, all the soldiers that as a president you are supposed to use to ensure your bills go through in parliament. You take them to Karen and they receive the instructions from Karen, and you are a president, Ruto. How will you run a government without MPs? Now, will you call in the opposition to help you to pass the bills in parliament that you feel, you need to give to your people? As a president, you need to deliver to your people. And if the soldiers are gone, how can you deliver to the people? So I'm feeling that Ruto must have contributed to why Uhuru did what he did to make sure that he has stability. He had to call in the opposition to help him to do that, because the deputy president went with all the MPs receiving instructions from Karen. Another thing I'll talk about is he said that Uhuru's time has expired. Uhuru knows his time has expired, but all Kenyans know that Uhuru's time, or Uhuruto time, has expired. That's for sure. Uhuruto's time has expired. So Uhuru, as he goes home, Ruto, please pack your luggage because your time has come. Go home. You didn't deliver. You didn't help the president whenever he wanted your help until he called the opposition to help him. So Ruto should be ready because his time also has expired. Number two, number three, I listened to his manifesto. I didn't hear him say, we did 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to, to fuel that, to add fuel on this. Completely he didn't. He speaks about his 4 agenda that they wanted to deliver with the president. He didn't say that given chance, he's going to make sure the 4 agenda goes well. He didn't do anything like that. Everything he said, we will be. He didn't say that I'm going to help or accomplish 1, 2, 3, 4 that we started with the previous regime, which is about to expire. He didn't say anything like that. That tells you his ambitions, they were very different from Uhuru's ambitions. Remember, Ruto was coming in as a president. He wanted to vie, but he decided that because he can't win, he joined the presidency. Let me add another thing. Ruto's language. Somebody has said that Ruto doesn't speak bad. I can tell you for one, even launching a manifesto, he was still attacking. Ruto is a person who knows how to attack to get credit. He knows how to do that. Mtu akitendawili, yule mzee, I don't know what, hawezi enda nyumbani, all those things. You people, you know when Ruto opens his mouth, whatever he says. One time, history will judge him very, very bad. Let me also use this. Personally, Joshua, I'm a peace-loving person. I love stability of this country. I love to do business whenever I want in this country. Or I need, it is not even who is going to be the president. I want a president who is going to unify this country. And who has demonstrated that? Raila Amolo Odinga, without missing a word. He has demonstrated that before, and he still will do that. Okay? And then constitutionally, is one person you can trust to, guard the constitution that he has already fought to have in place. A person who didn't believe in this constitution is Ruto. He said no to it, and they will never safeguard anything to do with that constitution. And for sure, I can tell you without missing anything, he will mutilate it. And then when he says that he's going to do some panels to prop 1, 2, 3, 4, who is he going to prop? His boss now? That's a serious thing. I think that's very, very serious. And for sure, I can't say go in Ruto. I'll say shameful Ruto. It's your time to go home. Please go home. You don't believe in structures. You have never fought for any structures. It's your time to go home. And people of UDA, don't run away. Don't get easy to anger, right? Sometimes you get to be provoked. That is politics. But you don't have to raise up your anchor, right? By the way, this has also been demonstrated by Ruto. He has to answer everything he hears. Very bad. So all the people of UDA, please come back. Be sober. Be easy. Let's talk to each other. We need your vote in AZIMIO. So we need to have you cross over to AZIMIO, right? We love you guys, but we need you here because we love this country called Kenya. Another thing, as I finish, Richie, I'm finishing now. I love what the president said in burial of Musalia Mudavadi. He said, what if it is time for Kenyans to rotate presidency? Instead of us, because of threat of numbers, for sure because of threat of numbers, the Kikuyus and the Kalenjin will always have it. So long as they can have one other, tribe to buy, the majority will always take it. And they're the majority. But Uhuru loving this country so much, he felt that we can also, have something where other tribes can also participate in. And he said, what if Kenyans will decide? He has always said, it's your choice, but my suggestion is, let's open this thing. Let's run away from Kalenjin Kikuyu. I'm so happy that Kikuyu said, for us, we can accept the debut. So Kenyans, we have a chance. Elect somebody from these other two tribes that have served us for the longest. Let's see what it will bring. And for sure, Raila will bring in experience, will bring in stability, and he loves this country. He has nothing to lose. He has nothing. He has fought for everything. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Asante sana Josh. Kwa wale walikuwa wanataka kujoin studio, nimeweka link hapo comment section. Tafadhali click on that link, and if you want to come in and be added on the panel, make sure that your camera is on, tafadhali, and you'll be added on. So I'll move on to Aimba. Karibu.
Thanks, Makedi. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. I will not address the people who are not here, but if at all they're listening, I'm usually one very proud Luo, by the way. I don't know if I would ever ask to be anything else. I love Kenya extremely, and I keep saying in this platform that I have a Kikuyu son who's pretty proud of Kikuyu, by the way, and I don't think you'd ever imagine he can be anything else. But that diversity has seen me have a great child, and Kenya has a great citizen, a great global citizen, because of the fact that that diversity exists. So for the fact that I can vunja really all the way to America and bring a president about, by all means, I will vunja it. When 2007 happened, I literally watched my mom disintegrate into something else right before my eyes. And I know that if it were not the number of calls that people were making to me and my sisters, along with my mom and everyone else, sisi ndio tungekuwa wa kwanza kwenda kuchoma vitu. Nobody needed to tell us to do that. So by the time someone is thinking that all of us, sisi atunanga mahali pali tunenanga tuna auction organs, and especially something as vital as a brain, you auction it to be given handouts to come and blog nonsense here and lies. Sisi tunakuanga wale watu tumebelieve in the spirit. Mjaluo ni mtu ambaye atakuja atakusaidia vita kimaliza. Mumepiga hiyo ng'ombe chini ikaanguka. By the time you're done with it, atakuachia hapo ukule yake nanga. Ataenda kama anaenda kushona viatu zake, alafu jioni aende na hiyo pesa yake ndogo yenye unafikiri ni ndogo, aende ajinunulie kamnyoso yake ingine smart. Sasa hizo amejiosha, amejivaa vizuri, tunaishi nyue sasa hizo by the end, labda kuna girl baby by the side, ama kama ni airi hapa niko na boys wangu nimechill. We love activities that happen sometimes in darkness and sometimes during the day, but just for the fun of peace, Luos have an environment, prefer an environment where raha yetu haikuwa interrupted. Pali tunataka tu vitu zikienda straight, it doesn't matter if I live in Amtaro, as long as haugandamizi rights zangu because you think you have something that you should brag about. Mama, kama siishi kwako isikushughulishe na isikutatize. Kama mtoto wangu haji kugonga kwako kukuitisha chakula isikutatize na isikujalishe, bora usinigandamize. Hii Kenya Wajaluo wao tumesema hatujatumwa huku, tunakuanga part of huku. So by the time tumemaliza kupigana tukiwapatia wengine muenjoy Kenya, go ahead and do that. But by all means, appreciate that struggle. Tuko hapa to stay, by the way. If I was not Luo, I wouldn't know what else I'd be. So sana sana wale watu wako nayo shida, watu tunangoanga reli, yes. Tunatumpanga mawe, yes. That is what we are. That is who we are. Utafanya nini? You know, go hang. By the way, sijui kwa nini Wajakoya hakutuambia ati makende ya wanaume inauzwa how much. ama matiti ya wanawake, ama sijui angetuambia how the rest of the organs zinauzwa huko China na kwingine pale wanazikula, tujue pahali saa zile mtu amesikia amechoka na ujaluo yetu, amechoka na the fact that Raila Odinga is president of this nation, akishamaliza akuja ajikate organs aende akauze, kwa sababu brains zao wanaendaga wanauza Sigoi. Sasa waende wakauze whatever other organs that are sellable, waende wakajinyonge na huko wakakufe na huko, ikuwe good riddance to bad rubbish. We're in a country where we are moving forward by then. The only way we are moving forward with leadership that doesn't think that they can kill their own. If anyone ever listened to is it McKenny? I was trying to look for that clip. In the year 2012, we were warned to Kambiwa. There's maize in this country that has aflatoxin. Kuna maize in this country that is poisonous to this nation, and that in a few years the level of cancers that we will be treating, the kind of diseases that we will be treating, will be astronomical. We were told these things, and we were told the person responsible for doing this was one William Ruto, who was at the time the Minister for Agriculture. That is something that we are now experiencing. We are losing millions of shillings trying to treat our relatives, trying to treat one another, and eventually dying because he went to NHIF and decided that he has to find a way of stealing from us. If that is governance, then hatuhitaji, hakuna mahali atasongeza Kenya. Tukimsongeza siku moja kwa grave apotee. Kenya isahau kwamba tuliwahi kuwa na jizi kubwa hivyo, ili bear the title president against his name, and Kenya existed by his side as something that he identifies with. He has been the greatest regret any mother should ever have to having birthed. Kama kuna kitu mwanamke anafaga kuomba ifanyike, uzae kitu kama hiyo. Mungu akufungulie aonyeshe ni hii ndio nitakuja imalize nchi yenye damu yangu ilienda chini ndio azaliwe. Ungenyonga kama ulizaa. No woman by then needs to bring such a disgrace to this world and then bear the fact that your womb carried that kind of Satan and brought it forth. Sasa ukiwa umeketi hapa kwa hii platform, ukiwa kwa comment section or wherever it is that you're sitting and waiting for a devil such as that one. Nakwambia, you guys, when you walk around this country sometimes, or even around the world, and meet anyone who has had a personal bad experience with that man William Ruto, nakwambia, you will look at that man na ushindwe. Kama kweli Mungu alikuwa anakuaga binguni, kama kuna any miracle Mungu amekufanyia, utashindwa kama it is the same God who allowed that Kenya should have that man anywhere close to presidency. Mukisikia leo hiyo clip inatokea, I tell you guys, walisema kwamba miti zote zitateleza. Na miti zote saa zile zinateleza. That recording spoke volumes. Alipata Uhuru akifanya nini? Akibugia kileo yake. It is not criminal for you to enjoy your frothy beverages that umenunua na pesa yako. It is, however, illegal for you to kill people's children by making sure that you are importing and bringing poisonous things that will kill this nation for generations. That is criminality. It is criminal for you to kill people's children who are working for you, but because you're involved in dirty deals, you kill them to cover your tracks. It is illegal for you to kill people who bear the evidence of the evil you have done to this nation, all in the name of preventing yourself from being prosecuted. Believe me, there's prosecution that is coming, and that prosecution is coming of God. He came and alikuja akapata Uhuru akifanya vitu zake zenye hizi sema kama mzee. At least mimi naweza sema kwamba nikipata kama Uhuru anafurahia the end of a good day. Ama he's frustrated by the fact that he came by his side. He presented to us a thief. He presented to us a murderer. So that yeye mwenyewe ajisupport ndio aingie kwa kiti. Akidecide anataka kuachana na hii kiti, huyu mwizi, huyu murderer anakuja insist hapo kwa sababu anajua hiyo pekee ndio imefanya haezi kuwa prosecuted. Kama Uhuru alikaa akibugia kileo yake ili ajitoe hiyo stress, what is criminal about the fact that Uhuru alipatikana akifanya kitu yake yenye alikuwa akifanya, including even if he was found having sex with his wife? That is a process that we enjoy. All of us we were not from virgin conceptions. Yes, alikuwa ni mmoja. So by the way, bora hakuwa akiua mtu, bora hakuwa akiibia mtu, bora hakuwa akirape mwanamke wenyewe. Those are all things linked to some devil who's coming here thinking that he's telling us he wants to be president of this nation. Kuna Mungu tunaombanga na huo Mungu wetu ni wa ukweli. Atukaangi tukaambia watu, lakini tunajua matendo yake. So tutaenda bado na tutamwambia
that our nation is not going to sink because one woman birthed a devil. So there is no governance that guy can show us. What he has demonstrated to us is nothing that we should ever have associated with in the first place. So mukae hapa mukithini mundekni mujiue mutafute organs mkaulize majakoa organs za binadamu kuuza ni pesa ngapi, tuonyeshe padi zinauzwa, because you guys are not useful to this nation by the way if you're supporting that miscreant that a woman birthed in the name of being a Kenyan.
Olara, hold on, Aimba, hold on, Aimba.
If you're not useful for anything, by the way,
Aimba, hold on.
Those are words in English that are describing things.
Aimba,
by the way, I will send you to your dictionary kama baba yako kukulipia shule wangu alinilipia. So if at all you do not understand the English language, you consider those abuses tough.
Olara, you know, if I give somebody a chance to make their submission and then you unmute your mic and speak in between somebody's submission, you are also interrupting my job. So please do not unmute your mic until you're given an opportunity. Thank you. Because you'll make this get heated more than it is. I want people to pour out their hearts, and that is why I'm giving you an opportunity, uninterrupted. Wacha tusonge kwa Mora.
Hey guys, I was here earlier and hey, she left already. What's her name? Ayimbra. She left. So anyway, I was here earlier and my issue is actually and always is Ruto. He has a foul mouth. I mean, he will insult Baba. He has a foul mouth and he bribes people, especially church people. So we are not gonna get anywhere with a leader like that. I mean, like he said last week, he said he was going to sue Uhuru, and then today we saw that clip that said that when Raila actually won in 2017, Uhuru actually wanted to concede. That's when Ruto wanted to slap him or hit him or whatever he said. Well, what kind of a person is that? I'm very disappointed with the kind of leadership skills that Ruto has, if he has any. But we are where we are. We just have to deal with him. He's here. It's up to Kenyans to decide. You can't. We can't just sit here and just talk, argue. Come in with the heated, like personal stance, like Ayimba did. I mean, she's entitled to her feelings and all. But we gotta do something more. We gotta like go to the polls. We gotta let our people know, like, let's elect this person. Reasons being A, B, C, D. But if we just talk, and then we see, like I saw a big crowd in Meru. I don't know if they all translate to UDA votes. Then it's like he has won Meru. I mean, if those are all his votes. So what we need to do right now, like I said earlier, it says here like we have 36 days left to election. I think we only have like 30 days because the last week, not much goes on like for campaign and all that. So we actually have like just 1 month. Can we make a change? We need a change in Kenya. We do not need someone with Ruto's temperament to be the commander-in-chief in Kenya. We cannot. It's a no for me. I have friends that are like personal friends to the Mudavadis and all that, but I tell them point blank, yeah, you're my friends and you support Mudavadi and all that, but not Ruto. Not this time. I don't know about the future, but we do not need Ruto right now. After everything he has done, after everything he has said, in my opinion, he is one of those people that have made a difference in the prices of commodities in Kenya, because how much they stole from the government. They made us borrow so much money. They borrow money to make Kimorel and Arol. The money ends up in somebody's pocket, and the project that the money is meant for is not done. And he pocketed all this money that the money is dishing out now. So I'm not sure if money is going to buy him into State House, but not this time. Please, Kenyans,
we need a change. Not Ruto, not this time. Those who support, I don't know why anybody supports Ruto. The guys that are coming to this forum, like because they are UDA supporters, they just need to convince us why we probably need to start supporting him and not Baba. But they don't. When they come on the forum, it's all like propaganda, it's all matusi, it's all like noise. They don't bring any points. They don't convince me to change my mind and start supporting Ruto. That's all I have right now, guys.
Thank you, Mara. I think you're getting worried of something that I don't know if you've ever heard of how photographs are clipped from their campaigns. So most of us have seen pictures where a trailer and the truck it pulls are separate in the same picture. It's like they're heading to the same direction, but the truck, there's no connection between the trailer had the driver thing and the truck itself from the back. I mean, we've seen a lot of theatrics from UDA, but as days progress, you'll also realize that it's like they are running out of campaign funds, because they used to pull very many people in their campaigns with yellow t-shirts and all that, but right now saa hii vile tunasema ni pesa imeisha kwa mfuko, sasa ile kitu imebaki ni matusi. Nyomba, before you come in, I want to play a video here. Okay, go ahead, Mora. 1 minute.
Yes, so he knew what he did for them to turn over those elections. That's my worry. So I hope he does not play those theatrics again, like go bribe maybe IBC or whatever, kill Musando, another Musando. I mean, we know what Ruto did for them to win the elections. I hope he does not do that again.
Okay, noted. Nyomba, I'll give you an opportunity, but I want to play a video here, so you bear with me.
The accusations against the Deputy President William Ruto for allegedly being too temperamental to lead the country come from a leaked audio file where Ruto is heard allegedly disclosing to others that he was on the verge of slapping President Uhuru Kenyatta after the nullification of the presidential election results in 2017, because Uhuru was claimed to have almost given up on a rerun. Here is a section of that clip recorded at a meeting between Ruto and the Agikuyu Council of Elders in 2017. Let's listen in.
Baada ya 2017 mimi nataka niwaambie, najua tulienda kufanya uchaguzi tukashinda. Huyu mtu akaenda pale akakoroga, ikasemekana turudie uchaguzi, si ndio? Watu wengi, sijui ni kwa sababu gani, watu wengi walikuwa nafikiri sasa ikisemekana turudie uchaguzi ati tutawachana na Uhuru. Sijui kwa sababu gani watu walikuwa naamini hivyo. Lakini mimi nilitoka hapa kwa ofisi na nilikuwa nimemwambia Uhuru, hii chunga hapo iko Kiingereza. Akaniambia hapana, nimechunga kabisa, kila kitu iko sawa. Kulikuwa na mtu mwingine anaitwa Nje, sijui nani.
Richie, there is no sound on the videos.
Mwisho mlango kumbe ilikuwa wazi, wengine wakaingia ndani wakaharibu, si ndio? Mimi nikatoka hapa nikafika State House. Kufika State House nikakuta rafiki yangu wako hapo. Sitaki kusema alikuwa anafanya nini, kwa sababu sisi ni wazee. So ndio huyo sasa hii maneno sijui nini, mimi sitaki mimi nataka kwenda Ichaweri, wewe sijui sasa mimi sitaki, wacha tuachane na hii kitu. Mimi nikamwangalia nikamwambia, wewe ni vile tu nilikuwa na heshima, ningemchapa kofi. Ati sisi tuache, ati tutoke hapa. Hapana. Na ni kura tumeshinda. Kwani alikuwa ametushinda wapi? Tumeshinda wabunge, tumeshinda magavana, tumeshinda senators wengi, tumefanya hiyo kazi yote. Ukora tu ameenda kufanya hapo kidogo. So nikamwambia awache mchezo. Nikamtoa hapo nikampeleka hapo Bama, tukaenda kula nyama. Akapona kidogo namna hii.
Allow me to set the record straight. That particular conversation may have concerned the nullification of the 2017 presidential election, but the meeting between Deputy President William Ruto and the Agikuyu elders is reported to have transpired last week.
Before you come in, did you hear the sound? Was there a sound on that? I think, Mora, maybe your gadget has an issue, because I also listened on my phone.
No, I can hear you now.
Yeah, the video was. Do you have sound? I mean,
we had it.
Yeah,
we had it.
Okay,
that's
Mora, can you you'd want to restart your gadget, maybe?
No, that's okay, because I saw those clips earlier.
Oh,
It's
you had seen
Yeah.
the video. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Nyumba, kazi kwako sasa.
Usiseme kazi ni kazi, wacha wewe Makiadi, unaleta kazi ni kazi hapa. Lakini nawasalimia Bwana Njiro, how are you sir? Honorable Sele Chep, Olara mwenyewe, Josh, Ismora, Diana, nawasalimia wote. Mesalimika. Ya kwanza, me I'm a temperamental person, but age has caught up with me. When I was young, I used to box whoever abused me. That was tough. But as you grow up, now our deputy is a grandfather. He's 55, 56 years now. And so in he was about 51 when he wanted to box Uhuru. One thing, you don't tell a man you're going to box him. When we were young boys, me and Kikuyu, Mora nakaa Nakuru, wenye ajui, hata mwenye ajui nakaa wapi, hata Diana. I'm a resident of Nakuru, Rongai constituency, and Nakuru West, Amenengai West ward. Now, when we were young boys, we used to provoke each other for a fight, just because of nothing, you know. Unaweka mate kwa hapa on the palm, Is it the palm? The back of the palm is what? Wrist. Is it wrist? Unaweka mate, nasema unaambia mwenzako panguza hapo. Panguza hiyo mate tu, na hakuna kitu umeulizana. It's a fight, okay? And you fight. You know, you have to challenge each other. Mwone is a tough guy. Ndio wasichana waone. Hiyo utafuata nani? Sasa, when boys you do that, you don't tell a man you are going to slap him. Well, you're slapping, what is he doing? Is he a sitting duck? Who used to be a rugby player is bigger in size than the little deputy president, physique-wise. Okay? How does he slap Uhuru? Even in boxing, people are put of equal weight. You don't put 100 kilograms person with a 50 kilograms. It's not allowed. So whoever wanted to slap the other one was the weaker of the two, of course. And even the thought of doing that, you know, this evil. Even saying it's evil. And it's a good thing. These people are sick. Every time they are releasing statement and losing votes, who is going to vote for such a guy? He's an elder, grandfather now. It's violent. And you see all over the world, sometimes the temperament of the person is important in that you don't give him a post where he can destroy the whole world. I remember people are very afraid of Donald Trump. He has all the gadgets or the switches to start even a nuclear war. You want a balanced person, not somebody who just, you wonder if it's normal, psychiatric case. I think these people are losing it. They're no longer normal like you, Richard and Richie and others. They have lost it. Actually, they should be checked. But the good thing is somehow it's positive to us as AZIMIO. Such a statement, actually, I will assure you, he has lost quite a number of votes. Not even 1,000, many. Whoever was watching that will not vote for Ruto. So, a coin has two sides. Of course, it's not saying something positive, but somehow it's positivity towards AZIMIO in terms of the loss of votes. Similarly, his deputies speak, they talk the same thing. And you can see the difference between Raila's praise issues and Mother Karua. They're very constructive. Kichwa haijajaa tu kutukana, it's evil. But let's give the devil his benefits. Shetani hako peke yake. Kuna Mungu na kuna shetani. Na shetani, don't joke with the shetani. He has got a big following. Actually, he challenges God in terms of the numbers. And he's trying to fetch even more from God's people. So these are things that are there. I repeat, God is there. Kuna watu wake, wanafuata sheria zake. Shetani yako. Na ako na big following. Don't joke with the shetani. Tenuachie hiyo hapo. Ufikiria nasema nini. Haya, sasa hata nilianza na mambo zingi mbali. Sasa, there's a small case before I go to the topic. How many minutes have you given me, Richie? Okay.
Yeah, in fact, the last person after you has just dropped off, so I can give you a few more minutes.
Yes. Nasema hii dunia lazima uwe mwangalifu sana mambo unasema ama unafanya. It's only yesterday we are remembering one of our Kikuyu man. I will say it. At my age, I don't care much about things. So not hata seli, we talk things the way they are. My first posting was way back. Wengine wako wamezaliwa 1983 to Nakuru after my qualification. And this was a very difficult time politically wise in Kenya. It was difficult. And even thereafter, from 83 and 88 and 99 until 91, when the multi-parties came back. So you could not talk freely as we are talking here. You could check behind the sides and all that. Walls had ears then. And things were real bad. And we are talking about a man. Sorry, he died. I'm not even sorry he died. Let him die. We are all going to die. Okay. This was a man who was used by the system, Moise regime, to kill people. And we are talking with a friend of mine who is an ex-forces, disciplined forces. He tried to recruit him. He also tried to recruit me one time. I repeat, this is a man who was used to kill people and throw them in the forest. Okay? And he was rich. He was a Kikuyu. This is a man who was changing cars like suruari, like trousers. They are on Mercedes, they are on Datsun, they are on Nini, okay? So there's a time he gave me some work, not related directly to my profession, to do some bill of quantities. Bill of quantities in the hesabu za nyumba wakati tunajenga. Me, I don't do that. I've done part as a service course. So I look for a quantity surveyor to do it. In Nairobi, I'm in Nakuru. Kafanya. It's good to share some of these small stories. It's not related to the topic here. I engaged a lady in Nairobi to do the bill of quantities. She did. Brought it back to me in Nakuru. It was physical, not even the software. Haiko ikifanya kazi siku hiyo. At least in Kenya, maybe elsewhere it was working. Nilipompeleka kwa site yake, the killer, he was a killer actually. Saa 6 ya mchana. Okay, that's the time I had my first car, a Peugeot 204 station wagon. Tunajua Peugeot station wagon, hand a car, then KMJ 744. I remember its registration. I found the man alone on his site where he wanted to build. So he had tried to recruit me, and I was a bit difficult. Of course, they don't come out open. Nakununulia leo, kesho anakuambia hii niko na ploti cost, nataka unichole, hata unaweza pata ploti hata hapa Nakuru, which is true. He had a lot of plots even Nakuru na amejenga. So I think he discovered I'm not recruitable. When I gave him the bill of quantities, he told them right there, we only two of us. nimepaka katuofo kangu pale chini akararua, akaniambia na hasira nyingi sana, you know I can shoot you. Although I was not even married then. Yeah, you shooting me for what now? And it's violent. Yeah, I can get you sacked. Blah blah blah. Hey, I had to take off, run away towards my car, and he threw a big piece of wood trying to hit me. The good thing I entered my car and took off. Actually, we were talking about him yesterday with a friend of mine. Actually, there's a man who comes to he is based in the US. He got a visa. He comes often to Kenya. And what happened? God does his work. God is not asleep. This man died of AIDS, and he was as thin as a piece of grass when he was dying. His family broke down totally. All the assets he had, they are gone. Of course, he had so many vehicles, brand new. Those are government vehicles with private registrations. The day he died, all of them were taken back. I'm saying evil in this world. It's a true story. It's not something I'm faking. It's somebody, I can't give the name here. But he killed many people, many. Na peleka huko Bahati Forest. Kama uko opponent, he is marked. Actually, my friend was volunteered. One time he gave me a lift. Na kiti ya passenger kulikuwa kumejaa maguns, different pistols, AK-47 za kuua watu. Unaziondoa kwa kiti, anaziweka huko nyuma. Anyway, so I'm saying evilness in this world doesn't pay. I think I don't want to allege or to mention a name. Some of these people are doing so bad things. This world we are just passing, okay? Like me, God willing, I'll pass the Bible. I'll just a few years, then I go home. It's not home. My kids are not dying tomorrow, but all of us, we are going to die one day. So don't plan evil for others. Don't do evil to others. Yeah, and you feel comfortable. And I've said here the other day, richness in life is not only monetary. You have billions in the accounts, you have properties here and there. No, that's not richness. That man was poor, and actually his family broke down. The wife also died. They saw those, they drank and they're all gone, bang and all that. They are gone. The whole family is gone. So you see, when you do bad things to other people, you also harvest the same. So, with your permission, Richie, let me touch very fast on the topics at hand, very fast, on a few seconds for each, because I started that, and I don't know, maybe this lady who was called Aiba, she left, and she looked like a Mamau product, not even a law, even the hair, and she's a very bitter, she's a protective, there's a mother who's protective for her kids in Kenya, Kenya is our country, and I can't blame her for that feeling agitated about the things that happen to this country. And let's give her the marks that she needs, actually. That anger is well, it's well laid and directed towards these bad guys, the country. Higher. Now, this is now Mr. Ruto advising President Uhuru. Tulia Nikuonyeshe Kutawala. Yeah. No comment. Kutawala ni kuchukua mashamba ya watu, kupiga watoto na tear gas. Nini hii? Wacha nisende na hiyo topic hapo. Let's go on. And I said, I laid some ground. I don't know kama Olara alisikia. Kuna Mungu na kuna shetani na wako. And they work day and night. Mungu anataka kutuokoa. Shetani anataka kututoa kwa Mungu. Now, he succeeds. Let me tell you a very small thing because Makede gave me time. When I was in secondary school in Nakuru, I also learned in Nakuru. As a small kid, I think in Form 2, kulikuwa na hii tabia, mtu ako mbele yako, anaangusha bahasha. Okay? Alafu, unamfikia, anakuambia, na unaona, kweli bahasha ika pesa. Na unajua ni karatasi zimejaa ndani, lakini hapa juu imekava na noti. Pengine ya 20, ilikuwa ya blue. Na ilikuwa mingi sana. The maximum note was 100 shillings. Kukuwa 500 ama 1000. 100 was the highest. Okay? Nimepata hapa. Twende tukaane. Ati muende kwa street. And they used to succeed. Amwambia hapana, mimi sitaki. Enda hiyo ni yako umepata. Enda kula peke yako. So they used to succeed. Let me give you the latest. Hata hii the latest in Kenya lakini imeanza kufifia. Watu wako committee wakora wanakutumia message ya M-Pesa kwa simu yako, lakini pale juu si M-Pesa, ni namba yake inasema ati amekutumia 5,000 urudishe. Na ukiona nakwambia angalia is a message ni ya nini na imeandikwa M-Pesa, everything is M-Pesa, but at the top is not M-Pesa. It's a personal number. Rudisha hiyo. Actually from morning to evening they are doing that and they succeed. As kwanza hiyo kazi asubuhi jioni akuwa amepata, bado watu wanatakanyika. Hata ile ya karata haijaisha hivi. Wenye wamesimama hapo, they are part and parcel of the game. But they keep on winning, losing, winning. Mpaka moja anakula pesa mingi. Na wewe sasa wamejua umetoka bank, uko na 20,000 yako. Unaona huyu amekula. Na hata wanajua uko na pesa. Ukianza unakula. Hata utakula 10,000. Lakini ile 1,000 yako 20 utatoka hapo nayo. Watakula tena hiyo mpaka iishe. It's a gang, it's a thing organized between themselves. Na mjinga unakuja ni karata. Na unaanza kuini, unaweka 100, unaluzu. Unaweka 200 unakula 400. Unaendelea kuini mpaka unakula 10,000 na unajua uko na 20. Hiyo utatoka hapo bila hiyo. Na watakuchapa ukitoa fujo. I want to siongea about a topic leo bwana Makiadi. Just feeling good giving stories tonight about life in Kenya. It is hard. Life imekuwa ngumu sana. Lakini sasa election countdown, let it come. We are missing it. We are winning. And these people, every time they're opening their mouth, these are people in anger. They're angry, very angry, because they have discovered they are losing. So we wish they don't bring violence. Yeah, let's make it AZIMIO campaign onslaught. HOMABAY, Nairobi, KAKAMEGA, MOMBASA, and even other places you have not mentioned. They are unable to cope with this because theirs is a one-man show. Kama hako huyo mkubwa yao hakuna. Unajua leo wako kifanya hivi. Wakati mheshimiwa Raila akienda pahali, the following day wanafuata. Akienda hapa wanafuata. Now AZIMIO they spread out. They are unable to cope because his is a one-man show. Let me rest my case there for now. But ladies and gentlemen, hii kitu iko nyumbani. Na ile tutataja ni wasilete fujo. But you are letting them. Hii ati tanichapa coffee. Makiadi, me am an old man. Nitakuchapa coffee. Ukifanya nini? Ya just sit there ungoje uchapwe coffee alafu nyamaze. Asanteni kwa kusikiza.
We Nyomba unasema kuchapwa coffee, si ati ni uongo, si ati unatishwa. Unafikiria hiyo kitu imetafutwa na bidii namna hiyo imekuja kiurahisi sana namna hiyo, ama imetafutwa? Ile miradi imefanywa ndio hiyo kitu ipatikane na we unapatiwa unakataa. Iko kuchapwa, si kutishwa. Hata hatujui kama ulichapwa.
Sasa ni sawa kama unaongea in parables. Let me talk directly, not in parables. Nikwambie nitakuchapa coffee. Alafu unaniwekea uso hapo nikuchape coffee. Ama you are not even reacting. Nangoja tu nikuchape na mambo iishe hiyo. Hiyo ni nini sasa tunaongea? Kwani wewe si mwanaume na kuchapa wewe una mkono ama umekata hiyo mikono yako?
Aya, I rest my case on that. Kuna jamaa anaitwa ENM kwa section huko, kwa comment section. ENM mimi nimekutumia link mara mingi sana. Iko watu wamekungojea hapa wakuulize maswali na wao wamekatalia kwa comment section huko unapiga kelele. Mimi sitakufukuza.
Yes. Bana Makiadi, on for 1 second please. Although she on phone, there's Sally Cheb. Sally Cheb.
Yes.
Yes, nitaona watoto karibuni, lakini uliniambukiza hasira juzi na you should say sorry. Ama mimi niseme sorry between us.
Sijali,
nitaona watoto.
Moto ni namna hiyo.
Sawa, kuwa na wakati mwema. Thank you Bwana Makiadi.
Haya, sawa Nyomba. Olara, nataka kupatia Njiru wamekaa hapa sana, lakini nimeona umeinua mkono, so I'll give you 30 seconds. Just be brief.
Nyoba, habari yako? Nimefurahi sana
mwenyewe. Niko salama.
Niko sawa. Hata mimi niko salama kabisa, lakini kuna kitu moja. As we talk about food variations, kuna hiyo acreage amount we're paying for an acreage saizi. Sisi ni watu tunaziko kwa nyumba, tunaziko kwa boma. Kenya inapoelekea kuna watu wameshikilia a lot of land acreages in thousands of or miles of lands. Sisi pengine tunaenda Banyani way soon. Not this generation, within this generation. Kama una watoto, una wajukuu na kama una eka moja, hiyo shamba yako inatoa chakula na shamba ni ya kutoa chakula. Sasa tulikuwa tumeongea na Apostle hapa ametoroka, lakini hiyo mambo ya food variations na food hiyo tutoe kwa hii biashara ya kula unga peke yake, hiyo mahindi peke yake. Tutoe hiyo biashara. Kuna watu wameshikilia ardhi yetu na hiyo watu tutawanyang'anya hiyo ardhi karibuni. We'll do that. We must do that. We must do that. Hiyo corruption hiyo ambayo wataki tuongelee, lazima tuongelee. Kuna watu saizi
No,
one
Olara, hold on. Were you making a statement or you had a question for Nyumba?
Let me answer.
I'm complimenting.
Okay,
I'm
but
complimenting.
just do it within a minute, because if you prolong it,
my name is almost over. You just interrupted me. Nasema, as you take comprehension of what we are talking about is about the future of the country. In as much everything is contributing to the future, this corruption must be killed or hanged. Hata kama to suspend the constitution for 1 month, let it be. We can do Wajokoya way, we kill the corrupt and we just retain our land.
I've understood you, Bwana Olara. Let me, Bwana Makiadi, can I comment?
Yes, please, in a minute.
Yes. Now, one thing I want to correct you, atuto anyang'anya, because we don't want to war. We do it in a style that is good, legally. No, and it's worth it. But even if you have so much land and it's productive, you are doing it productive for the welfare of the country. Let me give you a very simple example, Bwana Olara. When you have a duka there and you are keeping sugar, and I come with the money and buy a kilo of sugar, it's coincidence. You should not see that you're just bringing me profit because I made a profit. No, I'm also giving you a service. If that shop of mine was not there, that money of yours, you could not put it in the tea. Okay, agreed? It's mutual benefit to all of us. Me, a shop owner, and you with your money to buy the sugar. Now, the land, a system will be established. I want to correct you the word. Maybe it may be a bit hard. Kunyang'anya sasa hiyo ni vita na tutaki vita Kenya. But I agree with you that some of these things should, especially the ones that are not taken illegally. You know, some are not illegal. These are even overseas owners of this land. And they got it way back in a legal manner. We should retrieve it from them legally. But the ones corruptly,
Acreage only. Acreage should be affordable.
I only want to say that the ones that have been corruptly acquired should also be taken very fast, not even legally. You saw it, the KICC, nowadays Kenyatta International Conference Center, nowadays Kenyatta International Convention Center. KANU had taken it. But when the NAC government took over, they took it back. That was the tallest building in Kenya. The most magnificent, even up to today, is a big, good design. Me, I'm in that field, the best. So similarly, land that has been acquired illegally should also be taken, like KICC was taken back, way back after NAC took over. Thank you, but
Wanyomba. The wealth is in the land. The wealth is in the land.
That's it.
The wealth is in the land.
That's it for that. Njeru, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Richie. Yeah, we appreciate our time here. Na wasalimu nyinyi wote, Bwana Nyumba, Bwana Josh, Orara, Seri na wewe Richie. I'm a bit sad when I'm making this presentation today, because I think when these two brothers came together, haikuwa urafiki, and things have started unfolding. Hawa watu, ile kitu iliwaleta pamoja, it was a common enemy tunaitanga ICC. But if these two guys, they had no problem, their arrival was natural, I do not see how Uhuru and Ruto could have come together. And it is a wake-up call, by the way. Sababu unajua, ile mrengo tunaenda Kenya siku hizi, we will always be having two people to form the government. A president will always be picking a deputy president. It is a reason hata wale watu watakuja kukua ma president in Kenya 2050. Please take people who their ego is not beyond accounting. Na it is also a reason. Unajua pia nataka kusema some reasons here. Kuna mtu nimeona hapa kwa comment anasema sasa hii makrip yote tunacheza reason yake ni gani? Number one, unaona kwa hii era tuko, the digital age, always speak in a measured conversation. Ukiongea pahali iko na zaidi ya watu watano, make sure ile maneno unaongea ukiitwa unaweza rudia, sababu information flows. Unajikuta umepeana presentation pahali, wewe unafikiria tu ilikuwa ni whispers ulikuwa unapeana, then after 2 days ile maneno ulikuwa unasengenya wengine unakuta ndio inasambaa pahali. So mimi ile kitu na advise watu, especially wale watu wamezoea moshene na kusengenya watu, tafadhali kama unaongea kitu, make sure that ile kitu unaongea kuhusu mtu, hata ukiitwa you can speak the same. Lakini I can tell you, hii clip inachezwa ya deputy president, najua hata akianzia kuulizwa hiyo maneno, najua ataanzia kusema hajui, sijui nini, ni witch hunt nini, and I can, unaweza sikia hata akianzia kusema hiyo video ni kucreatiwa, imecreatiwa, na unaweza sikia vile sauti iko. So it is just a lesson for all of us here, tafadhali, when you are speaking about others, always speak in a measured form. Hiyo information deputy president alikuwa anapeana kwa hiyo video clip hapo, he was not asked for it. He had an opportunity to give a good presentation without showing the extent in which he did to make sure that these people are in power. He did need, sio lazima sio kila saa ati lazima uoneshane your contribution pahali. Unajua, that is the problem I have with this guy. Unajua, kuna watu wengi sana kwa hii dunia wamewahi fanya mambo mingi sana, including hata wale walikufa kama martyrs, and they are not extremely recognized. Hata wale walikufa wakati wa Maumau, walitupea serikali na vitu zingine, some of them tumesahau, but hawajakuja kujipiga kifua. So putting his story in its context, unajua in English kuna kitu tunasemanga putting the information in the right context, in its immediate context. Mimi nasoma mambo mawili hapa. Number one, deputy president ana claim Uhuru ni kama alikuwa anataka kuacha hii kitu, na then pia yeye ana claim he wanted to slap him. So what do you pick from that video or from that information? Una pick hii. Number one, you can pick character ya Ruto. Then number two, you can also pick the frustrations which have been happening in their government. Ni ile wako wanatuambia kumaanisha there have been so many things zimekuwa zikitendeka, ni vile tumekuja kuzijua saa hii, sababu their relationship has fallen beyond recovery. Hawa watu I think hii divorce iko beyond, it is unrecoverable. So inabidi sasa vitu sasa, unajua hata kijana na msichana wakiachana wanaanzia sasa kurushiana sasa tantrum sasa. Now that is the situation where we are. Watu wanaachana and there's nothing you can do, they have to wash their linen in the public. So our deputy president, I don't know the reason why you intended to slap your boss. Mimi sijui. It's a careless statement, whether ilisemwa kwa wazee, na najiuliza hao wazee ambao waliruhusu pia deputy president aseme hiyo story na they didn't like take some action, sijui. So, but I know the reason why alileta hiyo statement. Alileta hiyo statement in that meeting sababu alikuwa anataka wazee, yani he wanted to show effort yake kwa kuform government ya Uhuru, and he wanted them to reciprocate. It is like he was putting some demands to these people. So I know, and that is what is happening. I think ni mtu wa kupush watu hata ile wakati ambao watu ni kama wataki mrengo fulani, yeye lazima atafute mbinu ya lazima atafute mbinu ya kuforce people kufanya zile vitu yeye mwenyewe anataka. And I don't know, unajua kuna vitu, I don't know why ni information yake tu ina leak. I don't know why. It is about him which is leaking, and it is leaking the wrong time. Na mimi ile tu kitu tu ningesema ni ya kwamba na, nilisema even I think even in our presentation jana, and I will stick on my information. Please, watu wa Azimio, hii vita ya president na deputy wake tusiingililie. Wacha wapigane wao wenyewe, wanajuana. They formed the government. Let's just learn from it. Pia tujue Martha Karua na Raila Odinga, they should learn from what is happening now. This is something which can happen to anyone. Mnajikuta mumetengeneza serikali, then munaenda mnasambaratika kule. So it's a very serious learning lesson. But let's not go to the extent of over talking about it. Yes, I know it can create a mileage in politics. Sababu already it is exposing the character of Mr. Ruto. But I think we have our manifesto. We have so many priorities. And I think that I will still stick on what I said yesterday. The president has capacity to handle Mr. Ruto. So president anajua, he knows vile anaweza fanya to handle this guy. And I know the reason why. You know, there is one thing which I want to tell you. Nimekuwa nikiongea na watu Mount Kenya. Deputy president amemanage, if I put it in quotes, kuharibia Uhuru jina yake sana in some regions in Mount Kenya region. He has poisoned the people, and kuna places ambazo akienda anatoa hizo tantrums ama anatusiana hivyo. It seems as if it is creating a mileage for him. Na ndio unamuona kila siku ataendelea, because you know what he is doing, he is trying to create that wedge. So ana create your wedge because now he wants to divide the Mount Kenya. So yeah, and utaona even in the next coming days, like even in the next 2 weeks or even close even to election, the deputy president will keep on running hard on the president. He will keep on hitting him because what he wants to do is he wants to exonerate himself from all the bad doings of the government, and he wants to put that blame to both the president and Raila Odinga. That's what he wants. So yeah, anataka kujiosha. So, and he wanted to present himself as a clean candidate. So, and that is what he will push very hard to make sure that that is what is happening. So yeye anataka kujiosha kabisa. He will vitu zote zimetendeleka mbaya kwa serikali, atasema ni Uhuru, ni hao, pesa yote imepotea. And he will disown everything. He will say he has never been given the responsibility. He will try to incriminate that Raila Odinga has been the most near person to Uhuru Kenyatta. That is where he wants. And that is the narrative he is selling in majority of the places. And there are some people who are picking that narrative. I'm saying there are some. I'm not saying all. People like me who can make some informed judgment, I know it is not true. But remember, in the villages, we have people who are not, some in the villages, kuna watu ambao they cannot make an can interrogate some issues. Kuna mtu tu akiletewa garbage in, garbage out. Those are the issues. And they wanatuma watu wao in various places to spread this propaganda, saying that all the problems which are happening in Kenya, it is because of Uhuru being assisted by Mr. Raila Odinga. So that is the propaganda now which they are spreading everywhere. And they will work very hard to make sure that they exonerate themselves. And to fight that, I think Azimio has to work very fast. That has to keep on talking about their manifesto. They have to keep on telling people how their policies in terms of reducing the cost of living, how we are going, kama hiyo one product, the country. Those are the things we need to talk to people. But I don't want us to talk too much about this propaganda, because each and every time you also talk about a propaganda, you're also helping to spread it. So I think Azimio needs to stick on their manifesto and their policies. Now, some of these tantrums which the deputy president, because he doesn't have, his manifesto has been unable to pick. Sahi watu wanaongea story ya makende ya fisi, like in some places watu wanaongea story ya makende ya fisi na hiyo manyoka na nini. So his manifesto was annexed by manifesto ya nani ya Wajakoya. So hizo ndizo zile vitu watu wanaongea, manifesto yake watu hawaongei. So now, and he has realized now, for him to be effective is to introduce this war, which he has to do it every day. So me, I just want to advise our Azimio people, let's not pick this war. It will get us out of the axis. So we know Kenyans have a lot of problems. That's why we need to stick. Let's not listen to a madman who doesn't want to accept that the relationship is not there, and we help him to propagate that narrative. That is the worst thing we can do. We should not help this guy to advance the narrative of the hatred which they have developed between him and Uhuru Kenyatta. We should not help him, because that is the narrative he wants, and he knows that narrative will help him more than it will help Azimio, because people will not talk about manifestos. Azimio will not talk about manifesto. He will not talk about his manifesto. So it will be a zero-sum game. So, and no one will be going. And he knows hiyo kuongea, he will be able to propagate more. So mi ndio nasema, let's stick on our manifesto. Tuachane tu na hii story kabisa, because anataka kututoa kwa reli. Already we are on the course. We are moving, but each and every time he is bringing, they are intentional, by the way. They are intentional, and I think Azimio should learn these things very well. Wanatolewa kwa access from their campaign ideology. Kama say you can see, like for the last 2 days, it's always good also to talk how our campaign is going. For the last 2 days, tumekuwa tukiongea hizi vitu. We are deflecting slowly from our manifestos. Hata ukiangalia, even when Martha Karua went to Kiambu and Nairobi, I think, where you went to campaign, these things, people are almost drifting to them. So they are intentional. So you want us to talk between him and Uhuru. That is what he is engineering. And I wish Azimio can know. And we should not allow Mr. Ruto to engineer a narrative, because that is what he is doing. And it is very dangerous if you allow somebody to engineer a narrative when the election date is so close. Because remember, narratives are the ones which bring votes. So we can't allow Ruto to control the narrative. So we have to be careful. So let him continue talking, abusing, but we should not pick it. Because each and every time when we are picking it, we are talking about him. So, and narrative, whether good or bad, it pays. So me, I want us to stick on our manifesto, one county, one product. Let's stick on our 6,000. Let's stick on how we are going to change our institutions. Let's speak of the Baba Care. Those are the things. I'm sad for the last 2 days. Hizo vitu ni kama zimekuwa annexed, and we can't allow Ruto to control the narrative in the wrong direction. So in Nyanza, I can say that Baba is consolidating the votes. I don't think there is consolidating. I think Baba is now trying to give confidence to his people. He needs to give his people confidence. So Baba has to go to Nyanza, and whatever he is doing is good, at least to show people that he is on the driver's seat, he is in control, and he is winning this election. That is what Nyanza people need, so that on August 9th, they can get out and vote. And he is doing that one very effectively. So at least that one, we are good. So AZIMIO campaigns in Nairobi, I'm happy of them. I hope now they can be able to consolidate them. Now, for the next 1 month, what I expect to do, to see now, I expect now to see now some races now becoming more fine-tuned, where we have competing interests. We start now narrowing down so that we do not give UDA a chance, because there are some places whereby already UDA has fine-tuned with one candidate, and still us we have like 2 or 3 candidates. So in the next 1 month, we have now to start now coming home and seeing where we are having stiff competition. We start now having more competitive guys to take the lead, so that at least we can be able to end out the UDA guys, because some places of Nairobi, they are a bit competitive. Some places in Central, they are a bit competitive. Some places in Western, they are a bit competitive, and maybe some places in Mombasa. So those places we have to monitor on how we are going to have a more competitive ticket. But I know that one, AZIMIO, they are analyzing now. Lastly, I still want to reiterate here that we still have a lot of work to do to market Baba and make sure that Baba is going to win this race. Baba is not, he is having a lot of experience now. And I think now, Baba in his age now, he is not coming to create a name, or maybe atukukuja atukutafuta atemali anatafuta. I think now Baba is only interested of a legacy. And I think people of all walks of life, kutoka kila pahali, we can at least give Baba this 5 years. Maybe it is the only turnaround Kenyans need to become industrialized, to become a safe country, to have good medication, to achieve history and medical tourism to India and other places. Maybe Baba is that turning point. At least we know one thing is that if we have Ruto, the status quo will remain. He will continue some of the very disastrous policies which have been in the government. There will be a lot of corruption, because already you can see some of these key allies are the ones which were mentioned in corruption. We have lost billions of money through him. Although now ni kama wanajificha kwa serikali, saa zingine unajikuta there is no clear line kujua ni nani ameiba ama ni nani, na kila saa anakuja anasema sijui tukifuata pesa ni weaponization ya institutions. That word needs to stop. Mtu ambaye ameiba pesa, wacha tufunge watu jameni, na pesa yetu irudi. This idea each and every time ati mtu akiiba pesa ni weaponization, we have to stop that. The truth of the money is that the truth of the issue that money has been stolen, na tuwezi sema ati wakati tuko karibu kushika mtu ama mtu tumeanzia kumwambia EACC, tunaanzia kusema ati ni weaponization. Kwani hiyo vitu inakuwa weaponized aje? Mbona wanikuji why are they not weaponizing those things to me, or maybe to somebody like Nyomba nikimutumia? Why are these things being weaponized to specific people? Unajua hiyo ndio maswali tunafaa kujiuliza wapendwa, lakini history ya kila saa simply because ati wewe umeambiwa utokezea EACC alafu unasema ni that word weaponization. Personally I don't like it, because hiyo ni that is a word ya kujificha. The truth of the matter is that resources zimepotea. Wewe enda EACC ama wherever, go and clean your name, say wewe hujaiba, to investigate account zako tujue hujaiba. Lakini this idea of saying that Kenyans have lost the money na sasa pia unasema ni weaponization, it is a sad thing. Lastly, as I conclude, I want to tell Kenyans that whatever is happening now, this is the most crucial election in our lifetime. In 2002 we had an election, and we had also other 4 successful elections. But I can tell you, 2022 is 2022 is going to define the face of Kenya for the next 100 years, and we better be keen about that. In the next 100 years, we are going to define them in 2022. We make a problem here, Rwanda will start cruising over us. Countries which even don't have a good name will start cruising over us. We can't afford to make a mistake, and at least let's give Baba an opportunity. He has shown statesmanship. He has helped where he needed to be, where he needed to help, and we can take this thing far. Thank you, Bwana Matiang'i.
Okay, thank you so much, Njiru. I'll give Nyumba 1 minute.
Thank you, Bwana Makadi. I usually take less than a minute even. You can donate the rest of it to somebody else. Wananjiro, congratulations for a good presentation, but don't think I can agree with you on everything. I won't. I refuse. Now, the clip on the deputy president talking about slapping his boss, Uhuru Kenyatta, that one, let me start backwards kidogo. Unasema tusipopularize, tukiongea habari ya Ruto tunamopularize na nini, tuondoke niyo. Hapana, nakataa. Hiyo clip nitatumia watu wengi as possible because it is about Ruto and it's actually anti the Kwanza, the UDA. It is a plus for us. Such information should flow as far as possible and as to many as possible. It is not haimjengi, inatujenga na inampotezea marks. So that one I refuse. Wakati tunasema tukiongea mambo yake tunamjenga, wacha kama hiyo tuongee to as many as possible ya kuslap President Uhuru. Anatupa marks kwa hizo. Shukran. So I differ you on that one. I can't keep quiet about it. Thank you.
Okay, I thought Olara ameinua mkono lakini sawa. Njiro, you want to respond to that in a minute?
You know, ile kitu nimesema, sijasema story ya creep, nimesema kwa campaign rallies. You cannot talk about that thing to the extent, unajua pale kwa campaign rally you have like 1 or 2 minutes to talk. Sasa ikifika pale tu, instead of talking about our manifesto and what we are going to do for Kenyans, we divert to talking about Ruto. It's a mistake. That's what I was saying. We should not capitalize on talking about Ruto in our campaign rally. Online and other places, we can take that information, but we do not need to talk about it because negative publicity is still publicity. That's what I was saying.
I still refuse. I still insist that iongee mpaka kwa mkutano vile alikuwa achape Uhuru. To me, kuna kura atapoteza za kuja kwetu. So I remain. You won't convince me, Bwana Njiro. Hiyo nimekataa na nimemaliza my story.
Yeah, Josh, 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm supporting Nyumba in that because propaganda is another thing and saying the truth is another thing. This is something that he has confessed that he wanted to do, intended to do, and that shows exactly the kind of a person he is, you know, to the Kenyan people. And AZIMIO should use that maximally. I can tell you that for sure. If it is Ruto on AZIMIO's side, he can crush Raila with that one statement alone. So AZIMIO has to capitalize on every weakness that the other side is portraying and every word that he's saying. Very, very important. And that is very important. We have to focus on our enemies as much as we want to focus on our strength.
Okay, Njiru, finality now. 1 minute on that.
You know, what I'm saying is that, remember, this one is also part of distraction. You see, AZIMIO or Raila candidature is not wholesomely based on things which are coming up because of Ruto. That's what I'm saying. AZIMIO campaign has a direction, and we cannot capitalize on Uhuru and Ruto relationship and now say that that is what we are still going. Already Kenyans know that Ruto and Uhuru relationship is in sour, and these things will keep on coming. So what I'm saying is that Raila Odinga and his immediate campaigners should not concentrate on these things. Uhuru can handle these things. Wherever he is going,
whatever brings us votes from the other end, whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever brings us votes from the other end, we go for it.
No, but it is deflecting us from our main agenda. It is deflecting us. That is what I'm still saying.
Let me ask you, Njiru, let me ask you a question here. What has Ruto used to gain popularity in Mount Kenya?
You know, Ruto used the money, and he used money. He took money there very early. That's what he used against the propaganda na zile vitu zingine alitumia huko. But I'm saying, you know, Uhuru is handling these things very well, and I don't see our campaign team having to work on these things. Sie ndiye alileta hiyo story jana kwa mkutano, akasema mwe. He is handling this thing.
I think you said money. Right now, nobody's dishing campaign money. This the second thing that you said, and that is what I want you to base your argument on, the propaganda thing. So how do you beat propaganda? How do you beat Ruto's propaganda? Do you stay quiet and let him dominate the campaign arena with propaganda? Because we don't want to be distracted with what we are selling, our manifesto. Do we just give him a free pass and let him, throw propaganda everywhere?
You know, I know we are going to disagree with so many people here, but you see what I'm saying here. The creep is there. It has gone to so many people.
No. Actually, you said yourself, you told Nyomba not to dwell on the clip. So we are not talking even about the clip now. We want you to tell us, as AZIMIO, what strategy are we going to use to fight Ruto's propaganda?
Let me tell you, Ruto propaganda doesn't need to be fought. It is very simple because, Ruto is a perennial liar. From the time he started about the stadiums, munajua hii story, akasema story ya internships, internet na nini. So Ruto is a perennial liar.
Again,
so
Jiro,
how do you want to fight a liar?
I come back to you again, and you are the same person that said here early in your submission that only few individuals, people who have a little bit of, let me say, I don't want to use that word. Let me say, you said informed people. A few informed people will be able to make decisions, and they can look at this and say this is a lie, and they can look at this and say this is the truth. So majority of the people, like you said, believe this, and they believe that something is the truth, even though we know that it is a lie. So how would you give a strategy if you're advising AZIMIO? How would you give them a strategy that would be able to combat the propaganda that Ruto has used to gain support?
Let me tell you, Bwana Richi, there is something which people are not getting here. Already, the relationship between Uhuru and Ruto are soured, and it is known. So even if we pray a million creeps, they will not help. It is in the public domain. It is known. So what we need to capitalize on is assure Kenyans that, 1 minute, we need to assure Kenyans that we will not have another presidency where the president and the deputy president will reach such a level again. But it is even if we share a million creeps, even in Mount Kenya region where Uhuru comes from, even in Ishaweri, they know Uhuru and Ruto, they are on a convex point. They cannot meet. So that's why I'm saying, even if we share creeps which are trying to show that these people are not interacting, they will not help because already the precursor is known. That's why I'm saying AZIMIO can do a lot of good things if they concentrate on their manifesto. And we stop. I'm saying in politics, these are distractions, and they will. Okay, we will come here after 1 week. You'll tell me. We will get off the axis, and I finish.
Njiro, can you answer one of my questions or two questions?
Josh, let me do this. Let me give you 1 minute to ask two questions, then I go to Mora.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Njiro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Do you agree with me that propaganda from Ruto's side sways people? Yes or no?
I will be in a mixed point there. It is sways some, to some it doesn't. I cannot say it is sway. I will be on a middle line. The ones who know the truth, it will not sway them. For example, somebody
now
like me.
Listen, don't explain, just listen. Anything that can sway anyone vote away.
Josh, let's do this. Ask your questions, and then Mora will ask her questions, and then Jiru will respond, so that we don't have like a back and forth.
Okay. In Jiru, at this time, do you agree that the manifesto sells or the propagandas sell right now? Because we are approaching the last mile. Do you agree that propagandas can sway the perception of people? Because politics is a game of perception.
Okay.
Do propagandas sway the perception? Yes or no?
All right, Miss Mora.
Yeah, Njiru, I'm not gonna ask a question. I just want to point out one or two things about Ruto himself. Remember how Baba used to campaign? He used to say "Kitendawili Tega." We all know that. Ruto is using that like forever. And then remember when Baba did the manifesto, he actually did not say he's going to do away with Mitumba, but they changed it and said Baba is going to do away with Mitumba. Those things, they have been repeating them. There is no campaign rally that they go to that they don't use those negative things. I mean, like the Mitumba thing, they actually exaggerated it and turned the message around. So whatever we can get against Ruto that will sway, I'll agree with Josh, that will sway one person, we are also going to use it. We were not in that meeting. This is a clip that we saw. This is what he said. We are going to use it to like gain mileage into his territory. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, Njiru respond. Kose, I will give you, I know you're the next one, so I'll give you an opportunity to give your submission. Just hold on. Olara, 1 minute. A question to Njiru, right?
Yeah, according to Njiru.
Okay.
Njiru, in as much you complained or you supported or you contradicted yourself, the constant question still remains: did Ruto contradict himself when he wanted to slap the president? One. Second, the way forward is the propaganda is useful when it's useful. The propaganda is useful when it's useful. When we utilize what we are having now, it's not contradictory to what the history you're trying to give us here. We are just going to listen to you as much we can listen to you. But the fact still remains, this guy contradicted his boss. And his boss turned to be a competitor to him. He's not fighting Raila anymore. He's fighting both mouths. Thank you.
Thank you, Olara, for making it very brief. Njiru, you are there, right? I think we have 3 questions from 3 panelists, and I'll add mine there finally. Wacha ikuwe kwa footnotes zako. My question is this. The video that we are having right now, I know it has not been what do you say? It has not actually. Everybody, even the media station, are saying it's allegedly. So let's say let's assume it's a true video. I mean, it's a true clip. It's something that was really recorded or said on that. So should we treat this as propaganda also? Because from what I hear from the video, I'm not an expert on that, but I can hear that is Ruto's voice. So should we just ignore stuff like that and say that this is propaganda? It's going to derail us from our campaign strategy.
Yeah, I'm listening to everyone here. And yes, I understand that in a campaign we have propaganda. But let me tell you, whatever has helped Raila Odinga, even to make the inroads he made in Mount Kenya region, was not propaganda. It was the best weapon to fight any propaganda is telling the truth. So,
sorry, Bwana Njiru, is that clip propaganda? Is it that clip?
No,
propaganda?
I'm not saying it is propaganda. But there is somebody who told me, who said that if we can get as much as propaganda, the better. I'm responding on that. There's somebody who has said if we can get as much as propaganda, the better. I'm not saying the clip is propaganda. The information is out there. It is with the people. Even some media houses have already played. I think that information is home. But we cannot take this information in all our campaign rallies, and that is the thing which we are pushing. The only way we can mention it, like we can say, this guy has shown the disrespect to the president, but what I'm saying here is that you can, because Ruto has so much propaganda and so many lies, which he has said, and we know it. the best way to fight these things is applying truth. And we know, kama sahi, 1 minute, Ruto amekuwa akisema Raila Odinga amekuwa kwa serikali. He has been saying that. But how have we been able to clean out that one? Because kuna watu walikuwa wameanzia kuamini hiyo vitu. Azimio consistently explained to people, and Raila Odinga himself even took time and explained the reason, the issues of handshake. Akaelezea watu what brought handshake together. It was about peace. It was about what, and the people understood. But Azimio has not gone anywhere directly to go and manufacture propaganda simply because they wanted to fight some of the propagandas which Ruto has already spread. Remember, if propagandas have already been thrown about you, it is you to market yourself on a truth sheet. And that is what I'm saying. So what I'm saying, the creep is there, the information is known, but that creep cannot be the one which is shaping our rallies. I disagree. Such a creep cannot shape our rally. Our rally, which is taking close to 6 hours, and our rally is only being shaped by a creep simply because, and we already, this guy, that is his character, that is his nature. Munajua, some of you people, I think, mujui Ruto. There is even a time inasemekana hata Ruto slapped somebody in State House. Mtu sijui kuna kitambo. Maybe I think Selina angekuwa hapa angetuambia. So hata hii story anasema angeslap
Ruben Chesire, member of parliament for Eldoret. No.
Me, I know this thing, so I don't need to be told this thing. So that's why I'm saying we are wasting a lot of productive time, which we could be explaining Baba Care, what is the vitatendeka, and concentrating already with somebody who is off track. This guy is off track, and is. But
Njeru, you are the one saying it more. Kwa sababu Junet Mohamed alisema once, and then the media houses wakasema, and then watu wanaendelea na mkutano yetu because it has to come out, na maybe more will come out. Ile kitu tungesema ni kwamba they may not repeat it, but inaendelea. Unaona kama ile Hassan Joe alionyeshana Mombasa. It was there for 2 days, and then watu walijua, and then it was over. So like this one, it is out for today, but tomorrow they will do something else.
I agree on that, but
okay.
But we cannot concentrate on propaganda. That's what I was saying. We have to concentrate with the truth.
But Njeru, that clip is not propaganda. You know what you're saying.
You are not understanding.
Hold on, Njeru.
I'm mentioning we have to look for propaganda here.
Njeru, you are a moderator here. I almost switch sides with you, alafu ningie kwa panelist kwanza ndio nikupige. Lakini with all due respect, wacha nipatie wengine nafasi wa kuulize maswali. Hii maswali umejiletea mwenyewe na utajibu kabla uende. Kiliana, 1 minute, uliza Njiru swali.
Njiru, unajua kama ni propaganda, lazima pia sisi to demolish this propaganda. Hatuwezi kuacha ipite tu hivyo. Lazima mput this person down. Kwa sababu mkiacha ipite hivyo ni kama mume accept the propaganda, ni ukweli, mumeaibika, hamuwezi kumrudisha. Kwa hivyo lazima demolish ndio tuendelee na campaign.
Asante.
Kwa hiyo ni karakta ya Ruto. Si Ruto hata jana alikuwa anaongea vibaya sana. Ni kama akipata mtu ni kumunyonga tu. Sawa, to demolish the propaganda for today.
Haya, sawa.
Bwana Njiro, tafadhali kama mzee na kuacha uachie hapo, watu watafikiria mambo mengine yako. Don't continue that line. All the people arguing about this, they may not be wrong. People are going to translate umekuwa Kenya kwanza. Waachie hapo tafadhali kama mzee. I'm advising you please. Yeah.
Okay, nyumba nikimalizia tu sitaongea story tena. What I was saying is this, please
kindly Njiru before umaliza.
No, kidogo tu utakuja. Unajua there is something I wanted to mention here. I have followed Azimio campaign zetu saa hii. Hii vitu yote ya Ruto inatokezea, they are getting us out of the axis. You might deny it here, but unajua sababu hizi vitu zinatokezea kila siku and the frequency ya hizi vitu kutokezea itakuwa mingi. What I was saying is we have also to start analyzing hata hizi vitu zikitokezea, not all of them we have to talk about them. We can talk about those sharp issues, kama hiyo ya creep ni sawa, hiyo they can talk, but we cannot overtalk these things because we have a manifesto and other issues and how we are going to do with the government. That is what I was saying. Lakini story ya Ruto inaenda kutokezea daily, inatokezea daily, and if we concentrate and we know this guy is a perennial liar, we know it. That is the worry which I'm having. Na mtaona hata kesho kuna kitu itatokezea.
Njiru umesema stories za Ruto zitatokezea daily. Si tunakubaliana na wewe. So what do we do with those stories? Kwa sababu hii imejitokeza leo, hatukuwa tunajua jana. Na unakumbuka wakati alina Mombasa huko akiongea mambo ya kununulia watu mashamba, ndio tukajua kumbe yako na 2500 alikatiwa huko. Anasema alikatiwa kashamba kidogo huko kwa Basil Criticals. Haya, hiyo ni moja hatukuwa tunajua. Kadanganya watu wa Mombasa atanunulia mashamba. Kidogo kidogo ameanza, amechange tune, ameingia kwa pot. Ikabidi Joho atafute clip ya Ruto akisema watahamisha, serikali ya Jubilee itahamisha, na si ati ni propaganda. Hizi ni vitu ambazo amesema mwenyewe na mdomo wake. So sisi hatupigi Ruto na propaganda, tunapiga clips ambazo zinadhihirisha maneno yenye alisema yeye mwenyewe. So this is not propaganda. Yes, Mora.
I still insist. Of course, they'll come with the truth about that clip, but we are going to use it. We have to use it. Ruto talks too much. He does not differentiate truth from lies. He lies tomorrow. He says this thing today. Tomorrow it says something else. But for this one, this was his voice. This was him. We're gonna use it. We're gonna use it to gain mileage. Like I said, we have to get votes through this clip.
Aya, daktari. Ni
I
wakati
like
wako.
that. Madam Mora, I like that. Thank you. I like that.
Daktari, nimekuweka sana. Karibu. Na utarespond, daktari, utarespond kwa hiyo issue ya Njiru kwa sababu naona wewe ilikuwa imekuchoma pia, alafu ndio pia submission yako.
Yes, good morning Nyumba, Jos, Cheb Seli, wengine wanasema Selena, but awambie the name has since changed. Olara, yes. Christine, Maro, did you say Mora? Mora, yeah, and Elana. Now, what Njiru is talking about is actually not new. For some of us who have been around some time, the issue of propaganda, Richie, I'm sure you can remember the day we talked at length about the same, and we came to the conclusion that we need to respond to propaganda, except do not use propaganda to respond to propaganda, because that way people may not see the difference. That is what we had said. But I want to say that you see, at this level, for example, this platform, we can't get swayed by those propaganda because of the level, I would say the level of education. Now, most of you should realize that Ruto's propaganda, especially the lies, are targeted to a particular mass of people. The people he knows, to that, they may be hearing it for the first time. You see, even the disagreements between the president and Ruto, I can almost bet that the masses do not understand it at the level that we do understand it. Then they take, and you see, Ruto is a very good communicator. Maybe by now some of you are aware of this. Now, he targets the people when you are ignorant and all you need to hear is you listen to Ruto, and you know, earlier on, you remember he concentrated quite a lot on tokenism. Tokenism, then when he comes and starts telling you lies, you have almost no otherwise, unless somebody comes up with a contrary opinion, to believe what he's saying. Now, for that, Njiru, that matter cannot be let to go. What I would say is that, for me, there are so many such matters which are bordering more or less the same as this one, which AZIMIO has not to date even used to hammer him and hammer him right. And for me, countering Ruto's propaganda need not be on the campaign rallies. AZIMIO have got a very broad campaign team with all levels of communicators, spokespeople, spokesmen. I've never heard, for example, the spokespeople of AZIMIO even release statements to correct or to demystify the propaganda that Ruto has been spreading all around. It is not fair. You see, for example, when he goes around, when he came to the US, and I would not forgive him for the way of saying that the government in Kenya budgets 100 billion a year, which they use in opaque institutions to steal from the people. Now, why AZIMIO did not find that anybody to respond, at least the spokespeople team, to respond to that and demystify all this. Now, the other day, you remember he met the, what do you call it? I think pro-observers, election observers. The sort of talk, the DP speech he gave there, it leaves a lot to be desired. For a government where he is, it is very sad. Now, today in Meru, in that church, the way he talked about the president and started counting how they want the AZIMIO manifesto and the KK UDA manifesto to be judged and based on records, and how in the first term they did everything only for everything to be dismantled by the big four to be dismantled by the handshake. Now, all the bad things about Ruto, I can list 20 of them even now, if I had the time. If those things are against you and you want to contest with the president, for heaven's sake, unfortunately for the level of the middle class and people who have at least secondary education and above, they know those are straight lies and they are propaganda in one manner of ways. He talks about the railway. Today he was talking in the church, how they have done the railway. What has the other team done? They have done the railways, how many? 700, I think, is it 700 the kilometers of railway line? Of course, he was referring to SGR. Now, the SGR, in terms of debt, has brought us where we are today. Now, nobody in that church, I can assure you, maybe some of the people would choose to keep quiet. Nobody, it has never been contradicted. We have done 700 kilometers of railway. At what cost? You all know that, for example, our neighbors in Ethiopia, they did more kilometers of railway than we have done. And what was the cost per kilometer? You can't compare. Ours is like 20 times. Theirs was only some, just a few dollars per kilometer. Ours doubled from 2.7 to 5.8 because of what they did. Now he keep selling the railway progress, the railway that was built every time. He keep selling the electrification that was connected every time. And I keep saying here that that electrification project, which he says now stands at 8 million connections, at what cost? We have no KPLC anymore. And Ruto is directly connected. They literally looted the KPLC through tenderpreneurs and all manner of tenders to the wrong people. You all know what happened in Nyeri and now the Gachagwa's case in court. Through entrepreneurs, he has accumulated 12 billion. Now, when he starts going, trying to somebody, I think somebody had asked, what about the corruption issue in their manifesto? Then he says that they want to depoliticize. That is his fight about corruption. And yet his deputy is in court through looting Nyeri County through entrepreneuring. I'll touch a little on the. Well, I think I've already dealt with the issue on the president in Meru. Now, I like the new approach. I've seen what the AZIMIO have decided to do. As somebody mentioned earlier, every time AZIMIO leaves a campaign rally, Ruto, the DP had the habit of following them there and there, the following day or a day later. Now, from what I see here, it's like you have several rallies going on together in Mombasa, in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Kakamega, in Homabay, in Nyanza, or wherever you. Now, I'm sure now he's wondering where to follow them up. Because they do not have as many campaign teams as AZIMIO has got. Richie, I'll stop there for now, but
yeah. Okay, also, did I hear you say that the meeting that William Ruto had with the observers and the statements that he made, did I hear you say, hold on. I know, I've seen the video. I'm just asking you, did I hear you say that the statements that he made, no one responded to him? Did I hear you say that?
Well, the audience just consumed it, and in fact, it was all just smiles. And for him to say that in that meeting, that in fact he was telling the observers that, you know, my competitor is President Uhuru. Surely, in a government where he's the deputy, he's telling foreigners.
Give me a minute, Jose. Give me a minute then. Just give me a minute.
An attack on the Inspector General of the National Police Service, and an attack on His Excellency the President. Ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, tunataka kuongoza nchi yetu. How can you attack public servants before foreigners? Tunachukua Inspector General wetu, unamutusi mbele ya wazungu, wamekuja kwa ofisi yetu. Na shida ya Mutiambai, niwaambie ukweli hapa, watu tukubaliane hivi. Hii mambo Mutiambai anatuziwa hapa bure. Kuambiwa eti Mutiambai is the incompetent police inspector general we have had. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua police boots for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police boots from local manufacturers for 2,900. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua bulletproof vests for $900 na kwenda directly to manufacturers to buy it for $90. Sold by your friends. Sasa hiyo frustration inaleta kutusi Inspector General wetu. Let us be very honest about this thing.
Had you seen that video, Jose?
I've seen that, and I wish you had the one he had with the observers.
I can play that for you, but I just wanted to hear your response on that video, because
you see when giving, that is a bit of, I would consider that a bit of. I welcome what Matiang'i did, because at least it helps demystify some of this propaganda that the DP keeps spelling out. Now, anybody who had seen what he told the observers would now connect to see why Mtambai is called the most incompetent police IG in the world. And those were the DP's onwards.
Mr. President, you said we raised some concern. The only concern from where we sit is the police. We do not doubt the capacity of the police to handle the situation. We don't doubt that. We doubt the command. We have a serious problem with the command of the police. We have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. And that's a big problem. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision. He simply doesn't have the capacity to make any decision. So the current command of the police is done by others. The IG is supposed to be an independent office. But if he cannot discharge that responsibility, it means he's being discharged by people who don't run independent offices. And to be honest, the current IG is the president of Kenya, who is the leader of AZIMIO.
Okay, Jose, can you close your remarks on that so that we give another?
Well, you know, for me, those are some of the very, very disturbing issues. And I'm just wondering whether Njiru has been in contact with some of these things. Because if he was, you would need, for me, I would say Matiang'i did AZIMIO a favor by talking the way he did. Those rebuttals and the mystification of the lies and what have you, or the shame that the DP heaps on the government as we speak, we as all Kenyans should be concerned. I think Njiru's idea is that that is between Uhuru and Ruto. No, as Kenyans, we are also concerned. He keeps drawing salary from the same government. I know that Mtambai ended up where he is because of deputy president using his supporters in parliament to pass those security laws, which landed him there. Now today he turns around and is the first person to castigate the inspector general, which they appointed as the Jubilee government. You see, some of these things we cannot let them just go like that. We wait for Uhuru, or this is a national matter. This is a Kenyan matter. We can't say that these blunders and the bad character that he heaps on the government is just left like that.
But Jose, I mean, I understand your frustration. I understand your frustration, but you can see people are responding, and people are responding. Hold on. Give me a minute.
I welcome.
Hold on. Jose, give me a minute. I was just expressing my side of the story. I'm saying you are frustrated with the propaganda that the deputy president is making, and people are responding to him in due time. Matiang'i here went ahead to try and defend. Actually, he's not trying and defend. He told people why the deputy president has an issue with the IG. I mean, if Matiang'i is the person in government, he's the face of security in government, who else would you want to respond to the deputy president when he maligns the name of the IG?
You see, Richie, there is the political end of this. That's why Matiang'i was actually not obligated to do what he did for AZIMIO.
But the IG is not a politician.
He's not a politician, that I agree. But you realize the DP's speeches and the propaganda are politically inclinated. You remember what he did
Hold on. Let's do this. Let me. There are three hands. Let me give Nyomba, because you've been lifting your hands for a while. Let me give you all 1 minute. Nyomba, go ahead. I think Jose would want to respond to your questions. Go ahead, Nyomba.
Thank you. I'll call you full name now, Bwana Kuseo Oaez. Kuseo Oaez. I agree with you totally. And why do I agree with you? Now, for example, let's give ourselves where we have strength, we say we are strong. Where we are weak, we agree we are weak. Self-analysis is very important. Denial is the worst thing can happen. When you are sick and you are not agreeing you are sick, then even the medication will not heal you. Okay, the first thing is acceptance of your disease. Okay, and the prescription the doctor gives you. Once, like nowadays, if you have AIDS, people used to fear AIDS like the end of one's life. No, people are living with the AIDS, and I know many over 30 years they are with it because they're not in denial. Now, we are very, as AZIMIO, we are very weak in terms of creating propaganda and also fighting propaganda. Kuseo has said this. When Deputy President was in the USA, he said that the government budgets 100 billion every year for theft, for corruption. Who followed that? That was a very big tool to be used against him. Nobody did. And Kuseo, you are right. We are weak. That was a big weapon. That's why I'm saying, to be very careful. When we are saying we want to use this one clip of Ruto slapping Uhuru, let's use it to the maximum. Let me go to another one, another propaganda that most people don't see through it. When Ruto stands and said, we have constructed 700 kilometers of railway, 10,000 kilometers of roads, 5,000 kilometers of tarmac road, and all this, what has Raila and Karua done? Nonsense. Were they using their personal money to do that? Was Raila in a position to do the same? People don't see it. When it says we have done 700 kilometers of railway, and of course, through a lot of thefts behind the scenes, it's like our taxes have done that. Raila was not in a position to coordinate usage of our taxes. These things are not comparable. He wants to say we have done. Was that money from his pocket? And most Kenyans, even in this panel, I think some people are not saying what I'm saying. He should not shut that. This is our money. If Raila was in the same position, he would have done even better. Not 7,000. He would have done 10,000 without stealing. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, Nyomba, I will not want you to respond to me because I think these questions were directed, or you're making remarks with regards to what Kuseo was saying. My question is this, like the statement that the deputy president made when he was in the US about the amount of money that is being budgeted for corruption in the government. So who would you want to respond to such a statement? A government official, a Jubilee official, or Raila Odinga and his campaign team? Don't answer me. That's just a question that I want you to think about. And then when it comes to the issue of how many kilometers of railway the government has constructed and how many roads the government has done, why would you want anybody in the Martha Karua and Raila Odinga team respond to such issues? Because as from where I sit, I know that when Raila Odinga tries to speak on the issues of the Jubilee administration and their development track record, then he'll be getting himself into another trap of being called a project and being associated with the failure of the second term of the Jubilee administration. But that you will respond to that later. Let me go to Josh.
Right away, because there's only word, Bwana Makiadi, it's only word. I mean, I don't waste a lot of time. It need not be Raila who is going to answer that. There are people who should do it on the behalf, on the spot. Because in this panel, you people are understanding. The common man being told 7,000 or 10,000 roads have been done and they are plowed, and Raila has done nothing. Are these things comparable? They will not think the way I'm thinking.
That's what I'm asking.
That's why I'm asking this panel. We understand these things. That common man will see that Ruto has done something, Raila has done nothing.
Who is supposed to respond to that?
Let's get all the questions then.
Hold on. That was just a remark, and Nyumba promised me he's going to use only 30 seconds. Thank you, Nyumba. Let me go to Josh. But you've not answered me who you want to respond to such issue. Josh, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Number one, I'll start with Njiru because I had something to tell him. Propagandas are as well as a good manifesto, because propagandas, when they are done, they are strategically to reveal somebody or the weakness in the other side. So propagandas they're not bad. They are tools that are used for political reasons, and it's very good to use propagandas. However, we have a lot of facts that are far from propagandas for us to nail down our enemies. And by the way, the gap that we have covered is because of the facts that we have about Ruto. People knows that he has done he has graft cases, a lot of them. Those are really things. He can't talk about corruption at all. Why? Because those are the facts. We have a lot of facts about it. So we'll have to use them 100%. our friend Kusea said about who should answer the president, the deputy president, whenever he goes out to cry. Every person went and said he went to cry kwa wazungu. Walisema kwa rallies, they hit that very week. They hit it hard. However, maybe you didn't follow it very well, but I can tell you they hit it very hard. There is a propaganda that is, maybe, I don't know whether it's a propaganda or the truth, because I don't know whether it is, Ruto can do it. But when we had rallies in Kisii, they said that, you know, Ruto, if he takes presidency, he's likely to jail or kill Matiang'i, right? They sold it. Whether it's true or not, people from Kisii will have to defend their son, who has worked with a lot of diligence. And guess what? They will vote, not because maybe Ruto is so bad, but because somebody told them, we need to protect our own. If this guy takes it, he's going to kill our son. All right. And that is so true. So when we hear a person saying that he wanted to slap the president, we'll have to use it, because if this person goes in, he can jail the president. He can jail the president. Every person knows that the Ruto is a person who takes bitterness, like he can explode. You know, like he can explode, right? So it's good to use that. My question is, why should now Raila answer that? Raila will not answer that. Raila will never answer that. But I can tell you, he has many soldiers who can do that, including the Jubilee side. They are ready to defend themselves and say this guy wanted to cut deals with the government and eat money from the government. For them, they have the right to respond. But Raila's side is only the foot soldiers like these Joho and the like who can do it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm being blamed here for not giving our ladies time to speak. So people have noticed. Njiru, you wanted to say something. I want to bring our ladies into the discussion because naona kama Christine amekaa hapo for a long time na hajaongea kitu. Diane pia niliona nimenotice umedrop for a while and you came here very early. I would have wished you to make your submission also. So Njiru, just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Bonarichi. You know, in politics, a sitting president who is retiring, globally, their favorability ratings always slightly drop than the time when they were getting in. It's only very few people who maintain their favorability. It is something global because sometimes when people are retiring, there are those people who feel hungry. There are those people who think maybe some of the predicament which we have is because of this person. So what I'm saying is this, and it is simple. I'm not saying that Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta should not be defended. That is not that, and I think that is what many people here they are not getting. But I'm saying those things they cannot be the main reason why they should be handled in our rallies. And I agree with one of the person who has written here who said that Baba and Mazakarwa can concentrate with the manifesto. They are hit boys, and Akina Junet Mohammed and Joho can concentrate with demystifying the propaganda. That one is good. That one I agree. But what I'm saying is, remember, we had a propaganda which Moses Kuria had brought, which was very bad. The one which they were talking of 1969. But how has that propaganda been swept away? It was simple, by just people talking the truth and exposing those issues. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that you see, like all these issues which are coming out, it is the relationship between the president and the deputy president, and the relationship between the president and the deputy president is not an AZIMIO predicament. That is their working relation because they are still in the government. Remember, one guy is still a deputy president, the other one ni zile vitu zinatokezea as they work. So 1 minute, I'm finishing. So ile kitu najaribu kusema is the more AZIMIO want to touch these things, the more our favorability will drop. with 2 or 3%. So what I'm saying, for safety, let's leave the president. You remember, the president has nothing to lose. Deputy president has something to lose because he wants to be elected. That's one thing which we need to understand. Deputy president wants to control the votes in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley in totality. And he has already designed a system which will help him to do that. I don't know if a system will work. What I'm saying here, as AZIMIO, we cannot mansling ourselves on the relationship between the president and the deputy president. We have to get out of that cocoon, because each and every time we want to touch these things too much, you hear guys say that they are government in opposition. They start talking of the project and other things. Me, what I'm just saying, and in simplicity, and I'm not asking too much, we can, because the deputy president will be talking of too many things which will be coming out. We have so many things to talk. We cannot concentrate on Ruto lies. He has lied over 50,000 times. So will we be praying all those creeps? And we know this guy is a perennial liar. So the issue which I'm saying is that already the Kenyans know this guy is a liar. Let's concentrate with how we are going to uplift the life of Kenyans. Remember, they have even started now bringing the propaganda of cost of living, and they are now transposing it to us as AZIMIO. And those are the things we need to fight. Remember now, that is what they are even talking of freedom na vitu zingine. So let's leave the president to handle his deputy. He can manage it. He has power.
Okay, Njiru, you've explained yourself extensively. Let me do this. Mora, let me give you a 1 minute so that I give Diane. Naona Diane ni kama kona shida network na ata drop off na amekuja mapema. So just take 1 minute. Alafu tuende kwa Diane.
What I say is just look at it from the mountain point of view. Ruto, if he becomes president, is going to sue their son. Ruto wanted to slap their son. This thing is going to give us votes from Mount Kenya. We have to dwell on it. We have to hammer it. We have to continue talking about it. We want all the votes from the mountain. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Diane, let me give you 3 minutes. You do your submission, whatever you want to say. You've seen the topics. Alafu tuende kwa Mulumbu. Unmute.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this chance. I just want to talk about the rally that Ruto had in. It's just shameful that the one he had in Meru. It's just shameful to see a 56-year-old man hitting back at the president and telling the president that you will see how I will rule. And we know that empty debes make the loudest noise. I can call him like that because you cannot be in the government. You've done zero. Then you are here promising us you are going to do wonders. Even a baby will start crawling before he learns to walk. So when he is there, he should have showed us how he's going to work as a deputy, and then we can promote him to be the president. But he has shown the country what type of person he is. And I can't imagine that the religious people listen to all this crap without even correcting him. And yet they are being put there to correct the human beings and tell us the right thing. But they are there just sitting and listening and clapping as if Ruto is saying the best. And our kids are sitting there listening. How are we going to bring our kids up in the way the Lord has said? And yet Ruto is in the church, Gashawa is in the church, abusing everyone. And the people he associates with, Mithika Linturi, I think Mithika Linturi has a case, he's been accused of so many things. And then Ruto does not talk about it, but on this other side is trying to get all manner of lies to put Raila on the wrong side. So that's what we should, those propagandas, we should just keep on punching on them. I was listening to Professor Herman Manyora. He said that from Azimio side, we don't have people who are hitting hard on the lies that Ruto is talking. That's why he gets so many people helping him. And with the kisses, I can assure you, they are just eating the money. Every time I talk to my parents and they say, we are going to get the money, but we know where our votes is. Even if he's going to eat Matiang'i as much as he can, kisses love Matiang'i with all their heart. And one thing also you have to know, Matiang'i assisted the former government to get votes from Kisii. He knows they didn't win with MPs, but he was in the background, like campaigning, and even him, we are not saying he's okay. Previously, he gave money to the MPs. It's known in Kisii. But right now, we are going to get Azimio MPs from Kisii. Don't worry. So that's what I can say, but let's keep on praying as well. We need a country that is peaceful, and we want our children to grow up in a better environment where they know honest is a virtue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. Brief and sweet. Christine, kabla nilete Mlumbu.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Nyumba. Good to see you. Hi, Kuseo. Good to see you. Josh, Mora, Cleana, Mulumbu, Njiru, Makiadi. It's the second time I'm seeing you today. Good to see you again. So before I make my submission for today, I just want to tell Njiru, we must counter propaganda with the truth. We don't need to involve Uhuru into this. Ruto is running against Raila, not Uhuru. We will do it. Okay, so I want to make my submission. I'll not take long. I just want to comment about the clip. I believe Ruto and Gachagua, they both have mouth diarrhea. They don't think before they speak. This clip, to me, I believe it is the truth, and it didn't serve its intended purpose, because anything we receive in the media, of course, anything that we get from our secret meeting or from any meeting, it's meant for our own, it's meant for us to consume. And from the bloggers who have been defending this clip was supposed to woo the Kikuyus that have now left Ruto by being empathetic, seeing Ruto as the best friend who stood by their son when their son was giving up and clinching the seat for the second time. If I can remember, during the first term, almost going to the second term, Ruto made a statement in Kericho to the Kipsigis people that I'm the one who runs this government, the other one just drinks the whole day. So for Ruto to fight for even wanting to slap Uhuru, and you see when names like Musando's death comes up, it's Ruto's name that comes, like he's the one who did this. For Ruto to want to slap Uhuru, he knew he was gonna run the second term, and he had put all his MPs in place. He had all structures going for him, you know? So him wanting to fight Uhuru was not because he really wanted Uhuru to have it. He knew he's the one gonna run the show the way he did in the first term. So the thing did not work for him, it worked against him. So for me, I believe that we have to counter. Njiru lazima to counter to propaganda na propaganda plus the truth if needed. Again, about Gachagua. Okay, so before I finish this, and we can tell from Uhuru, when Uhuru did handshake with Raila, Uhuru said the reason for why he had to do the handshake, people were dying. But Ruto kept telling him, no, hold on. That is a confession that Uhuru made. So you can imagine a leader who, despite people dying,
does not have a feeling for those innocent people that were dying, because yes, there were people that were demonstrating, the police were acting, but remember, at the end of it, there are so many other innocent people that got hurt during those altercations that didn't have to, like Baby Pendo. So I believe Ruto is just a vengeful leader. Some of these statements are working for our own good. It shows us who he is. Yes, I know some of us who are informed and can reason beyond our nose can get all this. But how about those people that don't get news the way we are getting? How about those people that are not connected to social media the way we are? We have to spread the news. We have to counter all this propaganda with the truth and propaganda if needed for the people down there to understand, because those are the people who want to vote and make good choices, you know? So about Gachagua again today, I don't know whether people captured that when Gachagua said that he was talking against Martha Karua in church, and he even used the middle finger, and you could hear people in church laughing about it. I believe our African churches, we all attend churches with our children, you know. There are things that if a leader says they are not right, we shouldn't laugh or show before our children that we are happy about them, even if we are their supporters. And Gachagua spread propaganda even in church by saying that when Raila was disturbing their man Kibaki, Martha Karua walked away. Yet we all know why Martha Karua walked away of Kibaki's government. So why should we just sit and listen to all these false statements being made? Because he made it in church, he used the F word in church, and the church did not even say anything to condemn that, you know, like, you know, a good pastor even after that will say, okay, you have a free space, we give you the chance to wound your supporters if you want, but we say wound them respectfully with the truth, you know? If the church is not standing in that gap, who is gonna stand? It's us to stand in the gap, it's Matiang'i to stand in the gap. We don't want Raila to be drawn in the mud with Ruto. That's why we are his soldiers, and we have to fight for him to the end. You know, he has better things to do, like selling his 10 points agenda, you know? And I believe, like right now, Ruto just launched his manifesto, like we have 30 days to go. He just launched his manifesto, which I would expect him to be doing a good work selling his manifesto, but not calling Mutwakitendawili, Munganga. And for sure, those that listen to Raila in Homabay can tell that these words are not going down well with him. He mentioned it in the Luo and said that, you know, that guy who calls me this name, and he ended even up saying that Kitendawili is not for his mother, you know? So I believe we need to stand up for Raila, we need to fight for Raila, whether we get some propaganda to use, let us use the propaganda too, if the truth we cannot get hold of them. That's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Christine, I understand your frustration, and there was a time I had your argument. I had the same argument here, and people actually talked to me and made sense out of what I was saying. I think we have enough truth to counter William Ruto's propaganda. We will not fail the test and lower our grade to also do propaganda against Ruto. All you need to counter Ruto's propaganda is the truth. And it's like everything comes in the right time. This video was God sent. I mean, nobody expected something like this at 36 days to an election. So this one, before he gets out of this one, we are probably 20 days to the election, because this one is going, I mean, as a moderator, if I find time here, I'll play this video every day, probably to the election day.
Riti fufua ile ingine ya mtu mwenye aliomba akasema Kenya kuisha, inafaa ifufuliwe.
Yeah, and I will take an opportunity every day. It's just 2 minutes. I'll hammer this video every day here, just to point to the people who are watching us and people who listen to us from this show.
I support.
Thank you. Thank you, Matiang'i.
I mean, I was even thinking about asking for a vote, because this video, I'll save this video in this computer. I'll do this every day.
Thank you.
Just to make sure that we alert the people who watch us, the kind of
I
person.
support you.
I'm in agreement. Yes.
Haya, wacha kwanza nipatie Mulumbu na yeah.
Okay, wait, quick. Three things.
I conclude
Ruto
later.
said, remember how Livondo said Ruto was going to assassinate Uhuru? And then Ruto said, there was a clip that said like Ruto is going to take Uhuru to court. And then this one, 3 of them, let's use them to win the mountain.
Okay, thank you. Mulumbu, nakupatia nafasi yako utoe submission. Uniambie ni kwa nini mnataka kupiga CNC, Commander in Chief Coffee. Karibu.
Thank you sana. So guys, it's been a long time. Nilikuwa nawasikiza but sijapata time kuchangia. But you know, I'm so happy because when this forum started, tulikuwa pana watu wengi sana. So a lot of people siwaone hapa siku hizi. Nilipotea vile mimi nipotea. But what I said and what I prayed for.
Check your audio. Your audio is not clear.
It's not clear?
No, hold on. Are you using earphones?
Yes.
Okay, do this. Don't touch them. Don't shake them when you're talking. Just try to be still.
Okay. So when this forum started, I said, because we had a lot of guys from UDA, and there was a lot of propaganda. And I cried and said, kama Mungu ananisikiza, Kenya tuko wasomi wengi sana, ingawa sisi hatukusoma, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu ametuwezesha kufika pale tulipo. But we know the history of Kenya, how it was during Moi time. And where we have reached right now, we have tuko na nafasi ya kupata this kind of forum to educate our people, because by that time we were blind, we were in the darkness. Those people were fighting because they were not talking, there was no truth. From east to west, north to south. That's why people are just fighting, because they don't know the truth. But right now, we understand. We know how things work. I prayed very well that Lord, because nilitaka watu vijana kama nyinyi muingie hapa mjue the truth, so that you can share this truth, so that mki decide, we know where you are taking the country. This country is yours. You are the young people. If you mislead it, nyinyi ndio mtaumia zaidi. Sisi tushakula kidogo, ingawa tuliumia zaidi, tukakula tear gas, na wengine wamelemaa, wengine wamekufa, but nzuri sisi tuko hapa kwa sahi. So guys, keep on up. Tell people the truth. Njira wache Njiri ni mtu mzuri sana, huwa anaongea the truth, but hii anataka kuchenga. It's not, let's just remain on the truth. Unajua Waswahili wanasema ya kwamba wakati wa mwisho wa nyani ukifika, kila mtu kuteleza. Akishika hii inateleza, akishika hii inateleza. So now kulingana na hiyo audio, to me, yani Mwenyezi Mungu amefanya maajabu, ikatokelezea na mmepata ukweli. Pointi ya kwanza kwa hiyo klipu mimi nikiangalia ni ya kwamba Ruto amejichanganya mwenyewe. Inaonyesha hawakushinda kura, kitu ya kwanza. Na Uhuru ni kitu namba 2. Uhuru alikuwa shakubali, bwana, hii kitu tumeumwa, ni afadhali we give up. Basi hapo aliona uchungu sana, alisema vizuri, wewe unasema nini? Sisi tushapigana kitu, leo hata unaleta maneno yako sijui nini. Ndiye amesema hata kama angempiga kofi, because he didn't want to accept that wameshindwa. Hata watu walikuwa nakufa, because Uhuru was worried because people are dying. Already it shows that walishindwa, they didn't win. Sasa alipokuja na ile grupu yake, ile hooliganism, na vile unamjua ni kule kwa hajali hata kama watu wanakufa, nasema mzee, wacha uleta vingine. Pili, ameonyesha nakedness ya the president. Anaweza mchapa kofi, amesema vile alikuwa amelewa, vile amemtoa hapa mpeleka kwa supu huko Obama, aenda kunywa supu ndi sasa ajanjeruke. Unaona? You saw things. Hii inaonyesha tu vile hiyo kitu ilikuwa mbaya, which means inaonyesha Uhuru alimtrust, akamwachia kila kitu. Hapo ndio vile kwa anagoga kila pesa, kila kona, sekta yote alikuwa naiba. So alifikiria sasa vile Uhuru haoni, alikomforce ya kwamba wewe lazima, kama hauwezi mimi nachukua serikali. Ndio sasa aliambia watu wenzake, these guys cannot, wacha tumshikilie hivi, hii government tumpindue, tuchukue hii government. That was his aim. Bila kujua, usione kama simba amejeshewa ukafikiria ni paka. Unaona? Bila kujua Uhuru alikuwa anampinga Polepole, ajue huyu mtu ni aina gani. So to me, Mwenyezi Mungu ameonyesha laini na tayari ashasema ati ya kwamba akiingia mamlakani kitu ya kwanza atafunga Uhuru. Tayari ametoa audio vile mpango yake yote alikuwa anapanga yote ameshaonyesha. Na mengine mengi. So ndugu zangu, Njiru, hii ndio sasa, hii ndio kumpiga, tutampiga na hii vibaya zaidi. Hakuna ta shortcut because we know now who is he. Na ubaya sasa alifikiria akienda na hii story kwa the mountain, sasa atatumia hiyo story ile anaonyesha vile Uhuru hafai, vile yeye hii second term yeye ndiye alishika hiyo second term, sio Uhuru. Uhuru alikuwa shafail tayari. So he is selling the downplay of Uhuru without knowing he's selling himself, which means yeye ndiye ameangusha hiyo serikali. Kama alikuwa ameshindwa na kakubali kushika serikali, mbona angeshika Uhuru mkono na aendeshe kila kitu vile inavyoendelea? Mbona alimwachilia akataka kumpindua na akamgeuka baadaye? So guys, we are on the right track. You give on. Let's hit him hard with whatever he brings. Now the truth is coming out and it's still coming more. Asante sana.
Aya, thank you. Stella, karibu. Stella, unmute your microphone. Kando ya jina yako hapo kuna kakitu kanakaa kamewekwa makasi hivi. Hebu press hapo once, alafu jaribu kuongea, tutakwambia kama tunakusikia. Kando ya jina yako kuna mahali okay. Ongea sasa nisikie sauti.
Tena nimerudi. Lichi, asante. Mimi nilikuwa
Okay.
nataka
Umekuja na jina tofauti.
Sasa.
Sasa fanya hivi, chukua dakika moja. Unajua sikuwa nimekuona vizuri. Ni sawa, chukua dakika moja basi.
Okay, sawa. Sasa nilikuwa nimetaka kuandika kitu pale kwa chat. Na kuna hiyo propaganda Sudi amekuja nayo, alikuwa kwa clip anasema ati kila mtu hakupata degree na gava imekuwa tu ikimwangamiza peke yake. Ametaja hata Raila, amesema hawakusoma. Sasa na watu huko wanamklapia. So lazima pia hiyo to demolish that one. Anasema ati watu hawakusoma. So there is no need the government should be dealing with him. They should also deal with Raila and everyone else. Sasa lazima hiyo pia to demolish kwa sababu Raila ako na makaratasi. Yeye ndiye ana makaratasi. So hiyo pia lazima tunini, and we put across to our kids and our relatives that education is paramount. Okay.
Haya, asante sana. Ose, nilikuwa nimekupatia nafasi. Do you want to take a minute to make your statement and then we move to Julia?
Yeah, I'll just make a point regarding that clip, the clip from the audio. At one point, you realize the DP said that tumefanya hii kazi yote. I don't know whether people captured that. When he was saying that anataka kuchapa the president coffee, he said that tumefanya hii kazi yote. Which is this kazi that they are done? Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay. Just hold on right there. Julia, I was waiting for you to come on, but I will not give you an opportunity to speak first because I want to attack you. Just give me a minute.
The accusations against the Deputy President William Ruto for allegedly being too temperamental to lead the country come from a leaked audio file where Ruto is heard allegedly disclosing to others that he was on the verge of slapping President Uhuru Kenyatta after the nullification of the presidential election results in 2017 because Uhuru was claimed to have almost given up on a rerun. Here is a section of that clip recorded at a meeting between Ruto and the Agikuyu Council of Elders in 2017. Let's listen in.
Baada ya 2017 na mimi nataka niwaambie, najua tulienda kufanya uchaguzi tukashinda. Huyu mtu akaenda pale akakoroga, ikasemekana turudie uchaguzi, si ndio? Watu wengi, sijui ni kwa sababu gani, watu wengi walikuwa nafikiri sasa ikisemekana turudie uchaguzi ati tutawachana na Uhuru. Sijui kwa sababu gani watu walikuwa naamini hivyo. Lakini mimi nilitoka hapa kwa ofisi na nilikuwa nimemwambia Uhuru, hii chunga hapo iko Kiingereza. Akaniambia hapana, nimechunga kabisa, kila kitu iko sawa. Kulikuwa na mtu mwingine anaitwa Nje, sijui nani. Mwisho mlango kumbe ilikuwa wazi, wengine wakaingia ndani wakaharibu, si ndio? Mimi nikatoka hapa nikafika State House. Kufika State House nikakuta rafiki yangu wako hapo. Sitaki kusema alikuwa anafanya nini, kwa sababu sisi ni wazee. So ndio huyo sasa hii maneno sijui nini, mimi sitaki mimi nataka kwenda Ichaweri, wewe sijui sasa mimi sitaki, wacha tuachane na hii kitu. Mimi nikamwangalia nikamwambia, wewe ni vile tu nilikuwa na heshima, ningemchapa kofi. Ati sisi tuache, ati tutoke hapa. Hapana. Na ni kura tumeshinda. Kwani alikuwa ametushinda wapi? Tumeshinda wabunge, tumeshinda magavana, tumeshinda senators wengi, tumefanya hiyo kazi yote. Ukora tu ameenda kufanya hapo kidogo. So nikamwambia awache mchezo. Hapo hapo nikampeleka hapo Bama, tukaenda kula nyama. Akapona kidogo namna hii.
Allow me to set the record straight. That particular conversation may have concerned the nullification of the 2017 presidential election, but the meeting between Deputy President William Ruto and the Agikuyu elders is reported to have transpired last week.
Now, Julia, this is for you. Before I come to Julia, because I'll give you an opportunity to make your submission. Number one, I had not even given my submission today. I was just here moderating, but it's good. I was even waiting for you to come in before I give my submission. Number one, this is not for you, Julia. This is just for our viewers and us panelists. William Ruto has been claiming every day that Uhuru Kenyatta does not want to leave office. Now, today, that video reveals a different picture of the man they claim that wants to stick to power. You see, when you analyze the video, it is very clear. It is not even Uhuru Kenyatta who did not want to leave office. I think Uhuru Kenyatta was tired of the politics of the Republic of Kenya. And so it shows us that William Ruto was the only person that was interested in contesting a second time. There's a microphone that is on. I don't know who. Okay. That was just one observation I made here. Remember, Julia, there's a time I came here and I played a video of William Ruto speaking in Baringo County. And I said the confidence that I saw William Ruto speak with when he was in the backyard of Gideon Moi showed me that these people knew what they did in 2017. And everybody in the panel said this election was fair. This election was verifiable. Gideon Moi won this election fair and square. Now, I want to mention one thing in that video. First of all, you'll hear William Ruto saying tulikuwa tumeshinda uchaguzi na tulikuwa tumeshinda magavana na tulikuwa tumeshinda MPs na tulikuwa tumefanya hiyo kazi yote na tulikuwa tumeshinda wengi. There is that word wengi there. The wengi there is very, very important because we talked here about stealing an election. And we said stealing an election does not just happen for the president because it will be very easy. Osea has come here with numbers. He has done all the maths, and we've seen in some constituencies where the president has like 10,000 votes above every other seat. We have an we have an MP, the total number of MP votes in a constituency being less even by 50,000. And we said, for an election to be stolen, you have to steal down the ballot. The statement by William Ruto saying that tulishinda viongozi wengi, iyo wengi peke yake, is what will confirm here that these people had an agenda. And for this agenda to succeed, they had to give the impression that they won this election overwhelmingly. You will dispute that. I'll give you time to do that. Now, there's another thing here that I noticed. He's talked about kutengana, watu walikuwa nafikiria tusipo kwa hii uchaguzi. I don't know, I can't remember the real words, but alisema Uhuru, mimi na Uhuru tutawachana. From what I read in that statement, it means these people have been having issues even before the second term. And it looks like these issues had extended to such a point that even Uhuru Kenyatta was not willing to go into the ballot again with William Ruto. But like we said, these are just things that are coming out. I'm very sure that going forward, we will have even more information. Aya. Ile kitu imeongewa hapo, mlango iliachwa wazi. Niliambia Uhuru angalie hii maneno, iko kizungu mingi hapo. Akaniambia ameangalia hii maneno, lakini sijui kulikuwa na mtu. There's a name hapo amekosa kutaja. I would have wished tungepata huyo jamaa mwenye ametajwa hapo. Did you hear that name? There's something, sijui anaitwa Njeng. Did you?
There is a name there.
What is that name? Njagi or There's a name.
I think it sounds like a nickname for one of the operatives or something.
Who is that person? And what role did he play? Because he says, niliambia Uhuru Kenyatta angalia hapo, kaniambia iko sawa, lakini wakafungua mlango. Hii ni mlango gani ilifunguliwa? Ikawachwa wazi. Hii ni mlango gani? You know, you're looking at all those statements that the guy was trying to say. There are a lot of suspicious issues coming from that. Akawacha mlango, mlango ikaachwa wazi, au watu wakaingia, maneno ikaharibika. Ni maneno gani hiyo?
Unless it is what was happening at Bomas. You know, there was a lot of mfurutano Bomas that night.
No, the mfurutano cannot decide an election. There must be something that was planned that did not go right.
You remember the infiltrations on the IBC system?
Makiadi, you know, in my opinion, you remember there was a time when during Bomas, there was a while before they could announce the results, and there was back and forth, the diplomats going in. I suspect these were observers. These are observers, and they must have seen something there that was not very favorable to them.
I would have wished to get that name, because there's a name that is going on, is all over the social media of IBC officials. I don't know if it's propaganda, but I would have wished to get that name. Ndio ni compare nione kama ni ile jina ninaona kwa social media sahi. Now
I think if you play the Nini repeated, and we try to recollect what happened, we'll be able to get it.
This one is going to be a national anthem here. Don't worry yourself. I will play here every day mpaka uzoe hiyo kitu. Okay, there's another thing I observed here. Okay, wachana na hiyo maneno ya kuchapa coffee. That one shows you this guy is arrogant. He doesn't respect the president. I'll not do that. Now, finally, let me just make my final point here so that Julia can come in. What does the DP mean every time he comes to the podium and tells us that he made Uhuru Kenyatta the president? Have you ever thought, after listening to that whole statement that he gave today, have you asked yourself what William Ruto means when he says, mimi ndio nilifanya Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa rais? Have you thought about that statement and asked yourself, why does William Ruto say, I made Raila Odinga the prime minister? Just connect the two things.
Makiadi, we'll have a discussion, the usual, before we share
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Sawa, wacha niache hiyo ni maswali mingi nimeuliza. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makiadi, those are wonderful questions. I think food for thought. Okay, by the way, hi Makiadi, Sally, Josh, Christine, Kuseo, Bob, Papa, Stella, umebadilisha majina. Now, those are wonderful questions. By the way, why does he say he made Raila prime minister? And why does he say he made Uhuru the president? Me, that gives me the character of Deep Ruto, and all the things he said in that clip you just played tells me who he is. I want to say this. I think the handshake, I didn't take the handshake seriously when I heard about it. But now looking back, I think God just came to the rescue of this country. God came to the timely rescue of Kenya. Because now looking back, I have always seen Uhuru as a spoiled brat. And even if I look at Uhuru from the day that Moi asked him to vie for presidency, I really don't think Uhuru really cared about that presidency. Even when, you remember the first thing that Moi did, he asked Uhuru to vie for Katundu, member of parliament, and he lost. Because Uhuru didn't even put any effort. I see Uhuru as a spoiled brat. See this picture, Makiadi. You are the son of the president. You've been in State House. Hakuna kitu yenye ujaona ma president wanaona. Ni haja gani utakuwa nayo ya kuwa president? I don't think Uhuru really has that hunger for becoming president. But you see, there's this thing that people, Kenyans, seem to think that that if you're working with somebody from Mount Kenya, you may become president. So Ruto is a master planner. First, when he says he made Raila the prime minister, I think that was 2007. That was a contested election, and Ruto never lets go. So he did what he could do. And how did he make Raila the prime minister? He caused the chaos in Rift Valley. He killed people. How did he do that? Because if that chaos and that violence was not there, I don't think we could have had that government of Nusumkate. That is his style of doing things. And I am glad that his case is still on in ICC. So when he says he made Raila the prime minister, that is what he did. And if he thinks he can sue me, he can sue me. He's a warmonger. That is the character of Ruto. He will go, he wants power by all means. And I think if there was a situation that Raila was to become president, working with Ruto, he would have done the same sabotage to Raila, because his goal is to become president. That is his goal, is to become president. He would have done the same sabotage to Raila like he's doing to Uhuru. Then hearing that statement that Uhuru wanted to give up the presidency, that tells me that Uhuru, that still confirms my thoughts. Uhuru doesn't give a damn about this presidency. Those people saying that he wants to remain president. Presidency for what? This man has been in State House since he was born. Presidency for what? Nyinyi tu ndio mtakuwa mapresident. Nyinyi Kuseo na kina Bob na kina Makiadi. Mtashtuka tu sana mkijipata mko hapo State House, mtapata mshtuko wa moyo. Yani hata kuna Wakenya wanajai kanyanga State House. I think many Kenyans have not stepped in State House. At least I've been in State House several times as a teacher, taking students to sing for the president. lakini nyinyi hamjakanyanga huko. Mnaweza kuwa na hiyo tamaa kubwa, ha? Lakini tamaa ya Ruto imeshinda ya sisi sote, because he master planned Makiadi when he was working then with Moyes at the Youth for Kano 92. So Ruto has been ready either to kill or to murder or to assassinate or to do anything to get this president. And even this chaos we have had in this country, we could not have been having them. Even 2017, I believe Uhuru could easily have said, kama tumeshindwa, that's the one who have won. Take the presidency. I believe that, because Uhuru is not dying to be president. President for what? He's a son of a king. So Ruto is making that statement now, coming to the statement, trying to think he's impressing the Kikuyus to show that that he saved the government for them. But as he's making that statement, let me tell you something. Let me give you an example. I want to use the issue of marriage. Okay, a man and a woman. And you see this woman who keeps on saying that my husband is a bad man. Have you ever tried telling that woman that your husband is bad? Whenever atakutukana. Can you try that? Can you try telling a woman that you are married to a fool? She'll turn against you. You'll see how she'll turn against you. So even if the Kikuyus may be disappointed with Uhuru for one reason or another, still they cannot take those insults and that level of disrespect. They will not take that. So this thing is going to work against Ruto himself. And I think he did it indoors and did not think it was going to come out. But like someone says, thanks technology, ukisema kitu, uchunge sana chenye unasema. So he was disrespecting the president. But also now I am thinking about this, atinitaka kumchapa coffee. That, okay, Livondo said the other day that Ruto planned to assassinate the president. Mr. Makedi, will you blame me if I now start thinking from that line of thought that maybe Ruto actually tried to assassinate?
You are connecting the dots.
Yes.
No,
put yourself in my shoes.
Actually, I'll not blame you as long as you put a disclaimer there.
It is my thought.
Yeah, and
it is my fear. It is me thinking and wondering, and I'm in fear. Are there chances, fellow Kenyans, put yourself in my shoes? I'm wondering and I'm worried. Could Livondo have been saying the truth? Are there chances that William Ruto actually tried to assassinate the president? Are there chances, because of his hunger for power, are there chances that he actually master planned this in 2013? That because Uhuru, Kikuyus will vote for Uhuru, I will go in with the, he jumped the boat. He was on the other side fighting for Raila. And within a short while, the man has jumped the boat. On the other side now, pro Uhuru. How do people change their stand like that? He's a master planner. He saw Uhuru, just like Moi had seen, and poor our spoiled brat again comes now back. Now our spoiled brat began with Moi. Then he's back. Because when people see Uhuru's name, the Mount Kenya people will say he's our son. And Ruto is here behind, pretending to be very nice. Uhuru, I will stand behind you. I will be your deputy. And the people, and let me tell you something. The only reason I think Uhuru worked with Ruto, I think, was the ICC case. And secondly, because Uhuru was convinced that his people in Rift Valley would have peace. That was the only reason. And Kikuyus and Mount Kenya people who are still saying bad things about Uhuru, shame on you. Shame on you. And shame on you. Because the only reason why Uhuru has suffered and has had even becoming president, I think he's suffering. I don't want to be in shoes. The only reason why Uhuru wanted to be president, or the only reason why Uhuru has gone through so much, is because of the Mount Kenya people in Rift Valley. So if you are still talking ill of Uhuru, shame on you. And if I see you writing anything on the chat, I'll call your name and say, shame on you. Because Ruto knew that. Ruto knew that so well. So he took advantage of that. And he came here pretending kama Baba Mkate and tell Uhuru that we'll fight together, I'll support you. And Uhuru sees a good combination to have his people in Rift Valley have peace. So we have 2013, Uhuru thinking tuko na serikali. Ahana serikali. The man is a thug. He gets nusu serikali and he gets all the positions that he's going to steal and loot the government. He's a warmonger, he's a hate monger. This man's place, Ruto's place, is committee. He doesn't deserve to be outside his house. He needs to be right inside committee. So he Mr. Master Planner. So 2013 to 2017, I think Uhuru was a very stressed man. You people, some of you are married here. I think, I don't want to ask you to raise your hand if you are married, especially the men, but that's not my problem. But if you have wives at home, now Bob, I didn't ask you to raise your hand if you are married. I don't know why Bob is raising his hand, Makiadi. But if you have a woman at home, na ukienda nyumbani kila saa nakwambia baba mtoto, mimi niliona mtoto aende kwa hii shule. In the morning you left your son in this school, Kuseo. In the evening, you find somebody has moved your son to another school. That was the relationship between Uhuru and Ruto. Because Ruto, hata sio kichwa ngumu, he's a thug. His agenda was only one, to loot from the government as much as he could so that he has money to campaign. And the only thing he saw was presidency. That's after 2017, that is why Makidi anaongea madharau, because I think Uhuru thought if this election is contested, and Uhuru knows much, maybe about what happened, I don't know what happened, Uhuru must have thought, why we plunge the country into another chaos for things that I can let go. I mean, I think that was in Uhuru's mind, that I can let go this thing. But Ruto, hawezi, hiyo kitu hawezi, you better you people die. He doesn't care how many people died in 2007. He was ready for another massacre. That is William Samoei Ruto. And thank God we didn't go that direction. Now, after 2017, now I want to thank God for this man called Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga. Because once again, after all this kind of drama, Raila comes back and talks with Uhuru and agrees. And now you people, you won't blame me if I believe what Ruto said, that Ruto tried to assassinate the president to overthrow the government. And Raila could easily have joined Ruto, but he did not. He gathered, he marshaled his support in parliament and told them, towards the end of the route, let's support the Uhuru man. So you people, I think you people, you can see there are two people who have the heart for this Kenya. That is Raila and Ruto. These people, we can now seriously say they're above board and they don't have that greed. So Ruto now is talking like this, thinking that he's pleasing the Kikuyus because he thinks the Kikuyus also will die for this. Can I shock you, Mr. Makedi? Me, one thing I know about Mount Kenya people, the only thing they want is peace to do their business. I don't really think they are dying to be president for the rest of their life. So Ruto is mistaken. Akiwambia, ati mimi, I protected this thing for you. I am the one nililinda hii kitu for you. He is thinking like that. And he's thinking now when he goes to power, he's representing us as who? As a warmonger. And to represent yeye ni nani sasa? So me, Makedi, I want to conclude. After watching that thing of Ruto saying that he could have slapped the president, then I think I am tempted to believe Rivondo that he actually tried to assassinate the president and he actually tried to overthrow the government. So my fellow people from Mount Kenya region, I say shame on you if you still try to say nasty things about president. Think very hard penye the sacrifices he have made, especially for Mount Kenya. Mufikirie sana, and going forward, I want to say this, you don't have to come from Mount Kenya to become president. No. You don't have to come from a big tribe to become president. Let us demystify this thing and say that anybody can be president in this country as far as they are Kenyans. Makedi, I sent you a thing. Can you play that thing of Rivondo if you find it? Rivondo saying, and can you also, if you don't mind, I also sent you a thing about Jirongo. Come on, let's tell Kenyans who this guy is. Kimtai, I'm not shouting, I'm shouting at you. Ruto is a criminal. He's a criminal. His place is jail committee. So if you don't want to hear what I'm saying, I think you better log out of this show. Asante Makiadi.
Julia, usome comments. I think you're raising the emotions of very many people. Mimi sijui ni kwa nini watu wanakasirika, na nimeweka link hapo. Ukiwa na kitu ya kuja kuambia Julia, usimwambie kwa comment. because in the comment section we cannot even know if you are a robot or you are a person. So please log in. The show is open. We still have slots here that we can accommodate you. And Robin, naona unajaribu kuingia studio lakini unfortunately hujaweka kamera yako on. Tafadhali weka kamera yako on na I will add you to the stream. Amepotea tena. Okay, sawa sawa. Bob, wacha tufanye namna hii. Let me give you your time here to make your submission. But Julia, you avoided one question here. You did not answer why William Ruto says that he made Uhuru Kenyatta the president. I think you have maybe you avoided.
I don't know Makiadi why he says that, because if you ask me, I'll also be very harsh. I said this yesterday. If Ruto thinks he made Uhuru president, let him make himself president. Umesikia huyu mtu ananiambia hapa, ananiambia Kimtai, go tell Ruto, if he made Uhuru president, let him make himself president. Period. I'm sorry Makiadi.
Aya, sawa. Wacha tupatie Bob. Ose yuko hapa. Bob aongeangi mambo mingi. He's a very brief man. I know he's a gentleman. Hata atachukua dakika moja na uone amemaliza. Bob, karibu.
Thank you Makiadi. Niko na swali kwa Julia moja na ndio nitamalizia. I just wanted to mention that now UDA has a problem because from what I'm seeing they lack transparency. Today there was a debate for gubernatorial debate for Kilifi County. Aisha Juma was nowhere to be seen. The other day you saw Susan Kihika, she was nowhere to be seen, and several others. Now I don't know why they lack they lack guts to face the people on a one-on-one and explain what they can do. They are very good at heckling in rallies, but they don't want to meet intellectuals so that they can be held to account. And this is a very bad show. And Kenyans should just continue seeing this character of these fellows. They don't have any good intention for them, whether it is at the national level or the county level, and even I think even the constituency level, because that trend cannot be by coincidence. It is something that they have agreed, probably, that we are not going to engage people on one-on-one because it is looking like it is a criminal enterprise. They don't want to be open, and somebody whom you're doing business with, you need to engage that person, and so that you can answer any doubts he or she has. So that is one thing that has really pissed me off. Now I don't know. There's this gentleman, your friend Makiadi, called Gashagwa. How do you use the F word in church? You know, what kind of image does that portray? It's a very, very, very bad image, because I remember in 2013, I was in a church somewhere in Ngong area, and the father who was conducting mass, immediately after the mass started, tried to invite one of the Jubilee candidates, leading Jubilee candidates in Kajiado County, and to come and address people. You know, half the church just walked out, and that was a Catholic church. Now, yesterday, you know, a father is sitting, behind the politicians. They are rambling and making all manner of statements, and the people are just there, and I don't know whether they forgot they were in church. Maybe they thought they were in a studio. And we need also the head of Catholic Church in Kenya to make a statement on this issue, because we cannot allow people to use churches to politic. whether it is AZIMIO or whether it is UDA, because that will set a very bad precedent. You know, the church has that soft spot where politicians can use it as an avenue to spread animosity between communities or classes of people. So that is also a very bad thing. Finally, my question to Julia is that, Julia, why are your people, you know, when you look at what is going on, one on social media, and even when you engage some of our friends on the other side on one-on-one, they're saying they believe that actually Ruto should have slapped Uhuru properly, because anasema ulitukosea ungemchapa makofi. Now you wonder, Julia, why are your people embarrassing themselves? Because that is not, you cannot say, there's no way I will say I would advocate for anybody to even insult Baba within the ranks of AZIMIO. Now, on the other side, they're even feeling, no. This guy should have done it properly because he let us down. I wonder what kind of indoctrination and radicalization is, how deep is it in the Mount Kenya region? Because when you hear people talking that way, is a sign that they have lost some sense of direction. They're no longer thinking for themselves. They have become robotic, which is a very interesting thing. Thank you.
Okay, Ose, just give me a minute. I play this video that Julia wanted to see, and then you can respond before we move to the next person. Let me see. It's a short clip here. I hope I get where. Okay.
Naamini ndugu yake Keyu akasikia uchungu, kwa nini ndugu yangu amefika mahali amefika. Mimi nasema hii haitawezekana. Hii taifa ni letu, tutakaa hapa sisi wote na hatuwezi kukubali. Wale ambao umekuwa katika siasa kwa muda, unakumbuka rali ambayo tulikuwa nayo Trans Nzoia, ile ilijulikana kama Sabwani. Ukiwa Sabwani, ukipigana na serikali ya Rais Mstaafu Daniel Arap Moi, mgeni wetu wa heshima alikuwa Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki, na tulikuwa wengi sana. Na katika hiyo mkutano tulikuwa tunaambiwa na askari tutapigwa na granate na tutapigwa na mishale, na tukaambiwa tuweke magari yetu tuwe chonjo, ili mambo ikianza tuingie kwa magari yetu ili tuwe hai. Tukienda hapo kulikuwa tunajua kile kinafanyika. Baada ya hiyo rally hatukuacha, tumeanza watu 4 kuzungumza, granate ikapigwa. Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa kwa gari yangu, ilikuwa na Road Recovery, pamoja na Mheshimiwa marehemu George Kapteni. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kapteni alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana, rafiki yangu, ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua. Alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa Sabwani, mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president William Ruto. Na nyinyi mnaelewa, mtu akizoea kuua watu ataendelea kuua. Damu yake damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha lani. Lazima atembee kila siku auwe.
Okay, Julia, before you respond, let me.
I have my phone here, Jeff. There is a message.
Sorry, that was another interview we had with Jeff. So let me do this. Jose, just 1 minute. I think you had your hand raised, and then we'll give Julia to respond to those two issues from Bob, and then Demba can come in.
And let Julia go first. Give me a minute.
Okay, Julia, you had there was one question from Bob Papa, and then you can respond to that video that you asked to see.
Okay,
and then...
Bob, I think the people are changing Bob, but we still have some people who are indoctrinated in Mount Kenya region who will make those statements, but people are changing. And after that clip being changed, you can ask yourself, Bob, how many people are feeling like me in Mount Kenya region? I think we are many of us. So I don't think it's everyone who is thinking that Ruto was right to say what he said, or even to think that, to imagine that he could slap the president. I don't think so. About the video, I wanted people to see why Kenyans needs to understand who Ruto is. Now, those are allegations from Jirongo. The other allegations from Rivondo. Nobody has sued Rivondo, Mr. Makiadi. And that allegation from Jirongo is on YouTube. Nobody has sued him either. What does that tell you? If you make allegations about such, those are very grievous allegations. You know, saying someone has killed someone, has strangled somebody to death. That's a very grievous allegation. Nobody has sued Jirongo, and nobody has sued Livondo. So I think Kenyans munaweza jaza pengo, and you know who is vying for presidency in UDA or UDAKU. Asante Makiadi.
Oh, okay. I'll say you. Yeah, 1 minute.
Well, I'll just want to remind Julia that you know, the matter went up to the is it up to the DCI level, and Livondo gave a statement. When he came out from there, he repeated that I've told them everything, and after that we have never heard about the matter again. So, in fact, Livondo almost said that he was ready. He was ready. If somebody wants him to explain further, he will do it and prove. Now, I wanted Makiadi just to respond on the issue of I made Uhuru the president. When we played the earlier clip regarding what the DP had with the observers, you know, it was a longer one. And a part of it, there is an IEBC section of it. Now, you'll be surprised why Chebukati specifically, the DP specifically repeated that he has total confidence in the IBC and he wants their electronic system. Now, then he added to say that the manual voter is for abuse. Now, for me, what you read between the lines, where did he see it abused? He knows what happened. He knows what they did to win the vote. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Ndemba, karibu sana. Good to see you. I think everyone here has made their submission, and I think you'll be the next one. After that, then you can take over.
Good evening, good evening, good morning, Bob Papa. Good evening to the rest. I think there is in a different time zone. Just one comment. 2 points I want to talk about. The first one is the DP's ranting on Uhuru. I think a lot has been said. the angle that I want to look at it is the idea that is not surprising that when you're angry, there's a lot that comes out, and you can see definitely there's anger burning, and when you start acting with emotions, you're likely to make lots and lots of mistakes. And what someone I think alluded to was that the deputy president has gotten to a point where he's just being tickled and he behaved in the expected manner. He's tickled and he behaves in an expected manner. When anything the president says, it tickles him, and he finds that he has to be on the defensive. So right now, what has happened? He has been put on defense, so he has to keep defending, and that is the best position for him to be, especially around this time when we are on home stretch. If he's given something to keep him busy. Now, he was very busy yesterday defending and trying to explain how he's going to protect Uhuru. And when they're doing that, they're also suggesting on how they're going still to investigate. So they don't know what to say. They don't know whether to continue talking about their manifesto or to run away from it. So it is something worth noting that the deputy president has gotten to a point where, when in football, in soccer, when Kipindi Chalala Salama has come in and the other team is striking so hard and you have to go to the defense, it shows that you cannot score. You are not taking the ball to the other side. So you are unlikely to score. And that is a good place to be at. I want also to say the audio recording that has come out has put credence to several things. Together with what has been shared about Jirongo, there's also word in the wire that actually that his statement confirms what happened in 2007. In 2007, it is said that he was telling Baba not to accept, the handshake with Kibaki, and he was the one who was pushing so hard for Baba not to shake hands with Kibaki, and at some point he had to be taken out of the negotiating table so that progress could be made. And it is now coming out true that after Baba went and shook hands with Kibaki, that was the beginning of the end between him and Baba, because he wanted that power so badly. And from this recording, you see, it is evident that he wanted power so badly that he could even utter the words that I could have slapped him. When Uhuru was like, okay, fine, this thing has gotten to a point that I think we really don't have to take this thing. We can easily go and let Kenya remain peaceful. But he was vehemently opposed to that, the idea of Uhuru even trying to shake hands with Baba. I mean, even them going back for the rerun. And I think we noticed when immediately after the nullification, Uhuru went to, I think, Gikomba market thereabout. And Uhuru was frustrated. If you could see from his looks and the way he was talking, was frustrated. So Ruto is interested in power so badly that he could not imagine that Uhuru was not going to, go for the rerun. And I think that is telling about the kind of a person that he is. And we need to be careful. But in my view, when you're that emotional and you're on a defense, you are unlikely to implement your plan even on how you're going to get to status. So AZIMIO guys should get out and vote, should take the 15 million strong. I like the approach that they are now using. I was saying that they are now bombarding the guy left, right, and center. Like yesterday, there was campaigns in HOMABAY, there were campaigns in Nairobi, there were campaigns in Mombasa, and other places. Campaigns were going on, KAKAMEGA, and for him, the only reported campaigns were the Tharaka-Nithi and the what do you call it, the Kakamega where Musalia Mudavadi was. So that tells you that the kitchen is getting hotter, and they are being overstretched. And I also liked what I saw in Muranga, where the women rep there, Sabina Chege, has formally launched, AZIMIO Mtaani, and there this public address system that will be for the next 37 days. We'll be going around talking about AZIMIO, and that is going to be replicated across the country. That strategy, I think, is being implemented well, and the president should be doing that. He goes, he speaks a little bit, keeps them busy. Speaks a little bit, keeps them busy. They take about 2-3 days responding. When they went to the Kanithi, they didn't talk about their manifesto, and that was a very good thing. So other than that, I think when wanasema kwamba kifo wakati nyani karibu kufa, miti yote huwa inateleza, and definitely we are seeing miti ikiteleza sasa, and it's a good thing. As from AZIMIO, we need to keep the focus. We need to stay the course. It's only 37 days, 36 days to go, and we need to finish strong. The word is, let's get out and vote. Keep your vote. Get out and vote 100% everywhere. It is 15 million strong. Let us get out and vote. That is what I can say for now. And I take it back to Makiadi.
Before Bob, before you come in, let me just show you a video here that I think is interesting.
Are you aware that every expenditure you make from 31st May till date are not excuse me, what is not
Unmute, Richie.
Oh, sorry. That's a clip that I found online about a government official in Nigeria who was being grilled because of misuse of government resources, especially in terms of money, and so he acted like he had fainted, and so, so instead of answering questions in parliament or whatever forum they had, he acted like he had fainted, and so they had to try and resuscitate him. By doing that,
he thought about a diversion.
Bob, go ahead. It's uliza Ndemba swali kama uko nayo.
No, I just wanted to share with the panelists. When that surfaced, the video, the audio that surfaced, I want to believe that the UDA camp is extremely careless, and there could be a lot that is going to be thrown to the public domain, because I mean, how could a presidential candidate who was meeting a crucial constituency be so careless in his utterances? What else has he said prior to this? And with all that show and show of the gentleman from Mount Kenya, the Kiama. Now, if somebody could record that and release it, it tells you that even the Kiama guys who went there did not go there because they really wanted to endorse him as a presidential candidate. They went there to fish out something, and they have achieved that. So what else has been fished from that guy? Because it at this rate, you know, I am now recalling the words of Tuju, that there will come a time they will tell the Kenyans who really William Ruto is. And like Ndembo said, amekuwa kama kuku, anarushiwa tu mahindi hivi, anakimbia tu, akiona mahindi tu hivi anatoka na kuachilia kabisa. Sasa hapa ndio sasa ameingia kichinjioni, manake vile mimi naona we should be slaughtering the jogoo and having him for supper on the 9th. Thanks.
Ndemba, sasa mi naona ni kama nitakuachia, but before I give it back to you, I think ule jamaa wetu anaitwa Peter Eric Mwaura amerudi leo. Rafiki yako Julia anasema, Makiadi, you have a very bad taste of humor. Yeah? Na mwingine anasema, George Nyabicha anasema hii yote tunafanya hapa ni stupidity. But anyway, there was that video I wanted to play, but I know it will mess up your moods, Julia, especially wewe najua upendi Dio. Kuna ile video nilikuwa nataka kucheza
kucheza ile Dio ya Dio akiingia
kwa kanisa.
The one in the church.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the one I want to talk about, please.
Okay, let me look for it. I had lined it up here, but unfortunately I don't think the sound will be very good, but let's try see what we can find. I'll just try to share it here. I hope okay, I had it lined here. I don't know if you can give me a minute, and then you can proceed. I'll just let you know when I'm ready.
Sasa watu mbona mnakuwa na asira hivi? I mean, calm down. If you're going to win this election, you have 35 days to go. Kianza ukasirika saizi, by the time the 35th day inafika, si utakuwa umepatwa na ulcers,
Remember, before you came, we were about to burn down the studio. So be happy.
What was happening?
Are we ready?
Yeah, go on.
My very good sister Mara yesterday tried to lecture William Ruto on how to respect the whole Kenyatta. My sister, you have no capacity or moral authority to lecture William Ruto about respecting the whole Kenyatta. You didn't know how to respect the whole Kenyatta because you've never respected him, you've never supported him. You would need a seminar to kuja mimi kanisa chini nikufundishe njia ya kuunga mkono Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kupatia heshima, kwa sababu sisi ndio tunaelewa. And you know, I have avoided myself talking about my sister, but it is good that we put it in record that we in the mountain, when we supported President Mwai Kibaki, na Mwai Kibaki akakuwa na shida mingi kwa serikali yake, akiulizwa na hii mzee wa kitendawili, despite the fact that President Mwai Kibaki had honored Martha Karua and appointed her the cabinet, when Mwai Kibaki got in trouble with Raila Odinga kumsumbua, Martha Karua walked out of President Mwai Kibaki. Simunakumbuka? She showed Mwai Kibaki the middle finger na akatoka kwa serikali ya Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki is a gentleman of Kenyan politics. Everybody who could not cope with Mwai Kibaki has no business in leadership in this country. Kwa sababu Mwai Kibaki hakuwa na maneno na mtu yeyote. When in 2013, the people of the Mount Kenya region made a decision, all of them, to rally behind President Uhuru Kenyatta. Na huyu William Ruto akakuja akatusaidia. Martha Karua went on the opposite direction. She abandoned the quest and the determination and the decision and the resolve of the people of the mountain to support Uhuru Kenyatta and went ahead to oppose. Akapata kura 40,000. So when I heard her yesterday in Nyandarua saying that at William Ruto really against Uhuru Kenyatta, she has never supported him. She has never had any type of him. She has always been against him. So she will know how. And again, she has repeated what she has done every 5 years. She always walks in the opposite direction of where the people of Mount Kenya are walking. Watu ya Mount Kenya wote tuko nyuma ya William Ruto. Kweli uongo? Sasa yeye amechukua barabara hii tofauti. So please, mama, spare us this lecture. Concentrate on your project. Sukuma hii mzee akitendawili. Mkuje kusema mtafunga makanisa.
Okay, video yako ndio hiyo. Naona
Makiadi maneno ya hiyo that thing that he said, I only learned it when I came to the US. When Gachagua amekulia Kenya, where has he grown up, in which Kenya? I never, that thing that he said, I only heard about it since I was born. Sijaisikia maneno kama hiyo. Huyu mtu anaongea maneno kama hiyo kwa kanisa, seriously?
Na si amepigiwa makofi.
And that's what I was saying. You remember the other day when Ruto was giving the manifesto, even when he coughed, they clapped. Did you realize that?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at that video and I actually felt sorry for Rigathi Gachagua because so far it has not sunk into his head that he's supposed to be campaigning in the whole country, not just Mount Kenya, but from how he projects himself, he still projects himself as the Mount Kenya kingpin. So I still wonder if he still has interest in looking for votes in other regions, because all he talks about is Mlima, sijui Mlima imefanya nini, sisi watu wa Mlima. So you wonder, you ask yourself, is this guy really going to even look for votes in other regions?
But Makiadi, you see the work for Rigathi and his role was only one. And you remember even him saying that the reason when he went to a media station and he said the reason he was chosen as a deputy was because he could go and talk in vernacular radio stations in Central. That was the only reason why he was given the deputy president. And is him being a deputy president. Tell me if Rigathi has gone to campaign in the coast. Tell me if Rigathi has gone to campaign in Northeastern. Tell me if Rigathi has gone to campaign in Nyanza and Western. In fact, I doubt he can go to campaign in Nyanza because he has said in numerous times that the progress that happened in Nyanza was because money was taken from Central. So if you're going to Nyanza, what are you going to tell them that you're going to do for them? Yet the progress that was to happen in Nyanza has happened because there was money that was taken from Central to go to Nyanza. You know, I sometimes listen to him talking and I'm wondering, do they imagine they will want voters from places like Siaya County, Homabay County, and Kisumu County? Because if you're going to want votes from that side, then some statements are going to haunt you. You only need to play the video where Rigathi is saying that development has happened in Central Nyanza, in Nyanza because of the handshake. And Raila has taken the money from Central that has gone to Nyanza. You see, you only need that. And you're done. So the people of Nyanza basically do not feel represented in Ruto government. And it is true, UDA, there's no Kenya Kwanza. UDA does not have in their lineup any serious person from Luo Nyanza. They look at the top, and he has gone to Tharaka Nithi and said that because they didn't pick Kindiki, now they have resorted to giving Kindiki the chief agent. As if that one is a position that will last. He'll be a chief agent for the next 5 years. Chief agent is something you do within the time of the election, and then that's it. And then After him, he says there is Rigathi, then there's Kindiki, then there's Mudavadi, then there's Wetangula, then there's Kingi. There's nobody from Nyanza, the bigger Nyanza and Luo Nyanza. There's no Kisi, there's no Luo in that lineup. So they don't think that you can. They have two Luyas, that is Weta and Mudavadi. They have Kingi from Coast. They have someone, I don't know, Dr. Mutua from Ukambani. They don't think Kisis and Luos deserve any position in a Kenya Kwanza government, right? And the top position. And they don't think women deserve any position. That's why they haven't even given any woman, even a senator. You should have even thought that we are going to send one of our women, maybe let's say Alice Wahome, to be the head of the Senate. They didn't. And they have constantly spoken against the Nyanza area. So Rigathi is playing the part that he was given to play. There's no church he has attended in Nyanza to even talk to and tell them anything about what is going to happen. He attends churches only in Central, and he's just about the mountain. Oh, the mountain this, the mountain this. According to him, Kenya is the mountain.
And also to add, in addition, this mob mentality of trying to say that Martha is always pulling in the opposite direction. You know, it seems that the gentleman does not have values. I mean, he stands for nothing, because in as much as the people can be on one side and doing the wrong thing, one should not just follow blindly. And we are talking about accountability in public offices. So when he tries to portray Martha as somebody who is anti-development or anti-issue based, that is very cheap of him.
But that is good, Papa, because we can use the same with them. We can use the same kind of argument with them. The deputy president in 2002, when Kenya needed a change, he didn't stand with the change. I mean, the same argument can be used. In 2010, when Kenya needed a constitution, they didn't stand with the change, you know? So this is a person, when Kenya needed multi-party, the deputy president did not stand with the change. So they have always stood in the wrong side of history. So we like that, and we like him to keep using that. It's important he keeps using that, because even Kibaki, that they are busy talking about, when Kibaki was coming to power, they were busy pushing for Moi project by that time. So if he goes that way, that's why I'm telling you, these UDA people don't think, and it's a good thing they don't think, because they are helping us. If you start talking about Martha Karua not standing with the Mount Kenya, now which one is bigger, standing with Kenya or Mount Kenya? Ruto has never stood with Kenya. Never stood with Kenya during the multi-party, never stood with Kenya when Kibaki was coming in, never stood with Kenyans when they were bringing the new constitution. So who is on the right side of history? And in 2022, when now Kenya is looking for the third and final liberation, they are not standing with Kenyans. So I think the story he's bringing across can only work certain people and when he's addressing church, but let him continue using that narrative, because we are going to use the same to take it back to them. Let them tell us, when has the deputy president stood with Kenyans? He has never stood with Kenyans in a moment that is you know, a defining moment. Constitutional, he never stood with Kenyans. Multi-party, never stood with Kenyans. During the time to remove Moi, never stood with Kenya. In fact, Mudavadi was given a vice presidency for 3 months. He was told that you can be a vice president for 3 months, at least. Never stood with Kenyans. So let us be honest with them. And Rigathi Gachagua, let him continue to be given the mic, because at least he gives us the juice that we need. Yes, Makiadi.
Yeah, just a little observation that I made today. You know, you've mentioned the issue of Tharakanithi, and there's one incident that happened in Tharakanithi. I don't know if any one of you saw. There's a statement that I was reading today on social media. I think regarding Gachagua, apart from what Julia doesn't want to hear, regarding Gachagua mentioning. Anyway, that was let me call it. It was a stupid gesture to do that in church, and but unfortunately, the people who were seated in church were clapping. I don't know why they were doing that, but that makes a lot of sense when we say that UDA is a cult. Now, regarding Gachagua also said that. If the deputy presidency was actually divisible, they could split it between him and and Kindiki. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I was reading it today on this the Star newspaper. They said kama hii kiti ya aibu ya rais ingekuwa inaweza kupasuliwa mara mbili, tungegawana mimi na Kindiki. And then I asked myself, what did you see that, Bob Papa?
Yeah, and you know those are some of the characteristics of a cult, because you know when people are doing this kind of rituals, ni wale wanaosema hata tunakunywa damu pamoja. Now when it says that you can even share this thing, you know, something that is impractical, but just to try and appease the people of Tharakanithi, anasema hii kitu hata tunaweza kushare na yeye. You know, hiyo ni cultism, hiyo kabisa. Hiyo ndio tabia za watu wamekula kiapo.
Actually,
Unwritten.
Makiadi, what he was trying to do, you know, there's still something that is simmering. I mean, it has become difficult to convince the people that the DP is struggling to convince the people that the reason why he settled on Gachagua. That is something that he is struggling to do. And the people of Tharakanithi are not happy, because you realize when Kindiki went there, he told them that tuko na wageni msituaibishe. Wakiongea mpige makofi. He said that in Meru. That means that people there are not happy that Gachagua, their son, got 27 votes. Gachagua got only 3 votes. But the deputy president still settled on Gachagua. So it's something that people of Tharakanithi still are not happy about. Now, what is he trying to do? He's going there to try and tell them that, okay, fine. Even if your son was well qualified, but at that time I'm the one who was chosen. The message there is supposed to tell them that, don't worry, we have a space for a position for your son. Now, this is the most interesting thing. You are saying that we have a position for your son, and then you go out and say that we don't seek positions. We don't seek positions. You're saying we have a position for your son, and then Mutua comes and says that I went to the deputy president's side because I was promised a position. So these are people who are confused. They do not know what they stand for. And that's why you're seeing the kind of confusion that is, you know, showing itself in every other utterance that they are making. I want them to continue like that, because I want, if possible, this week again, the president on Wednesday probably should say something so that they can be kept busy again for another 3-4 days. And as they are being kept busy, they're not talking about their manifesto, which nobody has read. And they are saying that, you see, the way we launched the manifesto yesterday, they're only talking about the part that has created a lot of drama. You know, the part of the state capture has cost them a lot of, you know, they are hemorrhaging from that. So they're trying to block it. They're saying, they're explaining it. So they have no time to even say what is it that their document has for the people. And that, I think, is a very good place to be. Yes, Kusel.
Yeah, I even forgot what I wanted to say. I was trying to refer to the church, that church session, and I remember Gachagua was almost behaving like a judge for God, when he reminded the DP that in 2017, okay, in the past two Jubilee governments, Uhuru had promised in charge to support the DP. Now, he was reminding the congregation that if he can now support huyu mtu wa kitandawili, and he promised in charge. Then he goes ahead to ask these people that do they promise? Now the congregation inside the church, do you promise before God that to support DP? The people had no choice but to and then he says, can you show by a show of hand? That was more or less swearing. Which
that is oathing.
It was like oathing, because I was, and I must say that I'm very disappointed with the churches, some of these churches. It is like these people can bribe God. Can God be bribed? Eh? Interestingly, I watched the altar. The priest there was busy clapping. This time round, you promised to support the deputy president. And then he goes ahead to talk about how Kibaki government was good. And how now the new person, Baba, has come to kushauri the president, and everything has collapsed. Now, the same Kibaki government, which is praising, and Baba was there, yeah. Then he talks about what was the cost of unga then, and that because of the DP himself says that the president alikataa shauri yake. Ushauri yake, the president brought a new person. And now what has happened? The food has gone up. And he's telling the people in the church, and they were clapping, that now the price is 230, 250 unga. Before then, according to him, which I don't think is true, was it 90 shillings? See, it was 90 shillings after the elections.
It rose from 45 shillings to about 145 after DP became Minister for Agriculture, when we had issues of maize imports and all that, fertilizer stories and all that.
Actually, that is what I was trying to refer to. The DP in that church started his record by saying how they have built roads, how they did the SGR 700, roads 10,000. And I remember in one of the state of the opening sessions, the president said that they have done more in terms of road additions in the second term. In fact, he outlined a very lengthy list of the things they have accomplished in the second term, which were absent in the first term. Yet in that church, the DP kept increased. He talked about electricity, which has come to 8,000. Yeah, 8,000 connections. No, sorry, 8 million. Now, that is why when I started my submission here, I did say that at what cost? They have done 8 million connections, but at what cost? You can imagine all the contractors that did that job, the supply of materials, which he himself has his own company to supply KPLC. I think he's the sole supplier for the concrete poles to do the last mile thing. Now, we have gotten 8 million, and a good number are not working for true. But then, assuming it is 8 million, the issue is at what cost? You know, the number of contractors which did this rural electrification and last mile, they are running in thousands, contractors. And you know, these are briefcase contractors who are charged with the duty of connecting the villagers. There are very many of them. And where did they come from? Through kickbacks. You are given kickbacks, the work itself is overinflated. You take your share, then the rest of it, because they use the contractors to overpay, you know where you take the overpayment. It is very sad. And that he stands in church and tells people he thinks God is not seeing. He tells people that we have done 8 million connections. At what cost? Okay,
Yes, Bob.
Just finally, I am, you know, I had earlier mentioned that I was very, in fact, being a Catholic, I was very hurt by the conduct of that priest. I'm going to initiate a petition, and I want this petition to reach Rome, so that this gentleman can go and look for a job at the UDA camp. I want that petition. I intend to prepare it tomorrow and run it until this thing gets to Rome, because the Catholic Church cannot start behaving like Canyaris and what have you. That is not the way to go.
Zinaitwa Bob,
So,
zinaitwa hizo church za mrukaruko.
yes, so mkiona petition yangu mnanisupport tu, mimi nataka niisambaze kabisa.
Let me just ask you something. Do you think the churches are held captive? Because for true, all the you see the DP's approach is he uses the MPs to look at the churches around and make donations through them, and then wanaenda waombewe, isn't it? Now it's like the churches are in a fix. Do you think so? Okay, the other churches.
No, they are not in a fix.
Are they helpless about it?
No, they're not in a fix. It's just greed for money. And we were arguing this in Mount Kenya region, and in Mount Kenya, facing Mount Kenya, and we were asking ourselves why that was so much in Mount Kenya. And we came to a conclusion that this is greed. So we ask ourselves, is this a picture that there's more greed in Mount Kenya? I'm not trying to say a certain region as greed, but I'm just trying to say it's greed for money that is not just in Mount Kenya, in many church members and church leaders in the country. So when they get this money, you know, DP said, he who pays the piper does what? What did he say? He who pays the piper
calls the tune.
Calls the tune. So that's what the DP is doing. So it's kind of when he bribes them and he comes and gives them a lot of money. There's a preacher, I'll search that preacher and send it to Makiadi. I don't know he's from which part of Kenya. He's been saying that there are many pastors in Kenya that camp in Karen. Yani kila wiki kupokea pesa.
By the way, there are more churches in Mount Kenya than any other place in Kenya. So let's give it to them. Maybe they pray more than other places in Kenya. Also, we need to appreciate that the ministries, there are more ministries in Mount Kenya than any other place in Kenya. And there has been the relationship between the church and the state, I mean the church and state and politics has been very thin. There were days where pastors and preachers were very categorical about the requirement that they needed from leaders. The days of Ndingi Mwananzeki, the days of Timothy Njoya, Bishop Okulu, and such people. The Bishop Muge, who died as a result of some statements said by one Habenga Okondo, who regretted saying that because he told Muge that if you leave, what did he tell? Did he tell Bishop Muge? He said that if you come
to Western,
if you come to Western, you will
not live alive.
You will not live alive.
And for sure, they killed him.
And
he died. We don't know.
The guy went to Western. On his way somewhere on Band Forest, a trailer rolled over him and he died. So Okondo regretted because after that he died politically. He was never seen after that because it was said it was because of his statement that Bishop Muge. What I'm trying to say, there were days when we had men of God who stood for what is true. Dingi Mwananzeki would make a statement, and it will mean a lot in the political scenario. Now we are struggling to find men of God who can speak forthrightly and who can bring the state to a stand, who can be, you can be listened to. We have watered down that by there having been a cuddling between politicians and the church pastors. To say it in a simple terms, they have cuddled, and so it is hard. You find a politician going and saying middle finger in front of the church, and the church members are clapping, yet Martha Karua didn't walk out of Kibaki. She resigned honorably.
He resigned.
Yeah, and I think it is important for us to appreciate that Martha Karua was someone who had principle by then. Sorry about that. So right now we have people who have no principles. They differ with the main guy, but they still want to hold on to power. That was not Martha Karua.
Well, Bob, you brought up that issue, but you should remember that it was actually meant to be propaganda, and for the audience, maybe they got some mileage with it. And then this other propaganda that she's always on the opposite side. When Gachagua has been the one who is talking so much about Nyanza and Mount Kenya. And the whole idea is that, you remember in the past, most of the negative issues about Nyanza, especially around the Railas, has been because of non-issues, which nobody, if you face somebody, they can't even explain exactly what the problem is. But now we wanted to put credence in it. They think that if that bad relationship is revived, and that's why, you see, when he says, for example, in Kiambu, that the money that was meant for this and that, Uhuru took to Nyanza, it was to evoke emotions so that they can revive the old rivalries which were there in the past. And that's why specifically he's talking about Nyanza and not any other other part of Kenya. The same thing now when he goes talking about how Baba and Amnapea Uhuru Shauri, and it is bad. Now Martha is supporting that. It's like Martha is now going against the mountain flow, according to him. You see, it is to evoke emotions, the rivalry between the Luos and the Kikuyus.
Yeah, before you come in, Demba, I would want us also to give a fair share of our campaign team and what happened in Nairobi. I know most of us might not have seen, so it is at least fair that as we do demolish these other guys, and we also give ourselves keep ourselves up to speed with what happened in Nairobi with the Martha Karua campaign. I'll play this video.
Kenya Deputy Presidential candidate Martha Karua made her maiden campaigns for the coalition in Nairobi County since being nominated to be the flag bearer of Odinga's running mate.
Well, Karua, who was accompanied by the coalition's Nairobi presidential campaign team led by Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi and Gender CAS Rachel Shebesh, made over 6 stops in the capital, popularizing the Baba na Martha ticket and AZIMIO manifesto to Nairobi residents. Seth Olale trailed the AZIMIO caravan as it crisscrossed the capital.
The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, led by Deputy Presidential candidate Martha Karua, staged a total of over 6 rallies in Nairobi County as it sought to consolidate its support base in the capital. The Azimio caravan that included leaders of the city's presidential campaign team, led by Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi and Gender CAS Rachel Shebesh, made a stopover in Kangemi, Westlands, Kawangware, Riruta, Marikiti and Bama markets, Karubangi, Masimba, and finally Githurai, with reduction of high cost of living, fight against corruption, and improved social welfare topping the agenda.
Tuweze kufanya kazi nzuri ya kuinua wananchi. Bishop amenena, hatuwezi wafanyia kazi bila kupambana na ufisadi.
Raila Odinga's running mate urged candidates across the political divide to respect other leaders during their campaigns.
Iko watu wanakuja na makasiriko, wanataka kuchaguliwa hata sababu wamekasirika. Ukiwaona waambiwe wananchi wako na njaa na pia wamekasirika. Makasiriko si kitu ya kufanya uchaguliwe.
With zoning in the capital city remaining a thorny issue for the AZIMIO Umoja One Kenya, leaders of the coalition pledged to carry respective campaigns in harmony in order to avoid splitting the vote.
Roho yake ya Timu Wanyonyi imetupatia nafasi ya kusikizana katika kiti ya governor.
Nataka tutoke kwa wingi, najua tunaenda kushinda, but I want us to win with so many votes.
Sisi na Profesa Kaloki tunawaomba kura, tustawishe jamii hapa, tupigane na umaskini na njaa.
Tutafanya kampeni zetu kwa njia ya habari. Inawezekana Bishop pia kushughulikia masuala ambayo umezungumzia hapa, mambo ya kurudisha gharama ya maisha chini, kwa sababu watu wetu hapa Nairobi wanaumia sana.
With 36 days to the August 9th polls, the AZIMIO Umoja One Kenya assured Nairobi residents that better socio-economic days lie ahead, provided that the coalition's flag bearer, Raila Odinga, is sworn as the 5th president of the republic.
Saidi hata baba ataingia kama rais na Martha Karua kama deputy, wakitendeza makazi ili vijana wapate makazi na wamama wapate makazi, lazima tuwe productive.
The AZIMIO Umoja One Kenya leaders also pledged to uphold peace before, during and after the general elections. The AZIMIO Umoja One Kenya coalition party, which considers Nairobi City to be its stronghold, it's wooing its over 2 million registered voters in a bid to clinch the August 9th general elections. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Kayole, Nairobi County.
Haya.
Let's hear a comment from Themba, because we talked about this.
I talked about the missiles that are being dropped, and I think I liked Martha Karua's entourage. We have an AZIMIO governor that has to take Nairobi, and that AZIMIO governor is in the Jubilee. And we have also the AZIMIO senator. But what stood out for me was that today the AZIMIO principals, that is Martha and Raila, were looking at the main strongholds of AZIMIO. So Martha took Nairobi, while Raila took the Nyanza region. And you could see the way they were pushing and galvanizing, trying to bring out, mobilizing the vote, putting it together. I think I like that Martha can push it alone. And you saw how the turnout was at Githurai. And if that is to be reflected and to be sustained, what I'm hoping now they do, and I'm hoping they continuously do that, they assign themselves, like they had already decided that they are putting different teams different places, that for the next 35 days there are people who will not leave certain areas. So if Ruto goes to Western, there are people who are just in Western. Oparanya should not get out of Western. If they go to come to Nairobi, Karua should be Nairobi Central. If she leaves Nairobi, she goes to Central. She leaves Central, comes back to Nairobi.
Do you think Sakaja has a chance, even if he's not removed?
I like you, we said, I know there's Papa didn't agree with us, but like you, we said that we don't mind Sakaja being in the ballot, and let him come, let him do what he has to do. His campaign has already been punctured. He's driving a vehicle that has puncture. You know, it's already you know anaikokota. He's pushing it, trying to make it to the end.
And he has no spare wheel.
And he has no spare. So if he moves a little bit, the tire, the pressure is off. He has to now keep trying to he's driving a vehicle that's already punctured. So we can let him be there. But even if he's there, as soon as he lands, if for the strangest reason he's elected, the next day there is already an impeachment motion because his papers are wanting. But I am sure tomorrow, Monday, being a Monday, there's going to be an expedited hearing to the case, and IBC has not yet sent names for printing, so that saves time. IBC probably will take the names by Wednesday after these cases are already done. So that will show us tomorrow by the end of the day what is the direction. But I would want him to be in the ballot. I mean, so that ashindwe kwa ballot, asiseme ya kwamba akushindwa, then sasa aende wakati Gachagua anaenda kutafuta pesa yake kotini, na yeye pia aende aka-explain alitoa wapi forged documents, so that tuwaachie hiyo, wafanye hiyo kazi kwanza ya kujiclean up. Unajua akitoka tu hivi after election 9 kuna Gachagua anaenda ku-explain pesa yake alitoa wapi. Anaitwa Aisha Juma anaenda kuanza kesi ya mauaji kule Kilifi. Waiguru anaenda pesa ya Kirinyaga ile aliambezo. I mean, everybody there is going back now to court to face the law, and that is what they are trying to block.
Let me make one last comment, Themba, then you bring in Adams. I wanted you, what do you think about, the DP had this idea that every place where Azimio goes, wanafuata the following day. Now there have been like 6 different platforms. So, and there's their only two campaigns, Mudavadi and himself on the other side. Do you think sasa watachanganyikiwa?
Yeah, obviously, and even Mudavadi cannot go any other place other than Western, because there's threat. He has 70% to deliver. So if he steps out of Western, Azimio is rocking Western, and Azimio has DAPK, has an ODM, so the place in Western is already threatened. So he has to try and make sure that Western is still locked. So he can't go to Nyanza. Now the deputy president, I mean, his guy cannot leave Central. Gachagua cannot go and campaign anywhere else alone. He can't go to. He has no appeal. There are people there who don't have appeal. They cannot go to campaign in those other places. Aisha Jumwa cannot go anywhere. She has to try and get Kilifi. That is the problem when the people that you are having also are defending their seats. But you see, Baba has a team that he has already put together. So he can release the missiles and the people are just all over and nobody is working with him. So I think it's going to be a little hard for him as we get to the home stretch, and matusi yatajaa zaidi kwa sababu hasira itaendelea kuwa, na it's a good thing because we like it when they are diverted. Wakipewa tu kitu kidogo, Uhuru anaamka anasema wewe mbona huku nisaidia, ulikuwa wapi? Then the next day tunajua kwamba for the next 2 days watakuwa natusi Uhuru, watakuwa nasema unajua wakienda kutusi Uhuru already wametoa moto, huku sisi tunaendelea kupatia watu manifesto. So they are diverted, they go, they chase the squirrel, the antelope is running away. Just like that. Yes, Adams, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of you. Happy 4th of July. It's been a jubilation from my end. I've just come from the celebration of the fireworks everywhere. That's why I'm late today. Bob, if you don't understand that, today is a big day here. It's an Independence Day
I
tomorrow.
am very much aware, my friend. I don't live in a village.
All right. Without much ado, going by what is written here today, like Tulia Nikuonyeshe jinsi ya kutawala, DP Ruto tells the boss, and everything sums it all. And by the way, I've been watching you guys. Was watching you guys when you were discussing. I saw Julia spewing her venom to the haters, telling them off. And I was laughing from this other side. Yeah, and yeah, all this summed together just boils down to one thing, that at any point you become aggressive towards your boss. It doesn't have to be the president. That is automatically insubordination. It is a coercive behavior. It is a disciplinary, it is a disrespectful behavior, and it calls for disciplinary action. That one cuts across. It doesn't matter. Insubordination is a big thing in each and every place where people work, whether it is a high office, whether you work in the field. Insubordination is a big thing. So that is what our deputy president is doing and has been doing, and he is not sorry because he's still doing it. He even did it today. It's unfortunate. Anyway, when Junet was playing that clip from his phone, he played it from my village, to hometown village in Sub South. So we took it very seriously. Otherwise, I also saw something. Julia presented something about Ruto, all those things she said. And somebody, I don't know what somebody said here, that, I mean, in that clip, so it was saying that at some point, Uhuru was not really for the second term. Like, he wanted to let it go, but some people made him to bounce back. I don't know whether you guys remember during the time of Kibaki when the eminent persons, when the eminent persons came in to sort out that fracas between Kibaki and Raila. At some point, the air had it, the rumor had it.
Ile maneno ya Annan, Kofi Annan.
Yes. At some point, did you remember Kuse that they were saying that Kibaki really wanted to let it go, but some people made him to, stay put. So I see the case scenario that maybe both Uhuru Kenyatta and Kibaki shared some common beliefs. Some, they had something in common. They really didn't want to cling in power, but some people behind the curtain really made them to do that. But that is just by the way. Ruto is misbehaving. It is insubordination. That's the main word I'm being here today. Coercive. It is disrespectful. You don't do that. And even if you do it, you just be sorry and you forget about it and you move on. But this guy is not moving on. He's just thumping. Ruto is, like you said, that if Ruto made Raila prime minister, Ruto made Uhuru Kenyatta president, why can't he make himself president? Simple. Just make yourself president, because he's appearing to be like so much almighty that he can just do whatever he wants. So this guy can simply make himself president. I don't know why he's crying foul to be supported, telling Uhuru to keep us away and let him deal with the Kitendawili man. So moving forward, we need a culture. We need to develop a culture in our country where leaders are respectful, so that the generations to come, because students in schools copy what the leaders say. They watch TV. Kids watch the TV all the time. So we need to elect leaders who are responsible with their verbal behavior. Once you are a member of parliament, no, I mean, if you're a deputy president and presidency, those two key positions, you are like an asset of the state, because each and everything, your life, your family, everything is pegged on taxpayers. So you are like an asset of the state. So your behavior is supposed to reflect what the community or the public expect. So moving forward, I just beg you people to tell a friend and mobilize your people to elect the right people to the office with the right behavior. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adams. And insubordination is a very dangerous thing in the workplace, and the people you work with. You know, there has to be. You know, there was this thing. I think the advisors told the deputy president that, you know, you are co-presidents. So I think hiyo kitu ikamuingia kwa kichwa. Alafu walipoenda wakavaa mashati nyeupe na tai, shati nyeupe na tai nyekundu pamoja, akaimagine ya kwamba hii kitu ni yetu, tulitafuta pamoja. And you can hear him from his voice, even the way he's addressing the president. Ati hao watu hawakuwa na wewe, siminde. He's talking like Ishumba, those small people, those mouthpieces. He's reduced himself to his foot soldiers language. Instead of being a higher person in the process, now he's reduced himself to speaking the same language of those. Can you imagine if Raila was the one to share the video that was shared by Akina Junet? You know, Raila, he's not even commenting on those issues.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Let me ask you, now that we are all Africans, if somebody talks to you and the palm is up while pointing at you, kwambie wewe bwana rais kuja polepole, what is that? I know I'm not a body language expert, but you tell me, what is that?
It's a show of desperation, number one, a show of disrespect, and a show of you know when you see the way they talk, look at Gachagua talks with his mouth. Ile kitu sijui nini, and you know that's the way Gachagua talks, and akifika wakati huo ni unaona kitu kama condescending, you know, they become condescending in their attitude. And the deputy president, in his expression, the one you want to pick most is now his reference to the president in person. Wewe Uhuru, wacha bwana, you know, like pilipili usioila inakuashia nini? You see the president, ati hata sitaki kuraka, hata sijasema ni support. And that's where the president said that kama ulinyang'anywa bibi, tafuta mwingine. If you feel like there was this thing that you really wanted, look for another wife, wacha kushinda umeangalia nyuma. So I think there's that.
Na mimi nataka nimuhakikishie my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, ile manifesto mimi nimetoa, nataka ujue vile nilikusaidia tukajenga reli, vile nilikusaidia tukajenga hizi barabara, vile nilikusaidia tukaunganisha hizi mastima, vile nilikusaidia tukajenga ma-TTI. Lakini wakati nilikuachia bwana kitendawili, si kitendawili na Uhuru Kenyatta wamesambaratisha ile Big Four. Si Big Four ilizama, si mambo ya chakula ilizama, si saa hii unga imefika shilingi 200 kwa pakiti moja, ile ilikuwa shilingi 100. So tafadhali kuja polepole my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, please. Na kuomba kwa heshima rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tuko pamoja. Na mimi sishindane na wewe. Waswahili wanasema pilipili usioila ya kuashiani nini my brother. Ama ni aje? Tuko pamoja. Tunaelewana?
Now, listen to that person. That's the person whom you want to be your president. You know, that's the person that you want to be your presidential. First of all, there's confusion. Nikakusaidia kujenga reli. And the same reli, ameenda akasema, walitengeza reli, ikatoa uchumi wa Mombasa, ikaleta Naivasha. But now here he's saying, nilikusaidia kujenga reli. So he's even getting confused in the process of his defense. So he's lost it. And those are some of the things we are saying here, that I think the president should continue rattling him, because the more he rattles him, the more he gets confused, and he talks to the president and forgets that he has an election to win. You know, when he's busy talking to the president and exchanging with the president, he has forgotten that these people he went to see in Tarakanith, they didn't want to hear his response to the president. They wanted to hear what was it in his manifesto for them. They went around the country, you know, saying they were collecting views from each county, right? The economic forums. This is the time that we hoped that when they are going to Tarakanith, they would have said that, okay, when you came here, this is what you told us, and this is where we have captured it in our manifesto, so that the people of Tarakanith will see that, okay, fine, we aired these things, and this is where it has been captured in the manifesto. So we have county charters that have been, according to them, when they were telling us they were going to everywhere, they were signing economic charters with every county. But they are going to those counties and they're not telling them where those charters were captured in the manifesto. Instead, they are busy responding to some non-issues. The president, fine, the president is not vying. Why are you responding to him then? Because now you have, if they say that if you think the other person is a fool by speaking, you become a fool by responding. So if you thought they were fools by speaking, then you ought not to have taken yourself to that level. But now what he did is forget that these Tarakanith people, what they didn't want to hear was whether the president was at the wrong or not. Is what did you launched a manifesto the other day. What is in it for us? He didn't speak to it. And that is the kind of a person you're expecting to be a president.
Yeah, let me say, Makiadi, what you just asked is about the hand. When somebody talks to you, like I'm telling you, I think it's just, in a simple terms, ni madharau sana. Like you're nothing. What do you know? Like when unajua nini wewe, you know, it's like, what is it? You're below. Like I'm better than you. Ni madharau fulani hapo. That's my interpretation.
Yeah, I agree with you, Adams. And you know, I had a problem, especially we talked about this when these people here used to call us na ile kidole moja hivi. I don't know if you've ile kuitwa na kidole moja hapa unaambiwa kuja namna hii. So I had that problem. Ilichukua muda mrefu sana mimi kuja kuzoea kuitwa hivi. Na unafikiria mtu anacheza, kumbe yako serious sana kuita. Sasa nikiangalia deputy president anaongelesha president kutoka kwa juu ya gari na anampindulia mikono namna hii, anamwambia kuja polepole bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. I mean, I think Uhuru Kenyatta knows how to poke the bear, eh? Anajua kushika huyu jamaa mahali na mumanga sana. You know, all these things are the source of these things ni the statement yenye Uhuru Kenyatta alifanya, I think was it juzi. Aliongea tu dakika 5 peke yake, and you can see the whole conversation about the manifesto and all that has disappeared from the Kenya Kwanza alliance, and now it's a back and forth. Julia,
do you think Uhuru Kenyatta, what do you think he's thinking now? Like, do you think he's calm, or he's like, what do you think, Themba Makiadi?
Uhuru is happy, you know, when the deputy president is forgetting he's supposed to be campaigning and is responding to a president who is not campaigning, who has nothing much to lose. So Uhuru is happy because who is gaining? AZIMIO is gaining, because when they were busy responding to Uhuru in Tarakaniti, AZIMIO was busy selling
AZIMIO was campaigning, yeah.
Yeah, selling its manifesto.
And the only thing that those people said, they only attacked the press. Hakuna kitu kingine walisema. all those people who spoke in the Rakanidi only spoke against the president.
And I can assure you, Julia, it's possible that the president is going to be issuing a statement every time this moving forward, because he has realized that to keep them busy, you just need to say one word, and they will be busy in their campaign and forget that they're supposed to be campaigning. So as that is going on, AZIMIO is campaigning. Like I told you today, AZIMIO had like almost more than 6 campaigns that were going on. So the missiles are falling, they're like they say, the SEAL tactic, air, land, and sea. You know, it's falling from all over, bombardments. And the president is playing his part. He might not go to any rally. The president was not in any rally, and he has not attended any campaign. But he only needs to wake up and say that sasa, badala ya kushinda kuongea tu, mulikuwa wapi? He needs only to say that, and if he can be repeating that every week, I think we are good.
And I think the president has really cost Ruto this presidency, because Ruto keeps on saying niwachie mtu akitendawili. Yani he really belittles Raila too, and he thinks that Raila is such a small thing to beat. So he's feeling so bad that Uhuru took sides. I think the president has really cost Ruto the presidency.
But Julia, if I may ask, I mean, when you tell President niachie, because I mean, President Uhuru Kenyatta is not even campaigning for anybody. He just said niko na kura moja na hiyo kura yangu mnajua mahali itaenda. And so when I find it a bit cheeky for the deputy president to lower the debate to a situation whereby kama si wewe ningekuwa nimepiga huyo mwingine. And it still confirms what I tell you here. This guy is looking for an exit to tell his people, his supporters, why he failed to clink the presidency. It is all pointing towards that direction. I don't know,
it is a president who made me not become president. But he's refusing to accept the fact that Raila and Mother Force is good enough to send him packing. Yeah.
Julia, kuna kitu anasema kwa Kiswahili ya kwamba
Julia I wanted to...
Yes, Papa.
Yeah, I was saying that Uhuru Kenyatta is a very fast learner in politics, and it's like when he's pushed to the wall, then that is when his best comes out. Because if you recall the 2017 election, campaigns, Raila would just fire one salvo, and Uhuru and Ruto were running mad the whole week. They would be discussing, like there are times. He would say, ukiangalia upande huu mwingine mwizi, mwingine hapa bangi. That now became the issue the whole week. Now Uhuru has learned to take a backseat, and the firing of this one salvo after every, some periodical time, it has made the DP very, very sick. So he has kept them busy, and I love them by saying that, let's keep them busy with a few words. And as every time they think of stepping out of Mount Kenya, they feel insecure, they go back. Now they will be holed up inside there. They will not leave that place. Now I think AZIMIO needs to turn their guns to the
Bob,
coast.
what do you think
and
is
the
the
lower
reaction?
east.
Bob, what do you think is the reaction of Ruto if it happens that Mount Kenya flips and Baba gets more votes or gets as many votes as Ruto in Mount Kenya? Unafikiri hiyo siku ataamka aje?
No, there is something I mentioned the other day that I really fear for the people around him, and there is also a characteristic that he has of not taking the way he conducts himself. He hardly takes advice from other people. His word is final. Even you saw it in the manifesto, the way he conducts his business. Now, if something is to happen, of which is going to happen, he will definitely not win this. I don't know how whether he'll be able to handle it. Raila has been in these elections for a very long time, and he has been in ups and downs, and in tight corners where he still comes out, he wriggles out and comes out on top. Ruto does not have this experience, and from the 207 scenario, you can see he was behind the adamants and iron fist kind of politics. And now, come 2017, it is being replicated. Now, imagine where is a sole loser. He has nobody to hold on.
Bob,
You don't
Bob,
expect
for losing, Bob, for losing, he's ready. I agree with Makiadi. For losing, Ruto ameiona. But the picture he can't take is Mount Kenya flipping.
Yes. That is why I'm saying.
Yeah, Julia, what I can say about that, hold on.
Yeah,
Julia,
okay,
the question you're asking, this is how may I answer it. The larger Mount Kenya, like the gamer community, if Ruto becomes second in that vote, in my opinion, he can't accept it. He will say it is fraud. He'll say it's a fraud. Like he don't want to believe, even if it happens for real, he don't want to come to such kind of reality. He will just say it is not real. He will not accept that he has lost Mount Kenya, the gamer. That's what I think.
But you see, that's a good thing. He has a right not to accept, but it will be the reality. And the reality is there's confusion. I was seeing Moses Kuria campaigning against this guy called Wamatangi in this place called Kiganjo. And he was giving scathing attacks on Wamatangi. So there's a general disquiet in central Kenya that there's no way you can be wanting to control us, yet you also have Rift Valley to control. So we need to ring fence our counties, at least have parties from within Mount Kenya that can express the wishes of the people of Mount Kenya. And that is the way it has, they are trying to arrange it even in AZIMIO, where they are saying Jubilee has been left for Central Kenya, Jubilee and now Kenya. We have, ODM in Nyanza, generally the places where it had its, and the coast where it was strong, Wiper, and so forth and so on. So such a kind of arrangement is not there in UDA. UDA wants to hog everywhere. It wants to be the one that is controlling Mount Kenya, and it wants to be the one that is controlling Rift Valley. And that means, therefore, it is the deputy president who will be having the say in both. Central Kenya is saying, no, we need to have parties that have their stems and their leaders within Central Kenya. And that is where kitumbua kitaingia mchanga. So it is not whether he is going to lose it or not. He is going to lose it. Because even the person, can you imagine, Julia, the person that you sent to be your representative and who is going to be the mouth speak for your party in Central Kenya is not wanted by leaders from Central Kenya. What does that tell you? They are probably on the rooftops of the campaign cars. They are supporting him, but silently they're telling people, hey, you guys, let us support our people from Central Kenya.
Remember, just on top, look, when Ruto goes to campaign, it is Kenya Kwanza, the coalition. But this guy, look at him, study him. He sells UDA first. Then Kenya Kwanza comes second. All areas, like universally. He don't discriminate any area. He goes like, when he rises up, he say like, Arambe, UDA. The first energy is like, Arambe, UDA. Then the second energy, which is not so strong, comes like, Kenya Kwanza, kazi ni kazi. Harambe, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, kazi ni kazi, comes second. But Ruto does that in all the regions across the country. But Raila does this when he goes to areas which are perceived ODM, he pushes the ODM agenda, then AZIMIO. If he goes to Kambani, he pushes AZIMIO first, then any other things is secondary. That is how it works. Meaning, Ruto is just UDA. So that is even the image they're showing. That is why people like Moses Kuria and Kabogo are rebelling, because it is Kenya Kwanza, but it is UDA. So between UDA and Kenya Kwanza, it is hard to tell which one is clothing who is clothing who. Because, like, for example, in AZIMIO, we know the bigger umbrella is AZIMIO, and then we have the two political parties inside. But in Kenya Kwanza, is it UDA who is housing Kenya Kwanza, or it is Kenya Kwanza who is housing UDA? It's hard to tell.
It is not hard to tell.
Now that you mentioned Moses Kuria, you know,
it is not,
there was meant to be
hold on, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob, hold on, Bob. It is not UDA or Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA. Apart from Western, where there is ANC and Ford Kenya that are strong, which other place is there a party that is within Kenya Kwanza that is strong? You go anywhere else, he talks about UDA. You go to Coast, they talk about UDA. You go to Kambani, they're talking UDA. You are coming to Central, they're talking UDA. He doesn't mention any other party. They don't mention any other party. They mention UDA. So it is UDA. And you know, it will be a UDA government, because the government is made up of the party that is in the ruling, right? Now, which party is in the ruling? The president is UDA, the deputy president is UDA. So where is Kenya Kwanza in that kind of arrangement? The Kenya Kwanza is not a coalition party. It is a coalition of parties. And the president, Ruto is in UDA, Gachagua is in UDA. So it will be a UDA government. And that is how Ruto wanted it. So and even him was saying that, you see, us as members of UDA, we are the first ones to have many female candidates. So let's not confuse things. There's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is an amorphous thing that is going to come post-election. And post-election, they're going to ask each other, how many MPs did you bring? How many have you brought on board? How many have you brought on board? That's why they were giving each other 70%, 30%, you know, so that you bring and then you are considered for a position. So if you haven't brought anybody, you won't get any position. If you haven't brought any like if Musalia Mudavadi, that's why he was crying in Kakamega the other day. He was saying that in Sugoi, they are going to give Ruto a UDA person. They're not going to give him an NC person. So here, why do you want to give me a UDA person? So he has to try and you know, get people, because he has to take something on the table. Now, if he's not taking it, well, tell me, do you have any ANC member or governor outside of Western? There's none. So when Ruto goes to Western, you will hear him talk about Kenya Kwanza. But when he goes to all these other places, it is UDA. So it is a UDA government, and it is UDA led by William Samoei Ruto, and it is UDA that is going to be dividing what it has with others. So let us send UDA home. We do not want this thing called UDA that is pretending to be Kenya Kwanza.
Do you think what somebody commenting DED, what the Mount Kenya MPs did, they made some miscalculations. They thought there was a Ruto wave, and they thought he was going to take this thing. You know, you are on a grid. So if in Muranga the governor for Jubilee is leading, that tells you that even them now they are risking losing their parliamentary seats. I mean, hata sidhani wana campaign na Ruto sahi. I think sahi wanaona maisha ni mbaya. What do you think they are feeling like? What is their mood?
You're right, Julia. Definitely, there's a wave. There's a serious. You know, there was a time where it was so hard for you to have any other party campaigning. But right now, you see, even Sabina Chege released PA public address system to go through Murang'a County talking about Baba and Jubilee. It tells you that things are changing, and it is not so much about the effect of AZIMIO, but the differences within Kenya Kwanza. Because when the deputy president was not so clear, Kabogo said that they signed something and he was hoping they were going to put details to it. They never put any details, so there's conmanship and deceit in the so-called Kenya Kwanza. So even when they go out to sell, they are not selling something that they are aware of. Now, the last nail in the coffin was the choice of Gachagua. Gachagua is not acceptable around Mount Kenya. He has a very tattered history. He is very unaccommodative, and according to Kabogo, he is a dictator. So when you have such kind of a person who overwhelmingly was voted against, and you are hoping that that person is going to be your voice in central Kenya, then you can imagine. And that is why Kabogo said, and I think let's listen to Kabogo. At least he's saying the truth as far as the choice of the deputy president is concerned. He said he talked to Ruto and he told him that the moment you choose Gachagua, you will have lost so many votes. So the votes that have been lost because of Gachagua are just so many. But you see, for us, we are happy. And I think let us keep popping the champagne.
Yes, Black. I want to respond to Black. He's asking me whether I have an insight on the ground. Mr. Black, I just want to tell Black this. Some few months ago, like around January, I could not talk even to my relatives about anything else because the only thing they knew was about UDA. Then now I am calling them and they are like, you know what they are saying, Mr. Black? Hey, Julie, they call me Julie. Tumeona kweli huyu mtu ni muovu. Hakuna haja ya kumpigia kura. They are saying huyu mtu ni muovu. You know what Akina Sabina have gone? They have gone talking about the things Ruto has done since the days of Moi to the people of the mountain. They are talking in mother tongue. You know that story of the old hyena and the young one. You remember that story of the old hyena and the young one? They have gone down telling people, nyinyi watu munaenda direct. This man will eat you up. So when I'm talking to my relatives, Mr. Black, if I can do some sampling, and now the response I'm getting, they're like, Julie, hatutaki maneno ya mtu mwovu. That's the response. So me, and then when I watched Black, the opinion poll of Murang'a County, that just gives me some sampling statistics that the mood has changed in Mount Kenya region. And I'll not be surprised. The picture I see, Black, is that the people who have made up their mind to vote for Baba and Mother have made up their mind. They'll come out and vote. They'll come out kumira and vote because they want to make a point. But the people who are behind Ruto are no longer sure they are making the right decision. So their chances, they'll be voted up on the Ruto side. So that's why I think I am seeing a situation where there will be a flip. And Mount Kenya turnout will be lower than the rest of the regions. But the people who have made up their mind to vote for Baba will come out and vote because they want that vote to count. Lakini watu wa Ruto sasa wako pale katikati. Did we make a right decision? Did we mess? You know, are we in the right place? Should I vote? Should I waste my vote? You know, and then that talk is so much now. Huyu mtu ni mwovu. You know, you talk them by Mount Kenya. Huyu mtu ni mwovu. The talk is there. Remember. You know, it's like, remember this. You know, history cannot be forgotten. So, Mr. Black, that's the point. You better swallow that reality.
And before I bring Papa, Black, I agree with you. It's important that you start managing the loss. You know, the way you manage a loss is, first of all, you deny. So keep staying on denial, keep remaining there, hoping that the Ruto will win. It's a good thing for you because if right now you accept that it is going to go, you can suffer shock, and we need you here up to 9th, and we need you to vote. So wale ambao bado mko katika denial ya kwamba hii kitu haijaenda, it's a good thing for you. Manage. It's a way of managing your shocks, and it's good to keep a brave face like you are doing. It's important for you, especially psychologically. So endelea kukaa hapo ukisema ya kwamba Ruto atashinda, it will still flip towards the end of the day. It's a good thing. But I can tell you, as it is right now, if things remain constant, vile umewachezea ile kitu ya Makiadi, kuna hiyo video ya nani akiwaambia ataona kwa view sasa. Hiyo video nani aliambia deputy president, uliona?
Hiyo Bernard ndiye aliload, sina hiyo, lakini naikumbuka ni ya ule MP wa nini wa upande ya Narok huko county, sina hiyo. I think Bernard ndiye ako nayo.
Wacha nitafuta nione kama nitakutumia papa akiongea hapa ndio wachezea hapa waipate. Papa.
Yeah, I just want to mention one or two things. You know, I've been in conversation with two people from the Mount Kenya region. One of them is one of the lead campaigners for Ngirishi, the ladies going for the gubernatorial seat, and the other one is from Nyandarua, and I've talked to them extensively. From Kirinyaga, that fellow tells me that hapo mambo ni UDA, lakini Azimio iko na watu wao wengi sana na ni kama itaenda 50-50. The Nyandarua was a similar sentiment. Now I want to tell Black that Black should start coming to the realization that it is like the member said, it is very important to start managing the loss, because the shock that will come to the likes of Black, you know, if you look at Black and many others, especially on social media, the people who talk about owning the Mount Kenya vote are not even the people from Mount Kenya themselves. You will find the people from Rift Valley speaking on behalf of the Mount Kenya, like they own the Mount Kenya vote, because they feel like it is their only lifeline. And you know, Black is also an example, because Black knows that if they cannot get Mount Kenya, then it is gone. That is why Black is in denial constantly and trying to take a jab on Julia, that she will be shocked. Julia is from Mount Kenya, Black. Julia knows the ground. It's like trying to argue with Alex or myself in the matters the Kisi vote. We might not get it 100%, but 80% will get it right. Now, Black, you're trying to compete with somebody like Julia, somebody like Njiru, who are people from the mountain. They can never come here to massage their own egos. They know what is going on. But Black seems to be one of those people who are the lead advocates for people they do not even understand what the political gymnastics that go on in that area. So Black, take them as advice, you will be safe. Otherwise, we don't want to be called to fanya pengine. I hope you have insurance, number one. Number two, hatutaki kufanya mchango ya ati kwamba Black yuko Portrees. Hapa Mombasa tutakupeleka Portrees. Hatutaki tukupeleke Portrees.
And Mr. Bob, Papa, I just wanted to say something to Black. You know, I normally do a thing. If I get a clip kama hii ya Ruto, I sent to some, I think I sent to over 50 people, and I wait for their comments. So majority of those people now are in agreement with me. Those who previously were in Udaku will not say anything to oppose my view. And you know, I'm very assertive. I put, you know, let me read for you what I said to them, and this is how they respond. I just sent something like this. I just sent something like, now, this is a criminal some Mount Kenya people are supporting. Now I believe that he actually tried. You know, I write a lot of stuff. So when I write that and I wait for their response, I want to see their reaction. I'm just testing their feelings. And most of them are like, yes, Julie, we need to pray diligently for our people to be delivered. Yes, we need to. So my conclusion is, now they are now on my side. So when I do that sampling of about 50 people, I'm like, Now, this is the situation on the ground, because previously they'd be like, tutaki maneno ya Raila. They'll just tell me on the face. So, Bob, that's the point. These people will be out for a shock, a big one. And I'm like,
ati kwa
I'm
sababu
sorry.
yeye ni deputy president ati amefika. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa kioo. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi ambaye alikuwa vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa side mirror. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Mudi Awori. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa TV. Hata William Samoei Ruto 2022 utakuwa unaona president kwa kioo, kwa TV, na utakuwa unasikia kwa radio tu.
Paul Julia, I'm still trying to know, there's a way.
Who is this?
This was Meru some time back.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell Julia and them, I think there's a way that you add the videos and then you put them on hold before you release them. I still don't know how to do that. Ndio naona saa ingine natuma video inaanza kucheza hata kabla ya warning. Poleni sana. But I'll learn that as soon as Bernard shows me how it is done.
No problem. At least the point is over. That is
what happened to your friend? Your friend was supposed to have Moses Kuria. The man got so drunk, he was supposed to be interviewed on K24. He has really embarrassed himself. His photographs are all over. He was given a room to rest. Why would somebody get so drunk after coming?
He came home. He came to the show drunk. Bob, did he come to the show drunk?
Yeah, and then they had to cancel the show.
He was drunk and he attended a certain rally, and I don't know this.
Mama Tagire, Senator. Nego. Hey, Mama Ruteire. Never Mama Tagigo. They don't know how to get Poton. Okay, Mama Tagimosi Kamotu. Oh, yeah, Tiraka Nekokana Golade. Magano Akmide. No, I got on it. No, I got on it. We are a Motumela message. You are not only at the Mama Tagi. I don't care what to Matamagra message. Kale ka ugreli siaku. Atoko no message. Nego. Ataka katia. Akaruwe. Timoru. Wa mataki.
Nimesema hata niachie hapo.
The last one, they have said that he has not been cut. I'm trying to be civilized.
It was bad. He was drunk, and if you listen to the whole thing, it is the frustration in that camp. I tell you, is real. The frustration is real.
But Emma, you have to know that mostly when Moses Kuria is drunk, most of the things that he says that go trending for so long, he says them when he's drunk. When he's sober, he don't talk too much.
Personally, I don't take Moses Kuria seriously. I don't take him seriously personally. I find him he's a little irrelevant lately. He's more populist. He just wants to remain relevant in the political scenery. Not necessarily because he has a political strategy, but just he is populist. So I don't take him seriously. You know, if you listen to Moses Kuria and you want to take him seriously, then you will have issues. But anyway, let's start taking our closing remarks. At least we have had a good engagement, and thanks Papa AZIMIO for saying that. He embarrassed himself, KTN and stuff. I mean, let's say the frustration is real. Thank you everyone who is joining us on the comment section. Geoffrey Ruto, Agnes Njeri, President J Black, tafadhali chunga, don't attach too much emotions like the deputy president and the others on this thing. Wepiga tu siasa, relax. Linet Wabomba, yes, Ruto ataionea kwa view sasa vile aliambiwa na Joanna Ngeno. Steve Mutumbu, soul to soul. Geoffrey Ruto, asanteni sana. Yeah, Trump pia alishikilia mpaka the last day, mpaka anashinda bado anasema we are winning this. Inaenda kotini anasema we are winning this. Bado anaenda kotini we are winning this. Mpaka leo bado we are winning this. So kuna hao watu wako on denial mpaka saizi. Lizzie Macharia, thank you. Die, asante. Okay. Peter Obiri, Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi sana huyo. Adams, ilibidi uende huko chini
Adams inaonekana ako na project
walitoka honeymoon juzi wamerudi. Sasa naona kelele iko huko chini. Father Dani Darius, tafadhali fanya ile kitu mnafanya hivi kwa hii nini ya Adams na Eugene. Eugene Otieno pia leo ametokea. Unajua jana Adams pia Eugene Otieno hakuwa. Inakaa mlikuwa pamoja mahali mnasema mko tight kama kifuniko ya gas
That's interesting, yeah.
Mapenzi iko tight kama kifuniko ya gas nasikia.
Mapenzi tamu tamu.
Inakaa imepikwa ikapikika. Love brewed in an African pot. Leo naona Christine pia alitoroka alipoona Miss ya kuji. Asanteni sana.
Kwani hata Bob ametoroka?
Bob umetoroka? Leo unatoroka mapema kwa sababu utaki Julia aepe mapema. Julia akishaomba ataepa, so usijali.
Something wrong with this camera, I think. Bob, kama unatusikia, weka kamera tukuone.
Don't worry, Julia
Bob, kama unanisikia, mimi sina maneno mengi, nikishaomba nitasema mlale salama. Sasa kuna haja ya kujificha.
Julia will go, so don't worry. Usijali. Panda, asante. Trufosa Lai, thank you. Desai, nice kukuona hapo bro. Teresa Moses, Didizia na wengine wote, tumeshukuru sana. It's been a nice engagement and it's good. If you know Tieno, yeah, tumeona. Lawrence Ochiel Western, we are behind the Baba Kwisha. This is Macharia. Remember, you should start doing it. Moses could be sometimes attack the off. What's that? Doing what? Ruto, power hungry to kill. This is Masharia. What's that I should start doing? I don't know. Good night, everyone. Yeah, Mary Jones, nice to see you. And wengine wote. It's been a long discussion. People came, people leave. That's how we do it here. You can come in anytime. You can log in, log out, come to Amaoni, Rudy, Badai. I mean, that's how it is. The most important thing is we keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight as Kenyans. We want to keep talking. And that's why we are here. And the comments keep us going. And of course, as we said, let us love Kenya. Tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV. It is the place to be, especially this time, 35 days to election day. It's here, keep it here. We'll give you as it happens. And of course, we'll tell you as it rolls. And we'll give you maneno ambayo yanafanyika jinsi yalivyo kila siku. And of course, our hope and prayer is that Kenya remains safe and secure. That is what we want. We want good leaders. We want leaders who are going to make Kenya a better place for everyone, not just for us, but for generations and many generations to come. And you can play your part by voting. If you're a voter, kindly make sure that you get out and vote. And if you know people who are voters, kindly try to get in touch with them and tell them that they must play their part. And their part is to get out and vote. We need 15 million strong for Baba, 100% for all the strongholds that are supporting Baba. And this can be done. Let's do it. It's home stretch. Kipindi cha Lala Salama, 35 days to go. You can stay strong and get out and vote. We can do this. Now, subscribe to Mutembei TV and also tafadhali, unapo subscribe to Mutembei, enda tena pale kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali enda pale. If I don't say this, my daughter will be on my case. Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali go there and subscribe. For those who have subscribed, we really appreciate so much. It's just a journey of an African dad with his daughter who is growing up in the United States of America. So just go there and see us having a normal discussion. You know, just go there and subscribe. Support to tunakuomba tafadhali, tunakuomba tafadhali. Kwa hiari yako. Take a minute. Subscription is free. Just a second. Thank you. Now, closing remarks, and then we move on to the other rituals of closing. I want to start with Adams, then Papa Bob, Makiadi, alafu Julia.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just very first, yesterday, I didn't come in, but somebody, I watched Ruto and Kindiki Kithure and Rigathi down in Meru. And when I was watching that thing, it was like an apology show. It was an apologetic rally, whereby they had to apologize to the people why Kindiki was shortchanged. And Kindiki had to come out and explain in the native language. And that is when Rigathi Gachagua would talk after him. It was a bit funny. Anyway, we've been doing our best here. I hope everything we are doing well as a coalition, and our opponents keep on losing as we continue gaining. Ours as a people of one country, our main agenda is civic duty. Ours is civic duty. What we are doing here is civic duty, so that this information, this message can reach the masses from east to west, from coast to coast, across the rivers and over the mountains and down the valleys and across the plains. That is our duty, our civic duty and responsibility. Let us change Kenya and let us call a spade a spade. Where something right is being said, let us give it credit where it is due. Where something is going wrong, let us call the evil or the devil by its name, so that we may have a better, prosperous society from today and in the future, going forward for generations and generations to come. Thank you so much, and God bless Kenya.
Papa Bob.
Yeah. First, I heard what all you said. I was just making my coffee. Then, but you're becoming radical. Now, leave it at that. Now, as a country, we can tell who has the leadership qualities.
Wait, Bob. You cannot cast aspersion on my persona without substantiating. Can you substantiate your aspersions?
I was trying to fix my coffee, and you are trying to soil my name. That I have run away from reality, but I am a very strong gentleman, and I always like facing my issues head on. So do not
Why
attempt to think that I'm a weakling.
Why you are portioning your weaknesses to my persona? What does that have to do with me being radical?
Because you were discussing me in my absence, so which means I could not defend myself at that time.
No, the screen was empty and we went where you left. Can you
Don't worry, I apologize for that. Anyway, I'm back now.
Thank you.
Leadership, I mean, does not just come out of the blue. During the campaigns, we have seen how, I mean, which leader has got the qualities to lead this country. And it is in times of crisis that you can tell the right leader. Over the past week or so, or even two, you have seen that pressure is really getting onto the UDA team. They are unable to handle it. Their manifesto was not, did not come out as a success the way they wanted. They cannot keep up the pace with the AZIMIO campaigns. And they are so disoriented. And it is in these times that you can tell, you should be able to tell who is the right leader. So if a leader cannot manage himself during crisis, times of crisis, that leader has no moral authority to beg for votes. So as for the AZIMIO fraternity, let us not take things for granted. We know we are going to win, but we want to win convincingly to avoid any waste of time before we start repairing this country and getting it back to track. So let's come out in numbers and let's try as much as possible to at least recruit a person a day. By the end of the 36 days, one person influencing 150 people will be quite a step in the right direction. So let's keep it up. Na mimi niko tayari na suti yangu vile Makiadi atatuambia hapa baadaye. Kwa hivyo tuungane pamoja, tusukume hiki tumalize kabisa. Asante.
Makiadi.
Bob Papa, sijui kwa nini unataka kunimalizia speech yangu, na pia mimi niko na closing remark. Adams amechukua ile ingine nilikuwa nataka kusema. I think the trip to the Rakanithi was a firefighting mission, and the body language of the deputy president, Kindiki, Gachagua saying he's going to split the DP into two. The governor of Tharaka-Nithi, who is struggling, even the polling shows that he's going to lose to another candidate, is a good thing for AZIMIO, because Tharaka-Nithi has really hurt us, not just as AZIMIO, but we know our history with Tharaka-Nithi. I was reading an article here by Nelson Harvey, and I sent it to my friend Elikana, where he says that Musalia Mudavadi is a confused leader, indecisive, and very slow in thinking. So I think that summarizes the campaign of Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Western Kenya. The other thing, I still want to interrogate the statement by the Deputy President saying that he made Uhuru Kenyatta the President of the Republic of Kenya. I think, Julia, I asked you here. I think Nemba was not here, but I still need a good answer for me to settle my heart, because I am looking at a situation whereby we have a person who has accomplices and allies in the IEBC. And that is why sometimes the Deputy President and the IEBC speak the same language. That is alarming. But I know we have people now who know what is being done and what has happened before. The other thing that I want to finish with is a coordinated campaign in the AZIMIO side. Sometimes back I said here that we had a good campaign in 2017 until a situation whereby we ran out of funds, and Baba had Kalonzo standing behind him with a pay bill number. I'm so impressed that this time we can have more than 10 choppers in a field in Nyamira that makes UDA bloggers, jump out of their skin, saying that these are the people who you expect to lower bei ya unga. That shows you how the campaign has heated up. And the way we speak sometimes here, splitting the campaign team, we can see that happening right now. I know Kenya Kwanza and the UDA family in general cannot keep up with the pace, which is a good thing. In conclusion, hashtag kama kawaida, PSS, watu wapime suti sasa. Tulisema kala ni blue, shati ni ya white, tai tutatafuta. Asanteni sana.
Julia?
Okay, I just want to thank the Mount Kenya people for paying attention to our show here, that we cannot vote for a criminal. We cannot vote for people who appear like it's a charge sheet, a party of hate mongers. And more importantly, a person who has no respect for our president. So mimi nashukuru sana wale wamesikia mwito wangu. And I want to say this, I totally believe that Raila is going to get more votes in Mount Kenya region, because I see a situation where those who have made up their minds to support Baba in Mount Kenya region have made up their minds and they are not turning back. So I'm urging the few who have not made up their minds, hakuna haja kupoteza kura zako ama kura yako, na waomba mvuke sakafu, because don't waste your vote on losers, criminals, corrupt leaders. I mean, captains of lawlessness. Munajua, the list is endless. I cannot finish saying enough about these Udaku people. Na waomba mvuke sakafu, hakuna haja kupoteza kura zenu, mvuke sakafu kwa maana the next government is going to be formed by Baba and Mother Karua, and from then henceforth, anybody in this country can become president. You do not have to come from a big tribe. It doesn't matter what tribe you come from. All will matter is that you're a Kenyan. So nawaomba mvuke sakafu, tupigie Baba kura. Asante Demba.
Thank you. Makiari tupe constitution. I have nothing useful to add.
Okay, so today we read Article 92. It's on about legislation of political parties, and it says that A, the reasonable and equitable allocation of airtime by state-owned and other mentioned categories of broadcasting media to political parties, either generally or during election campaigns. That was state-owned. I hope, Black, you heard that. The reason Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for A, the reasonable and equitable allocation of airtime by state-owned and other mentioned categories of broadcasting media to political parties, either generally or during election campaigns. B, the regulation of freedom to broadcast in order to ensure fair election campaign. C, the regulation of political parties. D, the roles and functions of political parties. E, the registration and supervision of political parties. F, the establishment and management of a political parties fund. G, the accounts and audit of political parties. H, restrictions on the use of public resources to promote the interest of political parties. And I, any other matters necessary for the management of political parties.
Thank you. I want to read 2.2.3. That is talking about MSMEs. Micro, small, and medium enterprises play a vital role in the economic development of Kenya. The sector largely comprises micro enterprises, 98.3%, and contributes approximately 40% to the GDP. MSMEs employ 14.9 million people. Of whom 12.1 million are employed in micro enterprise. However, the sector remains highly informal, as only 20% of the 7.4 million MSMEs operate as licensed entities. MSMEs will continue to play a pivotal role in the Kenya's economic growth and development going forward. A reformed and awakened manufacturing sector shall manufacture affordable machines, tools, and equipment for use by the MSMEs. The machines Tools and equipment shall also enable MSMEs to produce quality and internationally standardized products to achieve market competitiveness. Additionally, the MSMEs will have a market for their products in the manufacturing sector. As a result, MSMEs products will fetch better prices, and so the business owners will have better earnings and consequently better standards of living. MSMEs have also the potential to create numerous employment opportunities for the youth, raise incomes, and improve livelihoods for many households, and form a base for industrializations for the Made in Kenya agenda. The sector offers several opportunities that can be harnessed. So tomorrow we look at opportunities and then commitment of the AZIMIO team. And having said that, I want us to tufanye wimbo wetu wa taifa. Nitafanya stanza 1, Adam stanza 2, Julia stanza 3. Ee Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Haya, asante. Julia, tuonane kesho.
Tuonane kesho. Good night.
na nani alihepa pia.
Bob ni kama amedrop, sijui labda sijui kama maybe amepoteza stima ama sijui nini.
Makiadi, tupe wimbo.
Haya, so leo wimbo, na nilikuwa nimemtafutia Bob wimbo hapa, ameshinda akinikimbiza hapa kila wakati nimtafutie wimbo. Leo nilikuwa nimemtafutia wimbo wake wa Samangwana, unajulikana kama Maria Tebo. So wimbo wenyewe unaanza pale na monologue ya Samangwana, anazungumza pale na Kifaransa kidogo. Sitaki niseme Kifaransa kwa sababu Kifaransa changu si kizuri sana, lakini naenda pale kwa chorus ambapo anasema I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, alafu inasema give me your love, alafu inasema oh Tebo Maria Tebo, alafu namalizia na kusema Tebo Tebola, Tebolang oh darling. Hey, sasa inarudiwa mara mbili hiyo chorus. Nilisema sijui kuimba vizuri, lakini nitakusomea mstari wa kwanza. Stanza ya kwanza inasema Soki na banzi Maria Tebo Tebola. Hiyo inaimbwa mara mbili, yani Soki na banzi Maria Tebo Tebola inamaanisha if I think about you Maria Tebo Tebola, nalandi Maria na Paris Tebola, yani I will follow you Maria hadi Paris kule France, nitakufuata mpaka huko. Lakini inaendelea kusema Maria Tebo Tebola. Sasa ni kurudia tu hiyo stanza, alafu inaendelea na kusema Sokipo na mbongo na kopesa Maria, yani if it's money nitakupatia pesa Maria. Alafu inarudi sana nemba chorus yenyewe. Ndemba, wewe unajua kuimba vizuri kunishinda, ni I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, namna hiyo. Alafu inaenda sasa tena Samangwana anazungumza kwa Kifaransa pale kidogo, monologue namna hiyo monologue. Alafu inaendelea chini pale inasema Michel Meme la facon el comptacha, yani Michel even how he counts it. Kuchekacheka kidogo pale, haina mistari mingi pale, lakini chorus pale ndio maana sana hiyo Maria Tebo Tebola. Na kifungu kile kingine kinasema Soki na banzi Maria Tebo Tebola, ni kurudia tu pale. Alafu inasema nalandi Maria na Paris Tebola, yani I'll follow you Maria hadi kule wapi, Ufaransa, Paris. Nikiangalia hiyo mistari yote tu ni kurudia rudia, haina maneno mingi. Ni jamaa alikuwa anasema anampenda yule Maria na atamfuata mpaka kule Paris. Asante Ndemba.
Shukran.
Bob Papa amerudi sasa, amerudi chamchapia kibao jameni.
Mchapie tena ndio akisikie.
Bob Papa uko wapi bana? Uko gizani uonekani? Inaonekana amepigwa giza ama amejipiga giza. Unajua ni
hatukuoni.
Bas, asante sana. Nimekutafutia kibao chako Bob Papa, lakini kuimba ni shida. Nilikuambia kuimba sijui. Ni ile nilikuwa nasikia mtu anasema sura ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi. Sasa mimi ninajua mistari lakini sijui kuimba.
Pole kwanza, wacha niombe msamaha.
Unajua uko bado weekend wewe.
Naomba msamaha. Unajua kama IBC my system was compromised, Ruto ilireboot na sikukuwa na complimentary. Sasa hapo ndio nikashikwa kabisa, ikafanyika nikabidi nipotee kidogo.
Lakini sisi tumeshida tukikueleza ukuwe na analog ile ya kitambo ile. Sasa wewe hiyo complimentary lazima ikuwe ile kama ile nyingine ya IBC hard copy.
Muimbie hiyo wimbo.
Sasa nimekuchapia kibao chako cha Maria Tebo Tebola, lakini unajua nisema mimi sijui kuimba. Si unajua ile monologue ya pale kwanza ni ya Kifaransa, so sitaki kujiharibia kwa sababu Kifaransa changu si kizuri sana, lakini chorus nimesema tu inaimba I love you Maria Tebo Tebola. Ndemba atatuimbia mara mbili, unaimba hiyo I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, give me your love oh Tebola Maria Tebo. Alafu inachapa tena Tebo Tebola oh darling. Haya, stanza ya kwanza kurudia tena inasema soki na banzi Maria Tebo Tebola mara mbili. Soki na banzi Maria Tebo Tebola, yani if I think about you Maria. Soki ni if, na banzi Maria yani if. Soki ni if I think about you, na banzi na yo Maria, na landi Maria na Paris Tebola, yani I will follow you up to Paris. Nikikufikiria Maria nitakufuata mpaka Paris. Alafu naendelea kusema Maria Tebo Tebola, alafu tena rudi hapo nasema soki po na mpungo na kopesa Maria, yani hata kama ni pesa Maria, mimi pesa zangu nitakupa zote. Alafu sasa unarudi tena kuanza kuimba ile chorus yenyewe ya I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, I love you Maria Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, Tebo Tebola, give me your love oh Tebola Maria Tebo. Alafu Tebola oh darling. Kibao ndio hicho nimekuchapia. Wanashinda tu wakirudia chorus, na pale kuna stanza zingine ziko na Kifaransa kidogo. Na wimbo ndio huo Samangwana.
Hiyo ndio mambo Christine alikuwa anafaa aelewe, lakini akakataa kuelewa.
I think she's watching. She's watching.
Nadhani wako honeymoon na anaitwa nani yule
unajifanya umesahau jina.
Alikuwa apology site nani Miss
Asili TV nimeona comment yako. Bob Papa aliniambia anataka version ya Samangwana, so ndio maana nimemtafutia hiyo version ya Samangwana. Ninaelewa huo wimbo ulikuwa umechapwa na mwanamuziki mwingine, lakini Bob alisema tumtafutie ile version ya Samangwana.
Hiyo ilikuwa safi, hiyo safi sana. Najua hata Christine pali yuko ameipata hiyo inaitwa message hiyo. Ni inaitwa barua pepe hiyo. Kuna Adam siku hizi umetulia bwana. Adam siku hizi unaona hata uso anawili kabisa.
Aliingizwa baridi, aliwekwa kwa mfuko, kikapu kikafungwa.
Wanasema Ndemba kuna wimbo ambao umeambiwa uchapie Adams.
Wajua
Adams, ngoja nikupatie dedication yako, imetoka comment section.
Okay, later dedication.
Kuna mwanadada maridadi sana hapa anasema kwamba Ndemba dedication to Adams ni wimbo ambao unajulikana kama umeimbwa na Judy Boucher. If this is love. Inaonekana Adams ametoka kupiga baruti huko, kumbe ni mapenzi ambayo alikuwa anafanya anapotea hapa kwa studio masaa karibu 3. Yamkini masaa karibu 3. Na anatuambia ametoka kupiga baruti. Inaitwa baruti ama fia?
Alikuwa anajumuisha na 4th of July.
Ndemba hii vitu inaitwa namna gani? How do we call fireworks kwa Kiswahili? Fataki ama baruti ni ile akwari ya kupasua mawe.
Baruti ni kama grenade, lakini sasa
fireworks tuitaje bwana? Bob Papa, wewe ndio ulisoma Kiswahili. Wewe ndio ulisoma Kiswahili kama bado inaandikwa kwa karatasi. Unajua si wengine tumesomea kwa mtandao.
Mbona unasema ya kwamba ni baruti ni ile ya kware? Si vilipuzi ndio ile ya kware ama ni vipi?
Fireworks nimeona hapa hivi ni fataki.
Fataki, kwa hivyo nilikuwa sawa. Fataki ni fireworks. Baruti pia zinatumika kupasua mawe kwa kware kule. Na hiyo vilipuzi ni explosives. Kiswahili hicho Bob Papa.
Angalau nimejifunza Kiswahili sanifu kabisa. Kumbe mtiadi unajaribu sana hii Kiswahili.
Kiswahili
inaonekana wazazi wako hawakutupa karo.
Unajua tukiwa shule ya upili tulikuwa tunaitwa Sheikh kwa sababu ya kukimenya Kiswahili. Sheikh.
Kwa sababu ya kuwa magwiji, wanaitwa magwiji katika Kiswahili.
Tulikuwa tunakimenya kisima cha Giningi.
Kisima cha Giningi, mwana wa Giningi. Alafu kulikuwa kisima cha Giningi, kulikuwa na jamaa mmoja alikuwa ni mjomba wake mwana wa Giningi. Alikuwa na mdomo regerege.
miaka mingi hiyo ya mkini.
Hicho kitabu kinafunza upekuzi, kinakufunza kuwa mpekuzi.
Ya mkini zaidi ya miaka karne ni 100, si ndio? Na nini tunahitaji miaka 10 tunahitaji kwa Kiswahili?
Si ni karne?
Karne is a century.
Mionge ni muongo mmoja.
Muongo mmoja is 10 years, correct? Adams wewe, unajua Adams wewe ukurudi kwa darasa kusoma Kiswahili.
Miongo kadhaa,
miaka mingi bana. Wajua if you don't practice these things zinaenda. But nilikienzi Kiswahili.
Adams tunaelewa
Kiswahili hapana mdomo chako.
Watu wa kutoka kule kwenu bana na Kiswahili hampatani hivi rahisi.
Sasa yufi mbana sasa nyinyi mshapatana bana, sasa mwende muimbiane bana, acheni kutusumbua sasa. Lakini hamna neno, kesho tawaimbia Adams na yufi, hamna neno.
Naona Adams siku hizi bana anatabasamu tu kila siku, meno yafungua mpaka yale ya Disemba. Tuyaona kabisa.
Yaonekana Adams ako na mradi kwa Kiingereza tunasema he starting a project somewhere. Na unajua ukiwa na miradi mambo mingi unapunguza. Kwanza lazima
hivi unaona Adams amekuwa sasa ako na focus isha narrow focus. Na you feel na shakubali.
You know Themba, I'm a very good student of I read this book of 48 Laws of Power. You should not let your opponent or your enemy knows your intention. I don't know which law is that. It's law number something there. So yeah, you know what I mean.
No, we do not know what you mean. Sisi hatufahamu unajaribu kusema nini Adams. Ni nini unajaribu kusema haswa?
I'm just trying to interpret one of the laws in 48 Laws of Power. One of the laws says that you should not let your enemy know your intentions. And even if they do, you should change tact.
Mimi nitasema namna hii, Yufini umesikia unaitwa adui sasa, na Kusikia umetangaziwa mapema kwamba hataki wacha nimchomee ndiye arudi msituni kesho kwenda. Si ningechoma ndiye asafishe jina tena kesho. Ama niache.
Wakiadi wacha kuchoma.
Asante. Haya sawa, umeachiliwa Adams.
Hivyo ndio Makiadi alinichomea tu hivyo. Kwa hivyo Adams, chunga sana huyu Makiadi.
Makiadi anachoma.
Motema Mabei. Ni chairman wa Motema Mabei.
Hiyo ni ya black bana. Mimi labda unitafutie member huko chini, lakini sina ubaya na Adams.
Uko na collection ya nyimbo
Iko bado nimechapa moja leo, kuna mbili ninajua nilitumiwa jana, Propeter na Tokoma Bakomrede Pamba. Hizo bado sijapiga bado.
Mi kesho nitawapigia zile nilikuwa nimechukua jana. Kulikuwa na moja walitisha zile zilizopendwa, kuna nini? Kuna safari ya Samburu, dawa ya mapenzi. Kuna dawa kabisa ya mapenzi duniani. Hivi najua papa inapenda dawa ya mapenzi, manake akishika hivyo anatoroka wote.
Unajua
Adams, umeona mambo ya Makiadi hapo? Tayari umeanza kushukiwa na.
Sasa unajua Adam, sio statement huwezi sema saa hii na mambo yako. Umetoka kupiga fataki na ukarudi hapo ukiwa na furaha. Sasa ukianza kusema mambo ya maadui.
You know, interpretations depend. I didn't even finish my statement, so.
Nimeona umetengeneza. You feel umeambiwa wewe ni barafu ya roho. Na Adams ninaona you are not hausileki bana, hausileki, unatengeneza ikiwa bado moto
Unataka kuchomea Adams bana, na vile imeshika bana.
Jamaa amechukua muda mrefu sana kuunda jina, hata nilikuwa nashangaa.
You know, sometimes I like watching boxing, and then there's this boxer in the US called Mayweather. The way Mayweather fights is not a vigorous fighter. You can punch him 100 punches, but he will only punch 2, and the game will be over. So that is the strategy. Don't just throw punches all over. Punch when necessary and punch the right place. That's how I fight.
Kwa hapo na nilishuka. Kwa hivyo sasa najua huko juu kule wasikia kama unapotea, lakini utashuka, na ukishuka
Awino Rapemo unasema ya kwamba unataka kuchezewa mbilia bell. Mimi ngoja Ndemba dakika moja. Awino Rapemo unataka kuchezewa mbilia bell. Mimi I will refer you tarehe 9 Jumamosi, hata sitakuchezea tarehe 9 Jumamosi, nenda ukamuone mbilia bell kule Carnival Nairobi.
Yani papa wewe ni hater hivyo, yani atunaambia Adams ati asherekee tu ati atashuka chini.
That is a typical UDA mentality.
Adam aliyejuu, Waswahili ndio sema aliyejuu.
Yetu tunajua ni anayekupenda. Na unaongeza na ile accent ya Wanjala. Anayekupenda.
There are some kids in the blog right now in Nairobi who came up with some very crazy sheng. I don't know. They were saying to love somebody is to lomboto something. I don't know lomboto. It's just a passing glance. It doesn't mean anything.
Like lomboto.
Uko na hizi tabia za
ati nini?
Demba uko na hizi tabia za kiuniuni za Nairobi, sijui itabidi nikuchunguza vizuri.
Ati kihuni.
Manake mtu yuko ugaibuni lakini anajua kila kitu ambaye inaendelea huko Lolo, sijui Kayole, wapi hiyo lugha ya Fafajeriko huko. Hey, bana nimekuogopa bana. You are networked.
No, the only language that evolves every day is Sheng. So if you leave Nairobi today and you're coming back after 1 year, you cannot speak the Sheng that you left a year ago. You'll be relevant. It's one language that it keeps on evolving.
kama unajua, kama unapenda Sheng, kuna majina ambayo yanabadilisha jina, yanabadilishwa namna yanaitwa karibu kila mwaka. Kuna Kisu, kuna hii kitu ya Wajakoya hii inabadilishiwa jina
kuna jina mob sana
na polisi. Kila mwaka kunatokea jina mpya, hivyo vitu vitatu: polisi, hii kitu ya Wajakoya na Kisu.
Papa Bob, unajua mpaka ile salamu ya Mbusi Day nilikuwa naijua. Unajua Mbusi Day? Unajua Mbusi?
No.
Mbusi ni mtangazaji wa Ghetto Radio sasa.
Hey, that guy is crazy, man.
Anasema yes sir.
I know him.
Kuo minadiba bilondema kuo minadir.
And then, Temba, you know that guy has got following like nothing. He has followed.
Hey, another is anasema naye kwata ya kumaya. Yes sir. Aya naye kwata ya kumaya. Kuna kuo minadiba bilondema kuo minadir. Rasta mana puo hakuna
sasa Bob Papa au sasa ndio klabu ya Wajakoya sasa.
Hey, mimi naona kumbe Black pia anakamata hiyo maneno
hakuna
Bob Papa, huyu Black ni wa huko kwenu huko Mombasa.
Hivyo ndio anasema, lakini sasa sijamkagua vizuri, itabidi nimkague vizuri huyu jamaa. Ni kigeuko sana huyu jamaa, hatuwezi muamini bana.
Ni Mgiriama huyu.
Na Black mwenyewe, mimi hata tangu nikutane naye hapa kwa huu mjadala wetu hapa, jina ni Black, yeye mwenyewe huvaa black kila siku. Ushaibona Black hata na shati nyeupe? Hapana.
Even his contributions are black.
No, Black ni mtu mzuri sana, ni vile tu alipotea kidogo, lakini tutamrudisha. He's a good guy.
Yeah, as in he's a disciplined guy. Niyo nani ukweli, he's very disciplined. But
Black is a Mato, huyo mtu wako serious, mwambie aende atafute channel serious. Kwani sisi hatuko serious? Mato anasema ati nilikuwa nimetumia mtu serious hii channel ati sijui nini. Mwambie atafute channel serious. Sisi hatuko serious saizi. Anafanya nini hapa saizi? Hatuko serious.
Mambo ya siasa tulimaliza.
Enda tafute wengine serious.
Tutakutana kesho wakipatia Rigathi Gachagua microphone tena, tukutane hapa.
Hata wewe unajua unafanya nini hapa? Toka uende tafute channel nyingine serious saizi tuko.
Mato inaonekana amekamata kazi inasumbua hapa.
Sisi tuende, wewe ati sasa wewe ufaidike, sisi watu wanne na wengine 156 people watching au nini kwa sababu yako.
Nasema iko mtu serious. Huyo mtu mwambie kwanza apigie baba na mama kura.
Aenda apigie baba na mama kura. Hiyo ndio seriousness tunataka sasa hizi.
That is how to demonstrate it.
That's what we are fighting for. Hakuna kitu kingine.
Nani serious kuliko Darius mchungaji pastor anapiga Lingala mpaka
hawa nataka tupige tu siasa, tukule tu siasa. Hapana,
tupige siasa,
kule siasa. That is the difference between
You know, Syria, when
and
it
that
comes
is the
to
difference
Syria,
between
when it comes to hizi mambo na kukua serious, I think it is just a relevant term. Ni kama mambo na kukua Christian.
Ati mtu serious. Kwani kuna mtu serious kuliko baba saizi?
You know, something like, for example, Christianity, your prayer. Mtu nafikiri ati kuna watu fulani ukijivaa hivi ndio uko close na Mungu. Haina formula wewe.
Hakuna mtu serious kuliko baba saizi.
Hebu sikia Mato anasema ati Karua na Ngilu wa watching.
Waambie pia
sisi
tuangalia kila siku.
Hisho tumechapa
kitambo sahi wako.
Miezi ngapi Ndemba? Miezi ngapi?
Hata sikia Ndeto. Karua kuna Ngilu na Karua kuna time gani ya kuwatch saizi? Si wako kwa siasa wanatafuta kura. Ona huyu ati watch.
By the Temba. I mean,
hivi sasa hata anaongea hivyo, Mato anajua ya kwamba pengine kina Martha wako njiani kwenda Wilson Airport kuchukua helicopter ndege waelekee.
Wacha Martha anasema hivyo, mimi niko na live update ya mahali wako. Wewe unasema
unajua Mato ameanza 4th July mapema. Mahali yako ninajua ameshika kitu kwa mkono.
Ameshika kitu kanampeleka kanamuonyesha vitu vingi.
Ameshika kitu na sijui ni kitu gani.
Kuna mtu pia alikuwa analala ameamka late hapa
ama yuko
Skipto ameamka sasa hivi anasema nini?
Ama yuko na mtusi tayari.
No, this yuko.
You can imagine
Ndusi yuko Kenya nadhani.
Kama Karua na Ngilu na hapa tunakuwa na light moment tukifunga show. Hatukui tu sijui nini. Sijui
Hebu AZIMIO.
No, Mato atukuruhusu kuja hapa. Tutaki watu serious. Wewe uko serious.
Sasa tunafunga show, hata tuko karibu kutoka hapa.
Hatutaki watu serious.
Ukileta Mato hapa ataanza submission. Ataanza kuleta submission hapa akituambia kila kitu vile imetokea. Na sisi tunataka kwenda kulala bwana.
Na Julia is trying to sleep lakini anasema tunampigia kelele.
Ana nani?
Sisi ni wasarendo.
Ambia Ndeto tutaki watu serious. Aende kalala.
Kwanza sisi ndio wasarendo, wale wamebaki.
Sisi ndio wasarendo. Makiadi umeshika nyimbo zote ambazo utaimba kesho.
Mimi niko sawa, nimekamata ingine moja hapa. Sasa ni kujipanga tu, lakini Samangwana nimekulipa Bob Papa, sasa sidhani kama tuna deni.
Yofino Tiendo, wimbo wako tutakuimbia kesho na Adams wako. Ndio ya Judy Butcher. You caught my eyes as you walk towards my pathway. I couldn't run away. My eyes wouldn't let me. I thought I was dreaming, but you stood right near my way. Takuimbia kesho. Unaona mpaka Adams ameanza kusmile.
Adam, hizi tabia zako za kukaa studio. Sikiza Adams. Sikiza.
Anasema
ya kukaa studio mpaka saa hii.
Bob Papa, umeni accused for so long, but let me tell you something about my dental formula. Nick, I have a long teeth. So saa zingine unanokaa they just protruded outside. You think I'm laughing. Ni meno tu ni long.
Kwanza Adams, unajua huwezi kuwa unakaa studio mpaka saa hii unachelewesha madam bana, unafanya nini studio saa hii? Hebu potea haraka.
Elikana anasema Julia ajalala bado apigwe dedication legit. Sasa sijui hiyo utanitafutia ni gani, lakini sasa anatoroka mapema. Bob Papa, tutakuachia assignment, wewe ndio utaimba sasa.
Chorus ya hiyo Adam. Chorus ya hiyo nitawaimbia kesho ndio hii.
By the way, you know,
this is love, my dear.
Bob should try to
Welcome. Ngoja vile Yufi anakuambia hivi. If this is love, my dear, welcome to my world. And let's share these good times together. It's only one world. Let's share it together. 'Cause all my eyes can see, it's you, my dear. Yani wewe tu ndiye anakuona.
Wonderful.
Mimi nataka nichapie
Bob, unaona vile kupendwa ni kitu poa.
Ni poa. Ndamba mimi nataka kufanya ile inaitwa request. Hii request inatumwa kwa Julia mwendo wa kwa Mariro. Hiyo ndio nataka kumtumia Julia ya request ya mwendo wa kwa Mariro.
Mato acha matusi bana. Si hata unaongea huko chini na mimi si reply. Mimi niko na advantage na reply huko juu. Wewe uko na advantage unatuma huko chini. Matusi ni ya nini?
No, I think you know, Mato is not even sleeping. He's just sipping something.
Get yourself busy. Get yourself busy huko chini. Sisi hapa tuko happy.
Unajua ni holiday. So unaweza fikiria mtu anaandika akiwa peke yake.
Labda yuko peke yake kwa influence.
Sijasema, nimesema tu ako peke yake. Sasa huko kwingine malizia.
Yeah. What you are doing is what you have said. So and we don't want to be part of that. Alafu nani Bo Papa, ile wimbo unatumia nani ni ile wimbo na kidumu. Na nilikwambia hapa kitambo. Kama ni mapenzi ya kuniudhi kila saa, kunifanya mikulia, na kama uridhiki na mbona hujasema ili niweze rekebisha. Nilifanya mambo shwari nikiamini ukwangu na kukusifu kwa wazazi. Ujali tena hisia zangu, sijui tunakotoka lakini najua tunakokwenda. kutoka sinetoka mbali.
Is a good
therapist.
Is it from Rwanda or Burundi?
Nashindwa ni nini tafanya uridhike. Nimetekwa ndani ya mtandao wa mapenzi. Basi nakuomba unitake tu bila mateso. Tizama nimezama ndani ya bahari ya penzi lako. Siwezi kusonga mbele, kurudi nyuma, sijielewi. Haya mapenzi ya fujo haifai. Kama wanipenda jaribu kunipa raha. Jaribu baby.
He's a good artist. He's a good artist.
Demba tutakuita doctor sasa. Hata tutamnyang'anya Jose. Sasa ni Dr. Demba. Ushaona zile vibao? Makiadi umeona zile vibao barabarani zimewekwa daktari wa mapenzi.
Daktari wa mapenzi.
By the way, those people, let me tell you, you know, when you are in Nairobi, unapata kibao imeandikwa Dr. Abdul siji nani kutoka siji Sumbawanga wapi huko karibu huko sehemu za Dar es Salaam huko. Alafu ukitoka Nairobi uende Dar es Salaam bado unapata vibao tu imeandikwa Dr. siji fulani Halid siji Hamisi kutoka siji wapi. So it's all conning. They're all con men. I've been to Dar es Salaam, I've been to
Demba tumempatia hiyo kazi, inaonekana hata hiyo kazi anaweza iendelesha vizuri sana. Dr. Demba from USA.
Martin akaa kona zake ametumwa. I disrespect people. Oh, you are laughing. Yani hata nikicheka ni shida, nikiimba ni shida, nikiongea ni shida. Yani
funga hiki tutuende, iko watu
naona watu wameanza kuja, watu wamesema mapema wameanza kuamka hapa.
Watu wameanza weekend mapema, acha hata sisi tuende tujienjoy 4th of July.
Temba, before you close, wajua umeimba hapo mpaka DA karibu abadilishe mawazo. Sauti imemtoa pangoni bana.
Anasema you are singing, voice is very soothing. Hatari kwa salama.
Wacha
Debo unapiga campaign kama za Matakarua.
Wacha nimpigie DA. Uko na tabia za kupendeza mroho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho. Sauti yako nikisikia pia natulia, yanipunguzia hasira nazo. Urembo wako umeninasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho. Sa moyoni umekwamia, siwezi kutania, njoo nipunguzie mawazo. Atajia hapo.
Unaona umeamsha Ndemba, umeamsha mpaka Wekesa ndio huyo hapo amekuja. Anasema Adam seems to have a victim of those doctors, to have been a victim of those doctors. Inaonekana Adam umewahi chezwa na hao madaktari wa mitishamba.
Haelewi huyu. Wekesa. I was just giving a synopsis of what goes on.
Ulienda kapewa.
Wapi?
Adam anakumbuka mpaka mahali yule jamaa alikuwa anatoka. So umesikia ametoka Sumbawanga.
Yeah. You know, like what I was trying to say, nime travel those areas. I've been to those areas. So
zenye wanatoka.
Yeah, ukitoka Nairobi.
Ukitafuta nini?
Yani zenye hao jamaa wanatoka au madaktari ama gani?
No, bwana papa, sisi ni wale ambao tuko na ukoo wetu umeenea Afrika Mashariki mzima, so I travel a lot.
Ona Mato, you are dreaming. I don't have a show. I don't have a show in Mutembei. And you know, Mato, you think you not coming. Ngoja niseme.
Okay, sawa.
Let me say this out once for all. If you choose not to come to Mutembei when Temba is there, you are not doing me a favor when you come, and you don't do yourself a favor by not coming. You don't punish no one. At why people have run away. I don't have a show. This is Mutembei TV. I don't own it.
Wewe funga hiki kitu mzee twende bana.
You deal with yourself. Deal with yourself, man.
The 4th of July, happy Independence Day.
Wenda kama mnakutana mnasema ati tumekimbia ya Temba. Kuna fujo.
Hadi kuna jamaa anaitwa DPP, huyu sijui ni DPP wa aina gani, pia amekuja na zake.
Temba nikachagwa.
Bana. Kwa hivyo tumpatie microphone
Tumpatie microphone.
Chukua microphone tumekupatia Ndemba.
Buta, you know they say that when you carry people, yani wewe sazilo unafikiria juu ya mtu, wewe ndio unaumia, yeye haupi. Mimi nikishapiga show nikitoka hapa nimeenda ninatulia. Wewe unabaki ukisema sitakuja kesho kwa sababu ya Temba. Ai. Die muziki kesho tunapiga muziki gani? Wacha tuache watu wa Motema Mabe turudi kwa ini yetu.
Tutatafuta sasa. Kesho ningekuja na mbaya lakini watakataa. Kuna wimbo unaitwa Tokoma Bakamarede Pamba, hiyo ilikuwa imetafutwa sana na ningewatafutia, lakini mtu asiniambie I'm not being nice to people.
No, you don't have to be nice to people. Wewe piga muziki. Yule anataka kuwa nice aenda atafute ice cream inauzwa sijui wapi. Okay. Mimi kesho nitapiga kuna jamaa walitisha wimbo hapa inaitwa dawa ya mapenzi. kuna Simba wa ilisema nini papa? Simba wapi ile?
Hii Julia anasema miti ni dawa ndio gani?
Ati?
Hii Julia amesema ati napenda miti. Miti ni dawa ndio.
Yani amesikia ni kama unajua hawa jamaa au madaktari. So hao madaktari wanakuanga wa miti ni dawa.
Oh.
Si wewe ulikuwa unafikiria ni miti, lakini wewe Adam hata umetoka mbali. Unasikia Adam akisikia kitu inaitwa miti anaanza mambo mengine. Kama ni ile ya Wajakoya, unajua watu wametoka sehemu mbalimbali kuingia kwa hii show.
By the way,
hatuwezi jua umepitia wapi Adam kabla ukuje hapa.
No, Makiadi wajua hata ile kitu ya Wajakoya anasema tingiza miti. People understand that thing differently. Even me,
Wajakoya alikuja na tingiza miti. Watu wakasahau kukata miti.
Yeah, what does by the way, Themba, according to you, what does it mean?
Wewe wacha story nikutingiza tu.
Hiyo hata hatutaki kuenda hapo. Unajua ukiingia hiyo sekta utajitoa.
Black ni Sumbawanga, si Simbawanga, ni Sumbawanga.
Adam sunaambiwa ni deliverance.
Kuna ile inaitwa Ngarula ama ile Ngalula.
Yeah.
Ngalula hiyo Kiadi hiyo.
Inaitwa Carola, sorry, not Carola.
Ni Carola ama ni Ngalula?
Inaitwa Carola ya Remy Ongala na orchestra ya Super Matimila. Ukiwa mtenda mabaya wewe ujijui, ndio hiyo Carola hii.
Basi kesho tunapiga hizo mbi. Wewe utapiga hiyo Takoma.
Nimeona nilikuwa nataka nipige hiyo lakini nikikosa nitawapigia moja inaitwa Libete. Unajua hiyo Bob Papa Azimio Franco Lonzo Lomo Makedi. Libete.
Alafu tune yake ndio nimeisahau lakini najua hiyo Libete.
Alafu hiyo Takoma inatafutwa sana. Wino Rapemo ametafuta hapa. Na kuna jamaa wengine wametafuta. Haya, kesho pia tutapigia Adams na Yufin. Najua they are the latest nini ambayo ina hit sana hapa, wametoka honeymoon.
Lakini hata we Adams Ndemba akifunga hata yaani umepeleka Yufin honeymoon ya kupiga baruti.
Baruti gani sasa?
Kulipua fireworks na ukarudi. Ni sawa tu. Unajua Nemba Adams anapeleka mrembo kuangalia fireworks na anakuja kwa show mbio.
Makiadi Dia ameitisha pesa position.
Sawa Dia, nimekuona hapo pesa position kwa Dia.
Haya.
Adam, usipeleke mtoto wa wenyewe kuona hizo vitu siku nyingine.
Acha tufunge show.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow again. God bless you.
Usiku mwema.
Good night, man.